Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see. What if Naruto taken every girl in high school DxD? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Now enjoy the video. Somewhere, on sunny morning, where birds are chirping and fresh air brought in by the wind adorn that day, makes you want to laze around and do nothing to enjoy the day. Now we move to another place, where trees planted in a land near some wall. There is nothing special about those trees. The leaves are green pithy stems and branches that look sturdy for taking a nap on it. Everything looks normal. Gusts of wind shaking the branches for seconds make a couple of shoots carried following the wind. It is floating to somewhere, going with the wind while sometimes flickering in the air. It remained like that until the leaf falls to the ground too. Sweep. Before being swept away by a broom with several other leaves. Sweep sweep sweep. The sweep paused. And as if controlled, the screen now is moving upward. From the broom's stiff fibers to the handle of a pair of hands to grip it, then stopped on someone's face. Yawn. So sleepy. He looks like a teenager, 3 lines each on the person's cheek and messy spiky blonde hair with a sleepy expression on his face. The frown changed his drowsy face, his eyes open showing a pair of blue-colored one to the world. It flashed becomes purple before returned back to blue. Now what are those birds planning? Coming to this town in that number. The blonde wrinkled his face like someone who thinks hard and keeps like that for a moment before back to sleepy expression. WHATVER. He chose to swing back the broom to the left and right motion. The screen now moving to another place, focused on his name tag. Naruto. Dude on. Imaginary sound effect can be heard like in some anime, before once again the screen moving to the back of this Naruto guy. Kuo Academy janitors. Dude on. Oheu gozaimasu osu. Oheu gozaimasu osu. Oheu gozaimasu osu. Maybe you already know about what happened in there, maybe not. No. It's not about 2 people greeting each other repeatedly. That was Naruto who greet with still sleepy face to several people who passing him. For someone who already noticed, those who pass him are students of Kuo Academy. The school that was originally an all-girls only until it turned co-ed. Naruto slightly thanked that. It's such a pain in the ass for always called to staff room because some students accused him doing a lewd act with his eyes. In other words, peeping. He probably a pervert, but he's no fool for showing it openly. Kaya. It's them. His thought is interrupted when he heard several girls and boys start squealing and some murmuring. The blonde rolled his eyes at the days routinely of Kuo squeals moment in the morning. Here we go. He ignores the growing murmur and continues sweeping on the sideline. So pretty. So beautiful. So gorgeous. As expected from Kuo Academy's 2 great ladies, those pretty face, their great personality, and that gorgeous body. It's like they are angels who sent to this school. Is what the majority students said. Well, he just snorted at that. Shaking his head at another stupidity of hormonal students. Well, it's not like whoever said that is totally wrong. Maybe only 90%. The angel statement. Yes, he knows who and what they are. Ria's Gremory, 3rd-year student, red-haired girl, devil from the Gremory clan. A family that well known in the underworld. She is the current heir of that family. Imijima Akeno, 3rd-year student, black-haired girl, former fallen angel hybrid who becomes a devil as Ria's peerage's queen. What? Is he has to mention their 3 sizes too? Hell no. Find it on another source. The blonde continues sweeping, makes sure to pause several minutes so their one Isamas didn't have a dust in their holy clothes as the student said. Another stupidity of them. Don't they wear the same uniform? He shook his head again and keep looking straight with an improvement in his facial expression. No longer sleepy with his eyelids is constantly slowly up and down. He improves it with a hard effort. The face that could be mistaken as lack of sleep now is become a bored face. He could see a streak of red hair from his left before the so-called 2 great ladies of Kuo Academy walk slowly in front of him. Time seemed slowed down when the red-haired girl turned her head, showing a pair of blue-green eyes on him. Oh hey. Says the redhead with a dazzling smile, followed by a nod from a black-haired girl behind her. The gesture just answered by a simple nod from Naruto makes them continue to walk to the school. He wants to say Osu or Oheu to greet her back. But it's always ended with a bad rumor about him. One day he greeted back them with a smile and the student said he just lowly class who wants some attention. Another day he greeted with bored tone and murmurs about how rude he is can be heard. So it's simple, he just doesn't have to say anything. Like now, the students are back to normal and start to enter the school. No murmurs, no whispering, just normal as always. While he just starts to dozing off because one of the troublesome things already done. Taking back the video from Motohama, check. Greeting the Bishounen, check. Lend Issei some magazine, check. Give candy to the kitten, check. Give the Grimoire girl and her queen a nod, check. Yep. Everything seems in order, but why he feels forgot something. It's already on the tip of his thought, still what was it again? He decided to shrug it off and going to some tree near the entrance, ignoring a familiar energy signature he could sense from long ago before leaning on the tree. The blonde janitor let out a yawn and closing his eyes in slow motion. He is ready to dive into another world where he could do anything without being bothered. Then he felt something hard hit his face to the left. The ARLIER. Among the students that went to Kuo Academy that morning, we focused on a group of 3 students now. Although not as famous as the 2 great ladies, they also quite popular among the students. In the middle of them, the one who leads. A young woman around the same age as the other students around her, with black hair styled in a short bob cut and violet eyes. She also wears a pair of red glasses. On her right side. Another young woman that taller than the previous one with knee-length black hair with split bangs and light brown eyes. She also wears blue semi-rimmed glasses with square lenses. And the last one is a girl that has shoulder-length reddish brown with swept bangs and an antenna sticking out from the top and brown eyes. The fact they also students of Kuo Academy, of course they wear the same uniform. "Tsubaki, what plans we have today?" asked the violet eyes girl to the long black-haired young woman. "Hi, Kaichu. There is a meeting about school security with the teachers. It seems yesterday trespassing incident caught their attention. After that, school patrolling at noon. Also, some students complained about the perverted trio again," said the newly named Tsubaki to the Kaichu. The last one what she said make the 3 sighs tiredly. Those guys always make us troubled with their behavior," the reddish brown-haired girl complained. A firm tone from the violet eyes dismissed their unsolved problem. What could she says, it's their nature to be like that. Even after how many times being reprimanded, those 3 always doing it again. Tsubaki complied with a nod before continued. At after school. Would be another meeting with Kendo Club and Karate Club, it's about adding the equipments. And the last she paused when seeing the shorter girl in front her stopped moving while looking at somewhere. Following her gaze, Tsubaki now looking what make the shorter girl stopped. The 2 great ladies of Kuo Academy. As expected from them. They always caught everyone attention, said the reddish brown-haired girl, amused by the Grimoire clan's heiress. Isn't that our school janitor in there? Continued the girl with asking the oblivious question, missing a twitch from the short black-haired young woman. Said the young woman now looking at the blonde, more like focusing all the attention on him. She saw him give her rival, the Grimoire's heiress, a nod and keep standing in there like a someone who has nothing else to do. After the daily commotion is done, she saw the blonde seem think about something. Good. Looks like he remember his task. Or what was she thought before, said the blonde janitor shrugging his shoulder and then go to some tree near him. The lazy bastards. She knew this would be happening. Heck, she already predicted this. Tsubaki, said the short-haired observer with a calm tone, but you could hear a slight irritate on it if you more pay attention. Hi, Kaichu. The new one. The question itself was answered by a nod from the Kaichu of Kuo Academy. She pulls out gloves from her pocket. Then put it in her hands and raised her right palm as if demand something. Number 4. Hi, wait a moment please. The reddish brown-haired girl who saw it is confused. What's wrong? What happened? And what the Kaichu means of number 4. She saw silently as Tsubaki put gloves to her hands too and rummaging her bag, then she brings out something, and it is a brick. With number 4 on it. No Kaichu. What is that? Asked the girl while looking at the object that passed a short black-haired young woman in front of her. Tomo-san, called the Kaichu without looking at the newly named Tomo. Hi. Said a slightly curious Tomo now. It's a brick. She sweat dropped at that. Of course, she knows it, the thing that made of dried earth with rectangle size, has pink hue colored and slightly burnt on the edge. It's definitely a brick. But what about it? Why she brings out a brick? Moreover, why Tsubaki bring it in her bag, the fact it numbered 4 is that means there's more. Before she opened her mouth, a hand gripped her shoulder. She turned to the source and found Tsubaki shook her head. As if telling her to not question it furthers more. Tomo complied what the young woman with blue semi-rimmed glasses want before focusing what her Kaichu going to do. She saw those violet eyes focused on the blonde janitor, piercing and analyzing of his movement. She saw the janitor yawning and starts to nod off. He nod once, again, and before he finished another one, Kaichu throw the brick that makes him pro-level baseball player is proud. Swoosh. Bam, thud, bullseye. Hiya. This time some students are screaming at Naruto who's sprawling on the ground. Tomo is now looking at the situation with gaping mouth, missing the Kaichu and Tsubaki doing high five. Let's go, Meguri. Nothing less, she only could nod with a dumbfounded expression before following the short black-haired young woman. What the hell? Is the only thing what Naruto thought. He knew something will happen. He knew she threw something at him. But come on. A brick and why the hell it so damn hurts. Janitor-san. You're bleeding. Are you okay? What happened to you? Said some student at him. Ah, the nice lady in there. Let this unfortunate victim tell you something. First. The fact that you said I'm bleeding is clearly shown that I'm not okay. Second. If you want to know what happened to me, nothing. It's just a normal thing that I always bleeding from my head. It's not like a brick near your right foot that still has my blood there is related to what happened here. He actually seriously wants to say that. But the thought of many trouble things like another bad rumor about him increased make him stop. What happened? Another female voice comes to the scene. And the culprit come to the show thought Naruto who his face still on the ground. Ah, Sound Kaichu. It's terrible. Janitor-san suddenly falling down and he's bleeding. The girl that has a role as cannon fodder this time is explained. And well finally. We have the Kaichu's name here. Maisi said the newly named Sauna is now looking at the blonde. What's with that not interested tone? Don't worry. We the student council will take it from here. I think you should go to your call now said Sona professionally. Ah. Okay then said the cannon fodder before going back to the school. Oi oi oi. Why are you leaving me just like that? Is this what they call acting as a good person to boost their own popularity? The situation is now back to normal. They back to chat, laughing, and greeting to another student. Ignoring their academy's janitor who's sprawling on the side of the road behind Kuo High School student council members. Wake up. Said Sona to the blonde. Naruto turning his head to the left. He could see her soft blue-colored panties between those legs. Before planting back his face to the ground. Tsubaki, give me another. Fine. Fine. I'm waking up now. Cut the blonde before the Kaichu in front him finished her sentence. He rose up from the ground and panting dust in his clothes and pants. His blue eyes are looking at violet eyes directly before sighing tiredly. Geez, here I am trying to relax for a minute and then, someone was throwing me a brick to my head, said Naruto with deadpan tone. Ara, good for you isn't it? For receiving a love tap in the morning? Asked Sona with clearly fake smile. What are you, a sadist? Where's the part of love taps at this? The blonde pointed his bleeding head. Then how about a reminder? For your job her fake smile is gone, replaced by flat stare to the janitor. Answered the gesture, Naruto give her the same expression. Ha. A reminder. For what? To listening to your other gibberish, Kaichu-san. A twitch in Sona's eyebrows. Ara is one of the staff of our academy is this forgetful? I don't know if I have to report this to the teachers. The fact that your tiny brain already gave a task by one of the lovely student council yesterday. Janitor-san. Now it's Naruto's eyebrows that twitched. And what is this task? Oh please tell me this helpless person because there isn't a slight memory in my head about the so-called one of the lovely student council. That's so pitiful of you, for I only have a short memory capacity. No. Wonder you couldn't remember to make sure lock the gate when the bell is rings. Instead trying to sleep like a homeless goon. He tries to retort that, his mouth already open to deny whatever the young woman in front of him said. Only a certain memory about him, who half asleep is given an order by Sona to lock the gate today because the usual teacher is having an accident. Of course I remember about locking the gate. I'm just taking a nap for a bit. Wow, ignoring your pathetic attempt to lie. How could you stay awake after doing the so-called nap of yours? Given the information from my source that you could doze off for hours with only leaning in some place. Ah, I think I remember some animal that has the same trait. Like a sloth. Thank you, I know I'm cute that make all the girls fall for me. And for your question it's easy, just tell the stalker that it's a talent. I get it. But I always listening a nag from a certain person. That person must be so wise for always lecturing an old pervert with youngster skin. What? A pervert? This is rich to hear it from its son dear Siscon who always says one Isama should this and one Isama should that. My flabbergasted level is up with this. It's better than a lolican. Oh, I'm sorry if I don't have the same sick fetish like you, but I really want to know, how do you feel to chase a 5-year-old child skirt? I have to fill the detail before throw you into a jail. I don't know it myself. The fact that some idiot could mistaken a lolican for a pedophile. That was a big fail. Listen here lost lamb. Lolican is a fantasy boss. The two keep bickering with great restraint of their anger, leaving Tsubaki who looking at them like on daytime TV drama and still gapping mouth Tomo with eyes open wide. The reddish-brown haired girl shook her head, finally wake from the unexpected sight of her Kaichu, before turning her head to Tsubaki. Fuku Kaichu. What are I mean, Kaichu is the one who is being called turning her head to Tomo. Tomo-san, I think you should ask it to Kaichu herself later, said Tsubaki with cool demeanor, before looking back at the bickering duo. Hi, she doesn't get it. Why can't Tsubaki just tell her right now? She shook her head, deciding to put the matter for another time. Looking at her watch she saw it's almost time for school bells to be ringed. I think we should go now. Or we'll gonna be late, said Tomo to the Fukukaichu. Missing a glint appeared in Naruto and Sona's eyes. Time seemed slowed down. Sona, who heard her Kouhai's advice, already opened her mouth in slow motion. But she made a mistake to see Naruto eyes that focused on behind her with a frightened expression. An instinct, she turned her head. Still in slow motion. Missing Naruto, who give her a troll face. Teddy bear panties. Those words are like a bullet that fired into her ear. The three words that can be heard before being processed by her brain, then unlocking some memories in the past. Teddy bear panties. Wink. Said a younger Sona while strike posing as magical girls with humiliated expression on her face. She currently wears bear-shaped ears, loose brown shirt and white panties with cartoonish bear face that printed on it. Meanwhile a younger Naruto was laughing hard in front of her and beside him is a slightly older looking Sona who has a star on her eyes. Those embarrassing scenes shown in her head that makes a red hue appeared in her face. She quickly turned her head, mouth already open before being interrupted. Ding dong dang dong, wah wah. Well. What do you know, times sure go fast. I'm sorry to inform you that I still have something to do. Said Naruto who started walking to the gate direction. Don't all of you have a class to go? I'm sure a role model as the student council wouldn't make some bad impression to the teacher now. Johnny he waving his right hand without looking back. Didn't see Sona who still blushing give him a death glare. DCH. Is the only sound that coming from her mouth before turning and start walked into the school. She keeps walking and didn't look back. Thinking 100 plans to pay back the blonde janitor. Until she hears a maniacal laughter. Ahahaha. And that was my 349th victory. You should already know that you will never win against the great Namikaze Naruto-sama. Sona-tan. Wahaha. Thud. Thank you, Fukukaichu, you're welcome, Kaichu. Another high five to their silent victory. Meanwhile a pair of brown eyes looking at the gesture with deadpan stare behind them. Ugh my head. The moment he awake, Naruto found himself in the school nurse's room. He tries to remember the recent things that happened to him. Then a flash about a brick, soft blue panties and another brick resurfaced from his head. DCH, that brat. How dare she watered the brick with holy water. No wonder it feels so hurt. He looks at the window near him. Knowing it's already afternoon when he saw the sun position. Well actually, there's a clock that showed 4 p.m. in the window reflection. So he knows for sure that it's already afternoon. With a sigh, he rose from the bed and tidying it up. He checks whether his stuff's still there and no one are gone. Then he found something in his pocket. It's a note. You overslept again, moron. What a hassle that I have to send one of the students to get the gate key so all the students could go home. Whatever. Meet me at the student council room after you wake up. Sloth. Sauna. The blonde can't be helped twitched from the first sentence to the last one. That. Damned. Brat, isn't she herself who made me unconscious? He scratched his hair with frustration before let out another sigh. Better to go now than have to listening her nag again. With that, he starts to walk out from there and go to the student council room. Knock knock, come in. The door opened from outside before revealing Naruto who have a flat stare at the person in front of him. If only he could see her behind those mountain stacks of paper. I'll come back later, wait. Naruto compiled it. He saw Sona rose up and then walk around the desk. She keeps staring at him with calculating gaze before sighing. What's with that, it can't be helped, then sigh. He saw the young woman in front him pulled out something from her pocket. The gesture makes him tensed, increasing his awareness if she would throw another brick at him. But it seems he's wrong because he saw a note instead. Here. It's a list that you must buy and here she rummaging her other pocket him. Where is the money again? It's at Tsubaki. His stare couldn't be drier than that. He massages his forehead and lets out a desperate sigh. You call me here only for doing something like this? A pair of violet eyes blinking at him. Twice. Yes. His body trembled beyond rage. Hands clenching tightly. You. It's for school's necessity. The blonde takes steps to the front, grab the note harshly and read it. He wants to say something. Mouth already opened, but there. Nothing comes out from it. Only another tired sigh that out from him. Just give me the money and I'll go. Understood. Wait a minute here, I'll go find Tsubaki and ask the money now. With that, she out from there. Naruto stood still in there, looking at the door for minutes before turning back to the pile of paper on Sona's desk. Another extra work then. His hand reached out and white bluish magical array can be seen from above the papers. In another place. Now we see Naruto who walking while reading a manga and sometimes. He has this perverted giggle that out from his mouth. He keeps focusing on the manga, ignoring many eyes that sent towards him. Some confused, some afraid, some disgusted, and some eyes are filled with lust. Don't ask about the last one. He keeps doing that while showered by red hue from the sun, meaning it's when the day would change become night shortly. Ooh. Now comes to the end of date event. The blonde felt sore in his throat before he read the next page of his manga. The situation is when the main hero is finally asked the main heroine for a date after promised if the main hero win in some battle, he would take the main heroine to a date. Typical old shounen manga, isn't it? But the snap from his right fingers, a small puff of smoke appeared, then he grabbed something it before revealed a can of Coke appeared in his right hand. Using his finger, Naruto opened the can and drank the Coke. The blonde janitor feels something off. He turned to the right side and saw someone he knew as a friend. Issei. Truth to be told, there stood his brown-haired friend in a park. Hi to Issei, and it seems he's not alone in there. Isn't that the fallen angel? Why would Ashi's after the thing in his body? Of course, what he means about the thing is no other than something special like a rare energy, strong bloodline, or a sacred gear. Well, he would prevent any bad things that happen to him when the right time. For now, let's continue reading his manga. Ahahaha. In the picture now is the main heroine who laughing in some pair with sparkling effect on the background. Ahahaha. The female laughter has reached Naruto's ears. It sure was fun today. The main heroine is now looking at the hero with a satisfied smile. It sure was fun today. The same female voice that he heard before. He looks at the source and found it was the fallen angel who said it. I wonder. He looks at his manga as read the content. Hey, Ishii-kun. What is it, Yuka-chan? Now Naruto looked back at his friend. Hey, Issei-kun. What is it, Yuma-chan? A bright star appeared in his eyes. He looking at his manga again with excited face. Interesting. There is something I want to do to celebrate our first date. Can you hear my wish? The heroine, Yuka, is asked Ishii shyly. What is the wish you want? Ishii asked back curiously. Looking back on reality again. There is something I want to do to celebrate our first date. Can you hear my wish? The fallen angel asked it with shyly. What is the wish you want? Issei asked back pathetically. Ooh. Ooh oh. The blonde flipped the next page his manga and continued to read it. He saw one full page with Yuka's expression only. Will you kiss me? Yuka asked a hero with blush and pleading eyes of her. Looking at Issei again. Will you die for me? Now look back at wait. Has he heard it wrong? He flips the manga too for several previous pages and reads it once again with high intensity. It sure was fun today. Said Yuka, who now looking at Ishii with a satisfied smile. Hey, Ishii-kun. What is it, Yuka-chan? There is something I want to do to celebrate our first date. Can you hear my wish? The heroine, Yuka, is asked Ishii shyly. What is the wish you want? Ishii asked back curiously. Will you kiss me? Yuka asked a hero with blush and pleading eyes of her. Now looking back at the reality. He found something that unexpected. There's Issei on the ground with a spear that made of light is stuck on his gut and the fallen angel is already gone from there. He stood in there like a hopeless deer. Looking at his friend, his fellow pervert who always said want to be a harem king, his dear fellow pervert who have big loves for boobs, is laying on the ground with his blood. He moves his legs to the opposite direction while muttering. Ignore it. Knock knock, come in. The door opened and showing Naruto who's still holding his manga. Osu. You're late. He suddenly blinked at that. Somehow, he wants to give the young woman in front of him a lame excuse. But the gloves he saw in her hands make him disperse the idea. Sorry. Be relieved when see Sona nodding and take off her gloves. The Kaichu grab a cup and walk to near the window while take a sip whatever is in the cup once a while. So, what happened? It's unusual for you to this late. Said Sona who still look out through the window. Naruto maybe look calm and collected while facing her back. But on the inside, his mind is thinking how to escape the situation. Come on Naruto. Think. You can't tell her that you went to another town just to get a rare magical girl Milky Spiral 7 alternative figurines. He took a deep breath and coughed 2 times. I was scouting in some area. There's a big number of the fallen angels that come to this town. And it seems they are after something or some things. Naruto. You are awesome. Oh, for that matter, I already heard it from someone else, said Sona. Still sipping her drink. It seems whatever there is still hot. A few minutes passed with silence in there, though Naruto who stood still, have contemplating looks on his face. Oh no. What is it? No, that it's just when I going back to here well read this manga Naruto show and pointed the manga in his hand. I saw Issei with this cute girl. And what about it? Asked Sona half-hearted while blowing her drink with few sound come from her mouth. Apparently, the two of them are going out and on a date then she moves her cup too near her mouth. Then, after watching for minutes I feel bored and can't help too curious about what happened next in this manga. So I read it a little and before I know. She drinks the whatever in that cup. The girls stab him. Few to spit out her drink. The blonde sees Sona coughing a few times before turn back and give him a disbelieved looks. She what? She stabbed him. It seems he was wrong after all, for told her about what happened earlier. Just look at that glare, oh no. This is bad. The young woman in front him has quickly put her gloves again and already rummaging something in the cabinet. It's not like he can't dodge everything she throws at him. But you know, sometimes you just have to let a girl hit you. It's for comedy service. Yeah, sometimes, life isn't that fair. Wait a minute, Sona. Calm down and please it through that brick. Be cowering in fear, doesn't want to taste the damnable holy brick again. And why should I listen to you? It's because everything is already controlled. She put the brick on her desk before giving him her coldest stare. Explain. Now. Naruto turned his head and saw the damnable brick is no longer in Sona's hand. He stood up with still gazing on the brick. Looking at wary because he could sense something holy about it. Now. Okay. You don't have to yell. Geez. He cleared his throat. What I mean is, I think the Gremory girl is made to say as her peerage. Ria's? Yeah. That girl. Because not long after I walk away going to report it to you. I could sense her energy near Issei. So it's possible that she has reincarnated him into a devil and adds him to her peerage. Ignoring the slip, Sona seems calm a bit after hearing that. She processes the information once again and found something off from it. And why would she do that? What make you sure that Rias would add Issei to her peerage? Maybe because of his sacred gear. Sacred gear? He has one. Well, from what I put one and one together. I sense Issei seem have something similar like one of your pawn. Oh, what is his name again? Saki. Sadie. Sanji. Saji. And what do you? The young woman held her question and think a bit about what the blonde janitor said. Saji have a sacred gear called Absorption Line, one of several sacred gears which hold the soul of Vritra, the black dragon. So that means. Don't tell me. Yeah. Issei has a sacred gear that related to a dragon. And a strong one too if it could make a fallen angel afraid of the possibilities. She quite shocked about that. To think someone like Haidu Issei could possess a powerful sacred gear. Furthermore, Ria seems is the one who gets it. The tired sigh out from Sona's mouth, she moves to sit on near chair and massage her forehead. She keeps silent like that, ignoring Naruto who start to read his manga again. Suddenly she straightens up, eyes focusing on the blonde. What? He can't be helped slightly intimidated by how she looks at him. Those eyes, those violet eyes are screaming trouble for him. Tell me something, Namikaze. From the way you explain it to me. You seem know about Issei's sacred gear for a while. So, since when? Huh? Oh, about that. I already know it around 1 month Waitwood. Why are you still want to throw that thing at me? I already explained it, didn't I? He cowered again, using his manga as a shield to his head. Then explain once again about why you didn't tell me about that information. And what would you do with it? Want to make him yours peerage? With what? Don't you only have 1 rook, 1 bishop and 3 pawns left? The young woman who wears red rimmed glasses stopped. That's right. Even if she wants to add him to her peerages, how she does it? Saji need 4 pawns to reincarnate him. And if what the blonde in front her said about how powerful Issei's sacred gear is true. I think I'll go home now. She stands up from the chair and walks to front him. Then, a white bluish magic symbol appeared under her. Yeah, I think you need that. Oh, and where I should put your order. Said Naruto who showing a scroll from nowhere. Near the cabinet what Sona said before white light engulfed her. And she goes like that. Not even a thank you, no good night and no see you later. Even some errand boy deserves that. He walks to where the young woman with violet eyes said and opened the scroll. Hi. A puff of smoke come into the view, then a different kind of thing appeared in front of Naruto. He walks into the Kaichu's desk, looking at the brick who gives him so much pain with a nasty glare. He opened another scroll and put the white content on above the damnable brick. Viewing with another puff of smoke, the brick is gone. Naruto clapped twice before put his hands together in praying motion. May our path never cross again. He stopped the gesture before closing his eyes a moment. And when he opened it back, gone the blue color of his eyes. Being replaced by purple. He looks at his surround, sensing if there's anyone who could interrupt what he will do. Okay, it seems there's no one else in the school. He snapped his fingers. Another white bluish magic symbol now glowing above on the same desk, then a pile of papers appeared from it. With little illusion and someone fatigues on doing job, anybody won't realize if their work are less than it should be. The blonde walk around it and sat on the chair before pick one of those paper and read it. Let's see swimming club budget how well, it should be like. Alone in the student council room. The blonde janitor writes and fills the necessary things for each those papers. Solving Kuo Academy's problems with the best solution and keep doing it without complaining. Yosh. Next is. Before he finished what he wants to say, a flash of white light appeared in front of him. After it gone, he looks what in the front. It's Sona. What are you doing? Wawa. No. This. The young woman is ignoring his panic gesture and grab one of the papers and read it. The paperwork and it's directed to Kuo's student council. She looks at the solution request box part and impressed what is written in it. Namikaze. Sona said it with unreadable tone, makes Naruto who halfway to sneak out from there stopped. He turned around, facing the back of her. Ahahaha, yo you know. This isn't like you see, said Naruto nervously. Do I have to say it? It was clear that she wants an explanation from what he did. Naruto who understand it just give what she wants. Yeah, I'm the one who fills it. Why? The blonde let out another sigh. It's already become a habit for the two if they always together. Whether in public meeting or even if they just passing by, the two always let out a sigh. Maybe it's because they understand each other. But in what? He doesn't know it himself. Recently, your family clan has a problem, right? And as the heiress, you have to take a big part for resolving it. So what? Asked Sona, still not facing the blonde. So you could get a rest, idiot. Her violet eyes widened a second after heard that. Well, it's not like Naruto could see it. I don't understand. As an heiress of Citri clan, I have to prioritize to solve any kind of problem in my clan first. 1 or 2 night for not resting is normal for me. This why a Brad is, muttered Naruto before continued with honest tone. It's because I'm worried about you. Eh? You have to work as student council in the morning and as Citri's heiress at night. No matter how sturdy a devil's body is, their mind is the same as a human. Even with a little stress, it could affect their body. I see. The nod comes from Naruto, satisfied she understand it. But, work is work. If it isn't then there won't be any meaning to do it. Naruto frowned at that. Didn't she hear it before, that he is worried about her? You. Well, Sona interrupted. If you want to help me that badly, no, she shook her head, correcting herself about what she want to say. Namikaze. From now on, after school. You'll help me to finish all the student council's paperwork in here until the Citri's clan problem is solved. It makes the blonde still disagree. Isn't it just same as making her work? Boo. And I take no for that. His hands clenched and body trembled. You that's, God. He scratches his hair furiously and then slouched tiredly. Fine. Naruto walked forward in her direction with a dejected face, don't want anything else than finish those paperworks. Wait. Just 2 steps from where he stood, Sona stopped him. What? Could you make a tea for me? I'm thirsty. Naruto muttered some unintelligent words before turning back. And walked to the door. Wait. Now what? He snapped without looking back. His hand is already on the doorknob. Thank you, Naruto. His eyes widened at that honest words of her. He actually never heard that a young woman with short black hair say his name again since 3 years ago, when she just entered this school. He smiled and lets out a soft snort before opened the door. Hi. The blonde goes out from that room and without looking back he continued what he said before closed the door. Like King-sama. Maybe if Naruto looking back and pay more attention to the window, he should see that beautiful smile in Sona's red-tint face. Done. So what do you think? Good? Bad? What the hell is this shit? Please don't say, give the last one. Some of you must already notice that Naruto is in Sona's peerage. As you read before. The lack of information and visualization source, manga and anime, makes this hard. Well, except for those authors that could do improvisation. If you want this continue, just tell me any information about Sona and her peerage. Like their personality past or even their favorite food. But please, don't give anything that already on Wikia because I already access it. Chapter 2. Not bedded. The author with not English as the main language. You know, it's the first time I received this kind of response. Where usually I should wait a weeks to see someone finally review my other story. And it always ended with only 1 or 2 reviewer. Yeah. It's kind of pitiful of me. Thanks to sir for his or her advice. It really helps to try create this chapter. For disclaimer, you think I own these 2 visual novel, manga, or anime? Hell no. There should be more, but I think it's enough. Aichu, what is he doing in here? The one who said it is a young man with short blonde hair and gray eyes who wears the Kuo Academy boys' school uniform. Behind him, there are 5 other people including Tsubaki and Tomo. About why the male student said that question, it's because currently he sees someone that not belongs to Kuo Academy Student Council. Naruto, the janitor. Osu. Breathed the spiky blonde without looking the questioner, still focused doing those paperworks in front him. You know. I think I'm regretting to help you in the morning now. Why can't I just do this at after school like yesterday? Asked Naruto to Sona while answering some request on the paper. Didn't you hear me before? We have a meeting with all of the teachers later, Sona explained calmly. But I can't take a nap because of it. Whined Naruto. You can take it as much as you want later at night, but it's different. How so? Because that's called sleeping. Not a nap. It sounds same to me. You don't get it, do you? Listen, a nap will give you a blessed feeling instead sleeping who only happen because of tired. With a nap, your body know when works best for them, but sleeping is only keep late in there and only wake up after more than 2 hours. Moreover, you could only take a nap when lazing around, instead sleeping because you have nothing to do. Do you understand now? No. Why not? I already explained it to you, didn't I, so why? Because it sounds same to me. You don't get it, do you? Listen, a nap will give you a blessed feeling instead sleeping who only happen because of tired. With a nap, your body know when works best for them, but sleeping is only keep late in there and only wake up after more than 2 hours. Moreover, you could only take a nap when lazing around, instead sleeping because you have nothing to do. Do you understand now? No. Why not? I already explained it to you, didn't I? So why? Because it sounds same to me. You don't get it, do you? Listen, a nap will give you a blessed feeling instead sleeping who only happen because of tired. With a nap, your body know when works best for them, but sleeping is only keep late in there and only wake up after more than 2 hours. Moreover, you could only take a nap when lazing around, instead sleeping because you have nothing to do. Do you understand now? No. Why not? I already explained it to you, didn't I? So why? Because it sounds. And it just repeated again and again. The two keep talking with calm flat tone. Ignoring all those dumbfounded stares from other people in that room. No Kaichu? Asked the short blonde who wake from those hypnotic conversation after heard it about 10th times. Sorry Saji. As you can see, he's doing school's paperwork with me, said Sona to the newly named Saji. Didn't see those disbelief looks from the group. And Naruto, stop whining and finish that works already. Which answered with lazy hi from the spiky blonde janitor. Sauna. I'm already done with all school club's request about club's equipment and room arrangement problems. Now I'm going to finish the new club member registrations. Sona turned her head to Naruto and says thanks before back to doing her part. The others look at how their Kaichu and Kuo Academy's janitor exchanging a nonchalant conversation to professional workaholic demeanor. But despite all the odds, there's one thing that make them curious. Why Kaichu calls him with his given name. But Kaichu, why are you let Namikaze-san doing it? He's only a janitor, you know, and what if he made a mistake? Said a young girl with white hair that reaches an inch past her shoulder and blue-green eyes. The question itself is answered by a smirk from Sona. Then, why don't see it yourself? His work is. Each member of Kuo's student council member does what their Kaichu says. They grab one, then sweat dropped after read what was in it. Request, Kendo Club request for a new set of equipment. We can't let Kibasama's skin to be soiled by those germs. Answer, don't worry, I think just clean the equipment with water and cloth will do that. With scrubbing it on every part over and over will make those germs gone. Or you could ask Namikaze-san, the janitor, to do it for 150 yen each set. But if you really want a new one, you could order it via Naruto Express and he'll give you a discount up to 30%. Request, I think we, the literary club, needs a new room. The one which we had currently in is uncomfortable for us. Those sounds that super rock metal clubs made are too loud. It's hard for us to read peacefully. Please, do something about it. Answer, there's an empty room on 3rd floor in schoolhouse, you could check it first. If you want it, come to us to fill the requirement before moving. By the way, I heard the literary club has too many books in there and needs some space for the next book that coming. I personally recommend you to move from where your club's room now. And if you have a problem for doing it, Naruto-san the janitor could do the moving just for 700 yen. Quite cheap, isn't it? Request, we think the current school's swimsuit needs some change, is it okay if we do it? Answer, as long as it won't too much revealed and still appropriate, why not? But you should show the design to us first so we could judge it. Talk about design, I heard Naruto-san our janitor could draw really well. You should talk it to him. And, it's only cost 300 yen if you doing it this week. That's the gist of it. This muttered Saji while trembling. What is this? You there. We are the student council. Not enterprises. Continued the short blonde while pointing on Naruto. What are you talking about? To take or not the offer, it's their own choice. I'm just trying to help the students. Well, with some price of course, the last one is said with slight tone. Shut up, you gold digger. Naruto suddenly stopped and his aura becomes different. The entire members except Sona are tensed, seeing something different from the janitor in fronts them. Gold digger you say? A calm whisper out from Naruto's mouth, loud enough to be heard to the others. Yeah. You're just abusing our power as the student council aren't you? Said Saji nervously. HMPH uncharacteristic snort like an Uchiha come from Naruto. Please don't compare me with those newbies said Naruto, while pushing imaginary glasses in his nose bridge. Then what are you from the tone, it seems the short blonde restrained his anger greatly. Naruto who heard it still calm. He pulls his collar and released it in cool pose and says. I am a swindler. You face faults by all those who heard it. Even Sona almost made a mistake on her work. Isn't it even worse Tomo who recovered quickly is giving him a Tsukomi. Is not. Is too. Naruto blinked at the unison, he sees each of all the members who shouted him giving a glare. The spiky blonde sighed and say. It can't be helped then. Seems like I should quit and go back to my old job as a beggar. No, I think a robber will do. What do you all think? The way their school's janitor said it with innocent smile and glittering light background make them want to grab, then throw him to a psychiatrist. Every member of Kuo's student council is ready to say something about that, but a sound that resembled his Final Fantasy's victory fanfare interrupts them. Ah, my phone said Naruto who start rummaging his pocket. They who know the meaning of that sound are gritting their teeth. Feeling as if the blonde janitor is mocking them. Hello, Naruto all in all, master of trades in here. May I know the victim I mean, the great person who will have my service. What's with that lame introduce? Moreover. He clearly said victim didn't he? Is what in their thought. All of them, including Sona now are looking at the blonde who answered with serious face, before change to easygoing, then chat animatedly. He keeps like that for minutes before closing the phone. He turning to their Kaichu direction and clapping once loudly. Interrupt all of them once again. Sorry Sona. It seems someone needs me, and I must meet him now. The frown marred in Sona's face. What about those paperworks? Ah, that. I already finished it. Along with another half from your PART chirped Naruto happily, make all of them who heard him snap their head to the blonde's table. True to be told, those amount of stacks on his table are increasing greatly from a few minutes ago. How? Well then, Itekamatsu. Naruto who and outside of the door give them a salute and then he bolted out from there. Jaya ha 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 ha. Hey. Don't running in the hall. Shout a short petite girl with a pair of green clips in the front of her twin ponytails brown hair and green eyes. She tried to chase him, but it's too late when saw the spiky blonde already turning toward the stairs. The girl decided come back in. Returning with the others but before closing the door. It's true. Everything's are done, said a tall girl with blue shoulder length hair and matching blue eyes. She currently checked some of the paperworks from the school janitor part. What's wrong, Ria? Tomo asked someone beside her. She is a slim girl with long brown hair that ends in two short braids and matching brown eyes. She also wears a blue headband. The newly named Ria just looking at the paper in her hand intensely. Make the other members now focus their attention to her. Ria? Questioned once again by Tomo. Ah, sorry Tomo-chan. It's just his answer is amazing. Look at how he give an answer that make you think how troublesome this thing's to do at the first sentence before giving an input about. There's another way to do it with easier. Then he used that moment to promoting his service. As a treasurer I'm impressed. More than one person does face palming in that room. Tsubaki suddenly moved forward and looking at Sona with glint in her glasses. Kaichu, I want to ask again. Why don't you put him into our school and add him to the student council? The others who heard it already know what the true meaning of those words. Why don't we make him a devil and add him to your peerage? I won't do that Sona said it calmly. Besides, he is already one of you silently added Sona in her thought. But why? From his appearance, he's no older than 18 years old, a scoff came from Sona, but Tsubaki ignored it and continued. And think the advantage of it. When he does all the paperworks, we could do something else, another word that have a hidden message come from Tsubaki. The others easily translated it as he will do all the paperworks, while we could laze around. Agreed instantly, both Tomo and the twin-tailed girl raised their hand. Well if Fuku Kaichu said it like that. I think it's not that bad, right Tsubasa-san? Said the white-haired girl to the blue-haired who newly named Tsubasa. An extra hand wouldn't be bad, Momo sent Tsubasa give a nod to the white-haired girl by Momo as her name. A male friend how that's a good idea Fuku Kaichu said Saji with approving smile. Sona see all of her servant from Tsubaki on the left to the twin-tailed girl that she recognized as Nomura Aruko on far right. All of them have happy smile with sparkling background but she doesn't see that. The young woman focused her violet eyes at something on their back, on those dark aura that hiding behind the fake accepting attitude. She really proud how devilish they can be. The Citriaris rose up, then walks to near window, making the atmosphere like some third-rate drama movie. Well, I find that idea is very fascinating. I still won't do that. But why Kaichu? I don't understand, asked Tsubaki stubbornly. Sona sighed tiredly while looking out through window, ignoring Naruto who running to the gate direction. He does handspring, side flip, and then backflips with rolling 3 times in the air before landing with feet on the ground. And he continued run with hand in the air like a madman. Yep. Just ignore that. Tsubaki. You know that he is my childhood friend, right? Said Sona, who closing her eyes now. The information itself makes everyone except Sona and Tsubaki are shocked. Hi. We have been together almost all the times, and even it's hard to admit it, Naruto is a genius. Even from long time ago, never once I win against him in term of intelligence. Except if he let himself to lose. Another shocking news to the student council members. They knew how smart is their Kaichu, but to know there's someone who could beat her. If that's so, Kaichu. Isn't that making us more likely to get him here? He is your childhood friend after all, said Momo confusedly. Then, answer me. Sona turned back and facing all of them. Where do you draw the line between genius and crazy? I see, the others said it while moved their gaze to another direction. Because no one in that room could look at those desperate tears in her eyes. At another place we can see Naruto sat in one spotted open cafe, waiting for someone. Near him, almost all the place is filled with the couples who flirting each other. From his face, it seems he doesn't focus on anything around him. Yeah, looking at how he dozed off like get rejected even before confessed to a girl. Somehow, that sounds so pitiful. He keeps looking like that before something cold touched his cheek. Turning his head, the blonde now seeing a man in his 20s with black hair and golden bangs. He also has red-violet eyes and wears gray kimono while holding soft drinks in his hands. Yeah. Sorry for make you wait. The man currently give Naruto a dazzling smile, which make the blonde's face blue while holding his mouth. Ugh. Oi oi oi, isn't it rude for suddenly want to puke after seeing someone's face? Naruto give him stop motion with his hand before composed himself after a few minutes. He turned his head and glaring at the man with 2 colored hair with still pale blue hue on his face. Shut up, brat. You know how weak my stomach is if I see anything that screaming homo, grunted the blonde. The man just shrugged it off, then sat on the opposite Naruto and offered the drinks. Here, something that maybe helps you, Jai-chan. Thanks, Azazel. He took then drinks it. Not my taste but whatever, said Naruto, who start to feel better. I see you still annoying as ever. By the way, what's with suddenly calling my name like that? Questioned the newly named Azazel. Nah. I just think the author need to introduce your name so this scene could continue easier. For someone who not good with vocabulary and grammar, I think by giving your name will make this chapter better than always typing the man who has this or the man who has that. Simple like that. Thank you, Naruto. You're welcome. Ha. Azazel's sweat dropped after heard what this blonde in front him said. He just shrugged it off and thinks it's just another thing when an old man becomes senile in some moment. By the way, Stop calling me like that, Jai-chan. Interrupted Azazel. You dare to ordering me? Questioned Naruto with calm deadly tone. Sorry. Odd, answered pathetically by the older looking man. A nod from Naruto as he continued. So, what are these things you want to talk about? About that, Azazel cleared his throat, trying to ignore that annoying nickname and look at Naruto seriously. There is something I want you to do. Naruto give him a sigh and said. You know the rules, as long as it isn't involved about time travel, dimension transfer and world's destruction, right? Don't worry, Jai-chan. Even if I already become a fallen one, I still remember the rules. Blue eyes gazing at red-violet one intensely. Digging and search everything that lead to deception. Few minutes he searched and found nothing. Naruto continued to drink. Then, what is it? How's the blonde asked with casual tone, make Azazel smiled in relief. Several people from my kind, well, forget it. You know there's something wrong about those fallen angels who gathering in same place, right? The statement is answered with a simple nod from Naruto. It started when I give an order to one of them to observing someone. But it's turned out to be a mistake. In her own act, she killed him instead, do what I said then run away. The reason why she that, I don't know it yet. And this someone is turned to be a teen named Haidu Issei, right? Just shoot the request. I already know the gist of it. Then it makes this conversation faster. Jai-chan, I want you to confirm me that the boy has Red Dragon Emperor as his sacred gear. It's simple, you just have to observe him for a while before report it to me. The Welsh one. Yes. Well, fine by me. But Jai-chan, I need wait. Did you just agree? Yeah. I'm more curious about what kind of things you'll give as the payment rather than hearing your reason. And for your information, I don't find your toys are interesting. The man with two colored hair blinked at that easygoing answer. Then he laughed hard, make everyone who heard it turn their head at him. He laughed for a moment before died out and looking at Naruto with nostalgic gaze. Even after so long we finally meet like this, you still don't changed. Forgiving nonchalant answer but straight to the point, that's the most thing I like about you. Jai-chan another dazzling smiles that Azazel give to Naruto. Well the blonde reaction is. He's already near a trash can and throwing up on it. The peoples who hear the conversation are give a different reaction. Some disgusted, some understand, some condolence, and some excited. You bast buia. Re-puking moment later. Now we see a slightly better Naruto and Azazel who have a bump on his head. Moving aside, I already agree to your request. Now, what's the payment? Azazel who uses healing magic at his head suddenly stopped. A smirk formed in his face before rummaging his sleeves and pull out something. Ah that's. Tap, tap, tap. From far away, a blur figure moving with steady pace. His step sound that echoed in all direction while a gust wind that suddenly passing that place make the situation like where two cowboys would duel to the death. But this time, it's just the figure who walking alone. Yufufu. The snicker out from his mouth coincided with blonde spiky hair that began to visible to be seen. Yufufu ha 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 ha. Those evil villain laughter not only make nearby cat hissed but also a mother who pull his son and going to another direction. Naruto rummage his pocket. Eyes closed and proud smile in his face. Never thought the damn brat is who has it finally, after those long journeys to search it. Finally. He pull out three rectangle object that looked like made of plastic. It has the same a picture of a busty woman with long black hair but with different clothes on each object. In the lower left corner can be seen something like a stamp with red colored mark R18, for adults only. Basically. It's a porn. Woo-oh. Never thought I would get Milky Yui 9 rare DVD edition. Not only one, but three type of medium. High. And lunatic version. Shouted Naruto like a child who get their first Xbox, missing a pair brown eyes looking at him with dry stare. The blonde start to running in circle with holding the porn in the air. His gaze never leaving the so-called Milky Yui 9 rare edition. What are you doing, Namikaze? Then he stopped. Looking to the left he saw the same reddish-brown haired girl in the student council room before. He hides the porn behind his back, silently using a magic to put it on his pocket dimension. Then, he coughed and composure himself. Nothing a blatant dismissal comes from Naruto. By the way, you two. What are you doing in here? He scrunched his face before realization come to him. What are you doing in here? Toto-chan. Who are you called Toto-chan? Toriko. Wrong. Tomb Raider. The hell with Tomb Raider. It's Tomo. Meguri Tomo. Besides. What kind of parent would names their child Tomb Raider? Shouted Tomo while pointing the blonde janitor. Ahahaha. Don't laugh it off. Naruto give a placating motion. I'm sorry. Now, back to the question then. What are you doing in here? Tomo Kai. You. Doing it on purpose aren't you? Doing what? She really wants to punch that innocent smile. Ratatata, ta, Scratch that. She will crush that phone and then punch him in the face. Tomo see the blonde rummaging his pocket and pull out his phone, still with that annoying ringtone, before then he answered it. Hello Naruto all in all is master it's Souna what's wrong? By the way, I met Tomo Kai in HEREA. What do you mean? A second-year student of Kuo Academy look at the janitor receiving a call. From what she heard, it seems her Kaichu is the one who called him. She sees how he answered with that nonchalant tone of him. Are you sure? Again. That serious demeanor which completely opposite what he did make her wondering about what kind of person this janitor is. Oh, look. Now he is sighing. I'm okay with it from the start. It's you who told me to hide it after all, didn't you? Nah. Don't worry about it. I'm just curious about what is in your mind, that's all wait. Should I tell her everything or just okay then? Tomo see the blonde ended the call and put the phone back to his pocket. Well then, let's go Tomo Kai said Naruto while start walking to random direction. Please stop calling me like that, Namikaze. Also, what do you mean by let's go? The girl following him curiously. Naruto. Call me Naruto, not Namikaze. And for you question, Sona told me to help you with your devil's job. She stopped her track after hearing that. Slightly shocked that the blonde know about what she is. What just did you said? Naruto who expected this turned back facing her. Sona really didn't tell you, did she? That I am a smirk formed in his face. A swindler. Enough with that swindler thing already. You fine. I am a devil pouted Naruto before continued walking without looking back. For someone like Meguri Tomo, she didn't know what to says about the blonde in front her. Apparently, the young janitor of Kuo. Academy isn't a regular human as what I thought. The fact that she and her friends always meet him on the school gate, heard a rumor that he could do many things, and someone who known as the poor prince among the girls is actually one of her kind. The devil. She does a face palming after remembered something. Of course, he is Kaichu's childhood friend. And knowing she is a heiress devil from Surti clan, it means the blonde is also a devil. We're here. His voice put an end her thought. She looks at the old warehouse building in front her before confirming the address once again. The place is right, turning her head to right, she facing the blonde and give him a nod. Thanks for accompanying me, Namikaze. But I'll take it from here, said Tomo, who start walking into the old warehouse. But before that. Wait, Naruto, stop her. Well, what is it? She's slightly curious about what will the childhood friend of Hikaichu's thinks. I wonder. Somehow, that grins in his face screaming a stupidity to her. Creak dumb. The sound of an old door being opened and then closed by someone in empty warehouse. Where it's neither too bright nor dark either in the inside. The figure walked to the front, make some light from a window showing it as Tomo. Hello, anyone in there, shouted the girl while walked a random direction. She walks for a minute before finds something in front her. A dead body. Ha 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 ha. A laughter sound can be heard from nowhere. Okay. Let's ignoring that C-rated terrible laugh, tell me who you are. Little cunt devil know how to talk. Still better than your little dick. Now, please tell me what kind of trash that I'm speaking with. Said the girl with bored tone before she sees a sword that passed through her stomach. The trash that killed a scum devil. Kahahaha. She turned her head and saw a young man with short white hair and red eyes. He was dressed in clerical clothing and had a disturbing smile on his face. In his hands is a sword, the one which stabbed her. It's supposed to be pained, instead a smirk formed in Tomo's face. She bent her body so the head could see him clearly. Hey, I have a question. What is it, scum devil? Where's the blood? Her smirk turned become a full grin when the man realized that there's no blood dripping from her stomach. Poof. The puff of smoke engulfed Tomo's body before revealed a log replaced her. Ah, but it isn't an ordinary log. It's a log with many sizzling papers. What the? Boom. The young man thrown from there. He's skidding, then stopped and looks around, searching for the devil that tricked him. Yo. The white-haired man turned at his head at the source and found a spiky blonde young man who's sitting on a pole. Ha 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 ha. Another scum devil to be killed, a joy remark come from the white-haired, contrary the opposite from his face, that shown hold a lot of pains. Yep. Whatever makes those pains lessen up. They stood still for seconds with a grin in their face. After they considered long enough, both of them moved with a blur. If you slowed down a time, we could see the white-haired man hold his sword as in slashing motion, ready to parry those kunai in Naruto hands. The distance between both of them is closer and closer. Naruto's kunai is reaching the point where it touched the sword, but something different happened. Before the two clashed, the white-haired man maneuvered his body so the sword is going past through it and poised on stabbing motion. Stab. And it succeeded to going through Naruto's body. Hey. The white-haired turned up his head and facing the blonde face. Like I said, where's the blood? Poof. Another log replaced Naruto's body. And, yeah. It's the same log with sizzling papers. Hey, why would you drain your stamina while could defeat someone with cheap homemade bomb? It's called efficient, you know. Shit. Boom. His body thrown again, this time onto solid cement, then rolling like a rag doll before crashed to a wall. His red eyes strained to keep it open, sometimes closed on instinct when felt all those pains increased. With hard effort, he got up and leaned on the wall. Sir? He turned to the left and sees the same blonde bastard who blows up him. Gone that pale blue shirt and pants, instead he wears something similar like a police officer. You drop this, said Naruto, who pulls something from his back, then show it to the albino young man. Poof. It's the third log. Oh, come on. Boom. Like I said, what the hell is that explosion? She shouted while pointing at the warehouse, where there is another identical Naruto who creates some barrier around it. A clone is what he said. I already told you it's a log, Tomo Kai. Don't lie to me. How a log could do that? Do what? Explode. Boom. What are you talking, Tomo Kai? Of course a log couldn't do that, said Naruto with his innocent smile. But you that, gaahh. The young woman can't take it anymore. She scratched her hair furiously while running in the circle until she felt a tap on her shoulder. What? She sees the enigmatic blonde smiling at her. His hand reached out offering the food in his hand. Here, have some takoyaki. It could help you calm down. Okay. That's it. She snatched it, throw it to the ground, then stomp the damn stupid takoyaki furiously and make sure the blonde watch what she does. You sure have fun. The reddish brown-haired girl turned her head and what she saw is something that makes her crying that time. The janitor. The damn stupid Namek is fooing Naruto is eating another takoyaki with those I am fooing innocent eyes. She slumped to the ground with tears flowing from her eyes. I want to go home right now. Is this it? Is this what Sona Kaichu felt all those times with the damn stupid fooing as Ole Namek is Naruto? Boom. Ooh. Naruto decided, more like felt guilty after make the girl crying like that, to move from there to a park. The two now sitting on a bench where Naruto put his hands together in praying motion while Tomo looking down with shadowed eyes. I'm sorry, Tomo Kai. I don't mean it. Really. Actually, it's a lie. Naruto did all that with the purpose to annoy her, but it seems he overdoing it now. Because no matter how many he said sorry, she gives him a silent treatment. No luck it seems. The blonde sighed at another fail attempt. That is. His gaze focused on a crepe vendor near the entrance. Tomo Kai. Want some crepe? There's a twitch in her ears. Oh. She's responded seems like he still had hope. Tell me, Tomo Kai. There's a girl that I want to make up with, I tried to apologize many times, but she ignored me to the end. So if I buy her some crepes, will she forgive me? Another twitch from Tomo. Good, just one more push. Let's say, if I give her 2-3. Let's say if I give her 3 choco. Strawberry with vanilla ice cream and Nutella as its topping. Yeah, that. Let's say if I give her 3 strawberry crepes with vanilla ice cream and Nutella as the topping, will she forgive me? A subtle nod is the only answer he gets. Then, 3 strawberry crepes with vanilla ice cream and Nutella as the topping it is damn, that was an unnecessary detail in there. The blonde janitor rose up from there and start walking to the crepe vendor. Missing a smirk from the girl behind him. 3 strawberry you know what? Screw it here, your crepes. Now will you? Before Naruto finished what he want to say, Tomo snatched the crepes and ate it in a blink of eyes. So good said the girl while putting her hands on her cheeks with dreamy face and flowers as background. Those tender textures from the crepe combined with sour sweet strawberry and soft vanilla ice cream that wrapped with choco hazelnut. Ah what a happiness. Dee. Tomo suddenly realized that she isn't alone either. Ahem. I mean, yeah. That was good said the girl with adorable blush on her face. You know, I think you could break a record for eating 3 crepes in less than a half of second. Shut up. The two just stare each other for minutes, which broken when Naruto start to laugh and follow her by a giggling from Tomo. It ended with both of them smiling. So, how about my apologize? It accepted. But you still annoying, Namek is. Her playful jab is only dismissed by a laugh from Naruto. He sat on the bench and facing at her. Naruto. Didn't I tell you to call me that? She remembered it. Ah but, for suddenly call someone's given name is, it's fine isn't it? Then, how about this? Naruto coughed once before stand up and stretched out his hand while smiling. Hello, my name is Namek is Naruto. But you can call me Naruto. It's kind of sudden but, wants to be my friend. A friend, huh, there's slightly joy feeling in her words. She see his hand for a moment before hold it with hers. Hello Naruto. My name is Meguri Tomo. And no, I don't want to be your friend still smiling Tomo said that. AWKWARD. Naruto break the hold and pointing his fingers at the girl. What are you doing, you woman? This is where you should be said yes isn't it, it's all happened in manga and anime. He shouted while stomping the ground. Ah why would I become a friend with an annoying person like you? She shouted back while pointing her finger too. Is this how to talk to a senpai who older than her, you damn brat? Who is the damn brat? Don't get cocky just because you're 1 year older than me, you stupid whiskers. This is not a whiskers. It's a birthmark you octopus hair. Octo you. The two now glaring each other's. Blue meet brown with sparks between them. Boom. A loud sound of explosion interrupt the two, followed by a little tremor can be felt on there. Amo snapped her head to the right, looking at the humongous smoke that reached the sky. Well what happened? It's not only her who said that. All of people on the park also have a similar question about it. Wait. If it takes from this park's direction, then that place is the old warehouse from before. She turned back to the blonde, wanting an explanation for what happened. Because she knows, there's no way that a stupid log could do it this time. But. Why are you throwing up at this time? Shoo shut up you ugh. Bwea. Naruto is already on nearby trash can, spewing out what is in his stomach. Stupid cloak we. Earlier, another PLAC ha ha ha. Heavy pant can be heard in the dim warehouse. The only thing that can be seen is the same white-haired young man from before, whom looking at the darkness in front him. Yufufufu, I don't expected that you could endure it so long. The figure walking to a brighter on that place, which is in front of the white-haired man. It's shown Naruto. Or at least his clone. With a perverted face. Naruto walks slowly to the albino man, ignoring how scared shitless he crawling back then stuck by a wall. "Why are you so scared?" said Naruto with those disturbing lust-filled tone. He reached the albino guy's cheek and rubbed it slowly. "Don't worry, this Ani-san will teach you all the pain." The albino red eyes widened. Not because of what Naruto said, but because many papers suddenly appeared from nowhere. Making it like a romantic scene where a hero saved damsel in distress. But this time, it's a man-to-man instead man-to-woman. "Let's continue," when Naruto licked his lips then said. "Tender ly." But the snap of his fingers, all those papers are sizzling. And the white-haired young man can only says. "Phew." Boom. That is what happened. Not Naruto would tell it to the girl though. And to shorten about why the explosion can be seen it's because Naruto's trademark clone. Yep, the one that could give its experience when dispelled. When let's say the glitch clone for the one who exploding and the usual clone for who maintain the barrier. So when the glitch one dispersed, its experience is not only given to the original, but also on the usual clone. Then when the usual clone got the mental damage, it's dispersed and makes the barrier also gone. And leading to how the explosion can be seen. We and Naruto who's still puking now shown become really pale. Iwa, how many times again? 7, 9. Meanwhile Tomo is amazed, never thought she will see someone could vomiting that long. Ugh, I never thought this day would come. The day when I died because of puking Buya. Somehow, Tomo can't be helped to feel satisfied at how miserable her academy's janitor now is. Buya. Done. Tomo, it's ended with a puke. Now, Tomo-san. Please go back to your room because your role is ended in here. Tomo grumbles. So I see you already noticed there's a difference in this chapter from before. I don't know how to say it, but the point is like this. 1. I'll try to create and introduce Onna Peerage's personality as far as I can do. 2. Naruto's background will leak bit by bit and it's up to your imagination of what kind of person is he. 3. I knows how sucks I write a story, so could you give me a tip for make it better? That's all. Ciao. Chapter 3. Rewrite 3. 8, not bedded. Yo. I'm back to deliver this chapter. But well sorry for waiting. I was studying about trolling, Tsukomi, have job hunting, thinking invention, some problem, and something. I think I should apologize to all trollers. Because saying I'm trolling here or I'm trolling that is not trolling. So I add one without telling from now on. Can't tell you would catch it though. Once again, sorry. Anyway, thanks for to favorite and following this story. I appreciate that. And for the readers who want me adding serious scene, I honestly find the idea is not really good. But I still did it in this chapter. Don't know if it's worth. You tell me. Just an advice. Don't expect too high for this chapter. Because, well, the Naruto in here is a little different from previous chapter. I'm trying to change a pace for a while. Warning for bad grammar, spell checks, and something weird in Ria's and Naruto scene. Finally for disclaimer, you think I own those two visual novel, manga, or anime? Hell no. So this is Kuo Academy, huh? Said a figure who's standing in front of Kuo Academy's gate. A girl that has blonde hair styled in twin short side ponytails and blue eyes. She looks 15 or 16 years old and wears an outfit that could be identified as a gothic Lolita. The girl walks in while looking around the place. Trees, buildings, fountain, everything looks like a normal school for a place where some devils in it. You see, her name is Middled. She is a fallen angel who was sent to Kuo Academy for gathering information about the Gremory heiress and her servants. Well, it's not like the Gremory girl could win against her group anyway. But her boss, Rinal-sama, wants to make sure no one interferes the ritual that they will do this night. Enough about it. For now, just concentrated on her mission. She stops walking after seeing someone behind the fountain. A man that currently sweeping has spiky blonde hair, wears pale blue shirts and pants. Focusing her gaze, she sees something on his back. A janitor. As if can read her thought, the older blonde suddenly stopped and looking around. Makes Middle instantly hide behind a tree near the gate, forgetting she is just visitor that came to that place. What is he doing? Thought Middle while looking at him like a stalker to their prey. She saw the janitor walk to his left and picked something from the ground. She focused her gaze and looks at what the man holds. Ah, it's 10,000 yen. She saw the man looking around again before put the money in his pocket and whistling as if nothing happened. Iwa, never thought there's also people like that in here, muttered the blonde girl while giving dirty stare at the worker. She decided to shrug it off and start walking while smirking. Ma, that will do then. Someone like him must be easy to be manipulated, thought the fallen angel. She walks until behind the janitor and pulling his shirt twice, well makes a face that look like a timid girl. No excuses me, Ani-san the girl, middled, said it shyly. The older blonde turning around. Showing his bored faces to her. So young. Yeah, the janitor who has blue eyes like her and 3 lines on his cheeks looks young. It's almost like he is one of the students. Instead of an employee. The grunt from the young man makes her realize that she's staring at him. No, that's I just want to ask, is this place called Kuo Academy? I'm in here to see my friend. Quickly, she backed to her fake shy personality and asked a question while fidgeting and fake blushing. Middle saw the older blonde giving her dry stare, then walked to the school gates while motioned her to follow him. Slightly curious, she complied the janitor and thinking why can't he just answer her question. She followed him until to the front gate, then stopped when he turned around and facing her. Her eyebrow twitched when the man tapping Kuo Academy's nameplate with still bored face. Think fast, she ignoring how she could make a mistake and made an ad-lib. It seems this is indeed the place. I'm so sorry, sometimes I was so careless. Didn't see the nameplate before, teehee. She punches her head lightly like a klutz anime character with glimmering background. Only to be shrugged off by the man before he walks away. How? At least show a blush in your face. Please wait. Shouted Middled. The older blonde who heard it stopped and turned back before let out a deep sigh. Wow, what's with that how troublesome sigh, is that how you treat a visitor? She really holds her anger when the man raised his eyebrows that clearly say what now? Just talk already. Don't you have a mouth? With great restraint, she continues her act. Nona. Actually, about seeing my friend. It's a lie. I'm just nervous because I'll transferring to this school tomorrow and I always get lost easily. That's why, Ani-san. Can you show me around? She gives her special technique. A combination puppy eyes dog with glimmering background and some lullaby BGM. This move is very effective for most people she encountered. Well, maybe not this time. Because. Yawn. Yep, he is damn. That must be hurt her pride. Little bodies trembled, restrain rage that already on the verge of her limit. This guy how dares he? No could you? Show me. Around. Her smile slightly faltered while some veins popped on her forehead. The janitor lowered his head and looking at her with flat stares. Then suddenly, he point up his index finger before stretch out his palm. While smiling. Another vein popped on her forehead. By the way, that's makes 4 already. What is it, Ani-san? I don't understand what you mean, now she less curious and just wants to stab him with a couple light spears. The man blinked. Twice. Before he looks at her with rubbing his thumb repeatedly over the tip of the index finger and middle finger. Makes the fallen angel head slightly down with bangs shadowed her face. Of course, even an idiot knows what that sign means. Money? Could you wait a minute in here? I've to go for a moment, it won't be long. A flat emotionless tone out from her mouth. Totally different from shy and bashful one before. The answer she gets just a nod from the janitor, which she replied back with thank you before going to another direction. Missing a grin from the blonde male. She crosses the bridge, walks towards a building, then go into an alley. Her head turned left and right like searching something, before stopped when it landed on a trash bin. Yeah, it will do. She moves closer to the front of the bin. Her face lifted up showing anger with tears that held very well. Then she starts kicking it. The trash bin. You son of a whore. Who do you think you are? There's a sweet girl asked you a simple things, then what? You ignored her. And what's with that attitude anyway? You have a mouth so just talk already you stupid blonde. Also, money you expect me to pay you for guiding the school, don't you already get a salary from your boss you as whole, that's it. I will kill you after this stupid mission is done. You hear me bastard you? Will. Die. She goes on like that for minutes before stopped because of exhaustion. Taking several deep breaths and released it, she composed herself then walking back to where that bastard janitor is. Leaving already bended trash bin in that alley. The blonde fallen angel walks while thinking what method she would do to kill that janitor. Because, well you know, it's kind of boring too. Just stab him in the gut, looking his shocked face, blah blah blah, then watch how he asking why, or how could she stab him with dramatically before he's finally dead. The young fallen angel movement suddenly stopped, her body trembled, and pink lights are flickering in her hand while her expression is beyond an anger. Why you said? Well maybe because she saw the same blonde janitor is leaning on the gate. Even from far away, she could tell that he is sleeping. Just look at that stupid face. Head turned upwards. Eyes closed, mouth. A gape and a bubble that come from his nose. It clearly says that he was sleeping. I leave you for what 10 minutes? 10 minutes and you are already asleep. The lights on her hand become denser and began to form like a spear for a second, then it's dimmed back to nothing. She takes several deep breaths while keep muttering mission first, castrate him later. Mission first, castrate him later. A few minutes doing that, she calmed down before continued walk to the academy's direction. Then another person appeared in her line of vision. A girl. Red hair that has short twin tail in the back and an antenna sticking out from the top. What is she, a remote-controlled human? Anyway, the girl seems related to the blonde janitor. Looking how she does crouch start position in the middle of the bridge while heads up facing him. And she could sense the dark aura that's screaming revenge from the girl. Middle chooses to stay still and observe the girl. And somehow, in her deepest heart she had a feeling that something will happen. Something stupid. The girl suddenly sprinting, slightly makes Middle startled. I repeat. Not running, but sprinting. Like a bullet that shoots out from a gun, the red-haired girl sprinting not like an ordinary human. Then, about a few meters from the distance between the two, Middle saw the girl jumped and thrust her right foot. Right into the blonde janitor face when he opened his eye. Such a beautiful technique that even Liu Kang from MK would give the girl an A+ in flying kick lesson. And it seems not end yet. How hard the kick makes the blonde janitor's body forced open the gate. He was thrown, bouncing and twirling in the air like when you play skipping rocks. Once. Twice. Then after the third time he bouncing, the blonde man skidding with his face on the ground before stopped in front of the fountain. But what is this satisfied feeling in her heart? Ha! Take that you blonde bastard. It's a payback for dyeing my hair to green yesterday. A smug shout can Middle heard from the red-haired girl. Before she running to the inside academy and turned to left direction while laughing. But before the girl going too far, the blonde janitor quickly rose up and takes off his shoes. Then throws it right into the red-haired girl's head and made her fall to the ground. Middle saw the janitor just standing in there for a few seconds, then starts running to inside the building directions when the girl rose up and chasing him. My Korea. Middle heard the girls shout until it's dispersed along with their figures. Leaving only her alone now, standing in the middle of the bridge. Then she starts walking to the opposite of Kuo Academy direction. FK with this mission, she would say nothing to be worried about the Gremory girl to her boss. Yep. It's better than makes her headache increased. Noon another place, same day. It's around noon, we're about a few minutes before lunch's time in Kuo Academy. Now there's Naruto walking in the hall while caressing his cheek. Damn. The girl has a good kick. After the confrontation with Tomo, Naruto reaches ceasefire agreement with her for today. She says it seems Sona needs him for something in the student council's room, which leading him going to that place now. Naruto keep walking while thinking of payback his new playmate. Ma, that's right. Maybe I should use the experiment number 98751. The thought itself makes him shivered in excitement. I mean, it would be so funny to see her expression when she woke up in the morning only found out that she turned into a male. Dark menacing aura formed around the janitor. From nowhere, a shadow figures of certain Snake Sanin appeared behind Naruto. Along with his infamous chuckles that comes out from the blonde's mouth. Coo. Several students and teachers who heard it suddenly take steps back until touch the wall. Some even jump out from the window. Knock come in. While ignoring all the students who know why running away from him, Naruto found himself in front of the student council's room and entered the place. There's only Sona there, looking outside through the window. It seems the gesture becomes her trademark lately. Osu? You need something from lil old me. Close the door. And stop your attempt to speak with Kansai dialect. The way you speak it sounds 177 times worse than the original. It's even an insult for all people from there. Also, it makes you look weird. No, I'm sorry. That was rude of me, because you are weird in the first place. Naruto just blinked at those rapid insults. Twice. Okay, Naruto complied her in smooth utterly defeat tone. Is it really that bad? For him using Kansai dialect? Naruto shook his head and shut the door before facing Sona once again. So. What is it? The girl is turning around and push her glasses. Yesterday, one of the peerages saw you sparring with your own clone. The blonde is tilting his head. One of the peerages who? It's Yuri Tsubasa. Hums again. The tall blue-haired girl with Bishounen face. Oh, her so. What about it? He doesn't find it a problem if someone saw, peek, or even spy on his training. It's not like he hiding it anyway. It seems she is amazed about your style, technique, and power behind the punches as she said. Once again, so what? Just get to the point already. She wants you to train her. Huh? She wants you to teach. I heard that. What I don't understand is why should I teach her? I don't even know her in the first place. There's contemplating looks on Sona's face. That girl believes that she is weak. For a rook, strength alone is not enough is what she believes. That's why when she saw you. Training, she decides to learn how you fight, whatever it takes. There's a silence in that room. Sona look at Naruto who close his eyes for a moment, thinking about the situation at the time. The blonde janitor sighs in discomfort before opening his eyes and said nah. Don't wanna. Too troublesome. Well, knowing him for all those years, Sona doesn't find his answer is not so surprising. I see. Then, I will tell that to her later. But you'll do. Anything else? Right after he asks that, the school bells rang. Telling its lunch period is for the students. No, that's all. Okay then. Naruto was turning back and starts to walk out from there. But only 2 steps before the door. Wait. The Citriera stops him, makes the blonde turn and facing her again. What? Did you already eat? She asks it with while fidgeting while looking at another direction. There's a small blush in her face, makes the heiress one of 72 pure-blooded devil clans, look like a normal high school girl in love struck. Such uncharacteristic gestures of her. Oh no. He can't be helped to be confused. Just where this situation is going to. But then. Sona going to a near cupboard, rummaging something from there, then pull out 2 boxes that wrapped by a blue cloth and put one on a desk. Ah, that's one for you, said the girl still blushing and look at another direction. Biwa, what with this romance comedy development? Is the author changing the genre to drama? Oh no. It's still on parody. Then what's with this situation? Also, that box. From the size, is it a bento? Or? Naruto look at the box confusedly but. Boy, ignoring me aren't you? Still took it. He unwraps the cloth and the lid before look at the content. Ooh. Looks good. It's a food, more accurately a medium-sized lunch meal set with rice, tempura, white sauce, and salad in it. There's also chopsticks beside the box. Really? Then, taste it. Yes madam. Cool, and the timing is good too, because I'm really hungry at now. Naruto took the chopstick. Ah, by the way. Where did you buy this? And silently say. I did Akamasu before hold the box. Missing a twitch in Sona's eyebrows. That's. He pinches the tempura and brings it to the front his face. In slow motion, Naruto's mouth already opened. Ready to ravish the deep-fried shrimp. A handmade. That makes him stop and turning his head mechanically with mouth still agape. Ha! It's a handmade. Closing his mouth, he blinks slowly. 3 times. Ahahaha. Sorry, looks like my hearing are. Like I said, it's a handmade. I made it with my own hand from the scratch. The tempura, the rice, white sauce, salad, and the chopsticks. Ah, that explain why there's a Citri symbol on it. He put back the tempura on the box. And take a step. No. 3 step back from it. Sorry, I'm still full from this. Didn't you say you're really hungry before? As if for mocking him, Naruto's stomach grumbled. Loud enough to make him sweating bullets. I have to go now. He dashed out from there. But 1 inch. Just 1 more inch for him to break the door, something stopped him. Magical barrier. Truth to be told. White bluish magic circle with Citri's clan symbol on it suddenly appeared all over the room. No one can out from this room. It's either I release the seal or someone coming in, the barrier will be still on. Now, what's wrong with my handmade cooking? The deadly calm voice can be heard behind Naruto. Shut up. What is my fault that you doing this to me fault? Besides all those pranks you did to me years ago. No. There's aren't. Now, tell me. What's wrong about my handmade cooking? It was an honest question from the black-haired kaiju. What's wrong, head looking down, and his body is trembling. Do not know whether it's from anger or fear. You told me what's wrong? Then he lifts up his face, showing indeed he is scared about something. You remember what happened the first time you give me your handmade cooking to me? A certain scene surfaced from the kaiju's memories. There's Sona when just a child. Looking clueless while holding a spoon with the red stains on it in her face. Strangely enough, she looks just like a murderer who has stabbed someone. And in front of her, an older-looking Sona who currently hugging Naruto while crying. His eyes were pure white, body jerking wildly, and non-stop white foam comes out from the mouth. Quick. Call doctor, ambulance, anything. We have a food poison victim in here. Naruto. Hang in there. Sona averted her gaze to another place with nervous looks. Oh no. You just remembered it, don't you? She closed her eyes embarrassedly. Anyway. It's already in the past, I'm different now. Just tastes it already. No hell no. It's true I want to die, but not this way. No God, no Buddha, even angels could force me to eat that biological weapon again. An eerie silent atmosphere is suddenly formed in that room. What did you say? I said. 1 glance. 1 deadly glance from Sona Citri makes Naruto freeze up. It seems he makes a fatal mistake here. Shit. Her Yandir switches on. Quick. Think Naruto. Do you want that bioweapon going inside your bodies once again? That's right. She said the barrier will be down when someone enters this place. Rummaging his pocket, he grabs a cell phone and stay. Swoosh thunk. Dot. Only for the cell phone is embedded on the floor by a pair of chopsticks. The one with Citri symbol. You can't call anyone now, those sharp tone of hers. FK this. Hirish, what the hell? From nowhere, several unusual line and kanji words that forming some shape has appeared all over the room. You think after living with you for years didn't make me learn how to stop your teleporting technique? Sona start walking to his direction while taking the bento with her. Half of her face is darkened, along with dark grin plastered there. Saw, what will you do? Naruto is looking at her with a determined face. No matter what. He couldn't lose. No. He can't lose. I won't lose. Bring it on. The scene now is looked like a painting where a hero, Naruto, facing a demon lord, Sona. Yes. Even the bento in it. Yeah, but really, Takamatsu-sensei teaching method is really hard. I don't even understand half of what he said. A male voice can be heard in one of Kuo Academy's hall. It's the same male from the starts of the previous chapter. Really? I think Hayama-sensei is harder. You know, he always gives the material on the board without explaining it, said a familiar feminine voice. Ah, now you say it. A group of Kuo Academy student council walking with steady pace to their duties room. There's nothing special about it. They are talking animatedly, either discussing their school's life or devil's life. Until they arrived in front of the room and heard a struggle, crash, also something dropped to the ground. Hard. All the student council members look each other, silently questioning what happened on the inside. Anyone knows what's going on in there? Saji asked it verbally. I don't know. Do you, Rya-senpai? It started from Nomura. I don't know it too. Atomo-chan. Nope. Momo. Maybe it's Kaichu, what do you think, Tsubasa-san? Possibly, but maybe she's with someone else. The question is, with whom? A certain blonde janitor appeared in their mind. It's him come simultaneously from all of them. That guy, what is he doing now? Saji, who already angry, stepped in front of them, ready to enter the place. But. Wait, comes from Tsubaki. Fuku Kaichu. The long black-haired Megainko halted the pawn. She pushes her glasses, glinting, covering her eyes like any smart anime character. Let's heard the situation first, heard. Tsubaki, ignoring the question and passing Saji before she places her ear to the door. Makes the other sweat drop to her action. Eavesdropping. Hey. What can she say? Her drama sensor is tingling after heard the possibilities of those two people in one room. Well, it can't be helped then, said Tomo before followed her senpai. This is her face suddenly becomes red, close enough like her hair. Her changing color makes the other more curious of what happened. They quickly find a good position and do the same like her. Eavesdropping. There are grunts, moans, and rugged breathing from the inside. What the before Saji finished, a voice interrupted him. Fu, don't worry, it will be over soon. A sexy and sensual voice from the inside. Strangely, it's resembled like their Kaichu voices. If it's not for HMPH. And the other one is similar to the janitor. Naruto. Hora, just relax and don't resist it. MMM. MMMM. MMMM. All of the students' council faces become red. An image where their Kaichu dominating the janitor appeared in their head. Then, how about THIS? It's come in. And, just for your information. It's the tempura that forced going inside Naruto's mouth by Sona. Thank you. Bam. The sound of student council door opened by force interrupt the activity. There have stood all members who have various reactions after saw something in front of them. Saji becomes pale white while his soul trying out from his mouth. Senpai. Genshiro senpai. Nomura who shaking Saji's body. Yuiku Sakura hiding her face but failed when she's still looking from between her fingers. Wah. Tomo who blushing furiously. She even can't finish her word. Ma. Hanakai Momo hiding her mouth with her hand. This is Yura Tsubasa who blushing while openly looking with disbelief expression. And then finally, Tsubaki who looking the ground, covering the eyes with a glint in her glasses. Hey? You guys, what's wrong? This one from Sona who looking at her peerage with confusion. Tsubaki take a step to the front and pointing at her. The Citriere is still confused about their reaction. She turned her head when feels something in her hand. Making her realized what kind of position she is currently. Naruto, check. Rugged breath, checks. Straddling position, check. Disheveled clothes, check. His hands were tied, check. White thing on her face, checks. The right hand holding his hands, check. Her left hand covering his mouth, checks. Yep. A very femdom-ish position if I could say. No, this you're wrong, Sona waving her hands in denial. A face that clearly says doomed is plastered there. Sona Hidoi, it's from Naruto. Tears leaked from his eyes. What are you talking about? Kaichu? Tsubaki, you will believe in me, won't you? Ifuku Kaichu lifts her face. Showing a motionless face with nosebleed, then gives Sona thumbs up before says. Good job. In perfect English voice. Like I said. You misunderstood something in here. Also stop your nosebleed. Naruto continued. It was my first time too. You be quiet. And help me explain it to them. Hey, Ichou Usagi soul still out from his mouth. Somebody put in his soul back. Inshiro senpai ai. Stop shouting and shaking his body. Fui. See or not see. Decided it already. Wah 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 wah. Take a deep breath and try it again. Ara. Don't just ara on me. Do something. This is too much for me. Innocent aren't you? Wow, don't you get tired of giving those Tsukomi? Said Naruto, amazed by the short black-haired girl. I am. Whose fault is it in the first place? Well anyway, good luck. For what? For explaining all of it. Poof. The log replaced Naruto's body. Sona is trembling beyond rage, her devil wings were out, dark, and dread aura is visible around her. The other who still there were cowering in fear. Never thought their Kaichu, no. Their king could be this terrifying. As if a true demon lord appeared. Naruto. Poor girl. Afternoon, same day, another PLACE. Nothing happened after the incident on the student council room. Well, except Naruto, who constantly disappearing after being spotted by Sona. Now. At a small cabin on the woods behind Kuo Academy's baseball field, we can see Naruto sitting in a chair while knitting a doll in the afternoon. Yes, a doll. I know it's weird. Even the author's little sister says this after accidentally reads the chapter. Seriously? A doll? Can't you think of anything beside of it? There's a ton of things that better to do than knitting a doll. Well, it's not like a bad thing to do, but come on, a man. Knitting a doll. I even stopped watching Barbie at the age of 9. Yeah, she really said that. By the way, she is part of my inspiration sources for this story. On the Tsukomi part. Well, let's forget about the non-related things and shall we focus when Naruto finished knitting and lifted the doll. It resembled a woman figure with dark brown hair, has dark red eyes, wears red and white dress that's similar to a shrine maiden, but has detached sleeves and a big red ribbon on its hair. And he checks if there's something wrong with it. Yosh. It looks fine as before. He is putting it on his lap. The blonde man has this faraway look while watching the front of the cabin. You can get out now. From behind the trees, a tall figure comes out. Showing her blue hair, blue eyes, and Bishounen face. Oh, it's you. What is it? In front of his vision, there stood one of student council member. Yuri Tsubasa. Good afternoon, Namikaze-san. My name is Yuri Tsubasa. I trust you already know about me. Yeah, one or some things. So, what are you doing in here? Hey. Did you forget? About what? About you become my teacher in fighting. I was informed that you said okay to teach me by Kaichu. So. His mind is blank for seconds when the moment he heard it before the gear in his head start running again. Say again. Sona Kaichu said that you agree to be my teacher. He massages his forehead. Of course, this must be her payback for the humiliation from before. The blonde janitor sighed in displeasure before decided to refuse the girl directly. It seems there's a misunderstood in here. Misunderstood? Yeah. I never agreed to become your teacher in the first place. Maybe Sona just said it because she's still angry at me and decided to make you come here and annoy me. He can see her dejected face clearly before giving him a fake smile. I see, well, it can't be helped, right? Then, if you excuse me. She bowed to him before going back to the school. Maybe back to the student council rooms. Wait. If it's so, then Sona must be still there. And when she heard what happened, there will be another 2 hours of nagging session that waiting for him. It's not like he can't use a clone to replace him. But you see. She has a habit to throw things randomly if you can't handle the girl with the correct treatment. And when she found out that he's just a clone. Trust him. Even her big sister, who one of 4 great Satans, can't stop her to make a plot for slow, smooth, painful vengeance. Stop. His shout makes her stop and turning back. Hi. Okay, Naruto, make this like a master who actually a good guy. He sighed dramatically in defeat. Do you really wants to learn it so much? He can see those determined face on her. Yes. Please, consider it once more, Namikaze-san. The girl bowed at him. Showing how serious is she. He adds a pause for makes it more convincing. I may not teach you my style of fighting. But I can give you an advice and lesson. And trust me, it's harsh than you think. Is it still okay? The blue-haired girl lifts her head, a small smile appeared on her face. Hi. He sighed again and troubled that Sona, just how childish she can be childish. For being a heiress to a great clan, she is still embarrassed about things like that. You know, like the incident from before you were there, aren't you? The blush suddenly appeared in her face. Yeah. This girl, don't tell me. What is this? I never thought that we have an innocent girl in HERE. What is it? Want me to tell you the detailed version of what HAPPENED, said Naruto with teasing grin. She coughed and composed herself. We will, I think Kaichu already does that. A charming smile appeared on her face. Besides, talking about innocent. Didn't a doll more befitting for it? Or maybe, someone who knitted. This brat can talk back. He chuckled at her remark. True, but let me tell you something. For Yuri Tsubasa, someone like Namikaze Naruto is just a normal person for the first time she saw him. A normal human likes her, no more than that. Yeah, the same with this world. However, one day, she found something that unexpected for her. She discovered the existence of a devil by becoming one. After that, she more and more finds that this world is more than full of normal human. But Sona Citri is her king, she learns about something interesting every day. Until now. Because she learns another thing from the childhood friend of her king. Unexpected. Unpredictable. And unknown. That's where she found the situation now is on that 3 category. The doll. That just 1 second ago in his hand is now perched on her shoulder. Holding a sharp stalk that pointed on her neck. Even a doll can do something that non-innocent, you know. There is it, the same mysterious smile when she saw him yesterday. When he training with someone who looks identical like him. Hi. She saw how the doll flying back to the man. It's hovering for a moment. And when her new teacher whispered something, the doll suddenly disappeared. No. More like going through an invincible wall behind the blonde. Such an amazing skill performance. That's actually your lesson number 4. Don't underestimate something that looks weak. Just a little moment you become careless, prepare for your lost. Hi. Now, since you seem prepared when coming here. Let's start it. How about a spar? A sparring session, maybe he wants to know how strong she is. Understood, she does her own version of a battle stance. But, I want you to know, She can't even finish her word. Because suddenly from nowhere, she felt pain in her stomach before blown to another place. Her body was thrown like a rag doll before stopped by the tree on her back. While she throws up, the blonde janitor says. Lesson number 1. Do not speak when you fight. If you want to convince your enemy, do it when they already down or can't move. When you fight, then fight. When you talk, then talk. Carved it on your head. It hurts. That kicks, she felt like her body splitting become 2 at that moment. But hold a great pain. She stands up. Hi. Before she sprinting with all her might to the man direction with fist cocking back. Lesson number 2. Is what she heard before another blow threw her to the side. The amount of force that given makes her body break the tree before stopped by the second one. Always be prepared for an ambush from the enemy. Never thought that your opponent is alone before you confirms it. She can't even move anymore. The man was right. This is harsher than what she thinks. But the grunt, she answered her teacher. Good. Now, lesson number 3. Suddenly from nowhere, she could see many sizzling paper around her. Always be aware your surrounding. The last thing she remembers is deafening sound before her vision is filled with darkness. A sigh out from Naruto's mouth. Currently, we have the blonde performing some healing spell on his student. He's slightly impressed by her will to keep continue beside all those blows she received. The grunt telling him that the girl is awake. The janitor stopped healing her when the girl's eyes fluttered, make sure TP give her a grin and a playful salute we she see his face. Yo. She raised herself and looked at her own palm, then checks her own body with a confused face. What's wrong? The question makes her looking at him. Is that happened? What? The kick, the blows, and the bomb. The man chuckled at those pure confused on her face. Yes, it is. Just look behind you. The girl complied it. He could imagine her shocked face when seeing a wide crater with many trees was down. And for why your body doesn't feel hurt right now, it's because I healed you. So. How is it? Want to continue? He could understand if the girl turns down the offer now. Yes, with this I'm more convinced to get stronger. Please continue the lesson, sensei. Well, what do you know? Sometimes, interesting happened in front of you unexpectedly. Okay. Then, let's clean up this place first. With a flick from his fingers, all the debris, trees, and soil began to move magically. They were moving like when you rewind a movie on a video player, makes there's nothing happen from the start. Amazing, it's different from using magic. The blonde ignores her and put his hands on her shoulder. Now. For next lesson, I want you tell me what is your weakness, Tsubasa-kun. There's a twitch on her eyebrows. I'm a girl. Of course you are. That would be freaky when you saw a man wear a skirt. Well, except for a trap. A really cute trap. Ah, also a visible blush appeared my name and too close. Ah, that's right. She's just an innocent girl in the inside. The blonde releases his hand from her shoulder and takes a step back. Sorry about that. So, what is it? Your weakness. It's. The moment she opened her mouth, a certain kaiju words ringing in her head. Yura. Hi, kaiju. Let me give you an advice, a very good advice. The blue-haired girl's sweat dropped at the kaiju's tone. Oh, what is it? Never once. Don't you ever tell him your weakness, I understood. Tsubasa-kun, what is it? His voice brings her back. Ah no. It's just. Can she tell it? But kaiju words. Tsubasa-kun, it's okay if you don't want to say it. But that means I can't give you the next lesson. I understand. She could trust him, right? Besides, he just wants to help her, right? It's a frog. Hums again. It's a frog. Ahahaha, you joking, right? No. It's a frog. I'm afraid of a frog, toad, or something that resembles like them. There, she said it, and now wait. Why is he smiling like that? Sensei. Somehow that Cheshire smile on his face makes her regretted it. Then lesson number 5. Really regretted it. In the front of Kuo Academy, where we can see red hue of sunset illuminates the place. On the inside school building, at the shoelocker's place. There's Tomo and Nomura Aruko who finished changing their shoes. You know, I'm still surprised when all those commotion in the student council room before is just because a bento said Tomo to her cowhide. Yeah, but is it really that bad? Namikaze-san is. After she said it, the brow twin ponytails girl felt Tomo hands on her shoulders. Trust me, Raruko. That bastard is more than a bad. He is like a nightmare that comes to mock you over and over again. Ha ha. Just what kind of bad impression he did to her senpai. The two continued to walk from there. And the moment they was out. Something that very unusual passing in front of them. The first one is a tall blue-haired girl who crying. They know her as Tsubasa, for Tomo. And Tsubasa senpai for Raruko. Currently, she shows a rare cute damsel in distress expression. Wee. And there she goes. The second one is frogs. A lot of frogs, that small big huge humanoid form, and is that one flying. Kiro. They currently are chasing the blue-haired girl. And the last one is Naruto. Riding a giant-sized frog on its top. Jai. He is also chasing the blue-haired girl with maniacal laughter of him. The two stood silent after their janitor passing to the left. The older with bangs covered her eyes and the younger with pure white eyes. Wow, what the hell is that? The first who regains her sense was Raruko. She grabs Tomo's sleeves and shaking it while looking at where the chase direction. Hurry up, Tomo-senpai. We have to save Tsubasa-senpai. Save? Hi. We have to save her from those frogs, what are you talking about? The brown girl turned her head back to Tomo, what do you mean? Then she saw it. The pawn of Sona Citri's peerages saw her senpai expression. The smile, that screaming fake and blank dead fish eyes like someone who escaping reality. What frogs? I don't see anything at that moment, she finally realizes. Let's go home. My cat is having a labor now and I want to meet the kittens. That Namikaze Naruto is a terrifying person. The evening, different time and PLAC. AN2, the different on below is intentional. All the conversation is Naruto and his clones until page. Break. The situation now is where Naruto sitting in a chair while looking the church below him. Currently, he wears a uniform with many medals like some high-ranking military person. Lieutenant. Report. There's another Naruto besides Step 2 beside him. Lieutenant, yes commander. Right now, in location A still nothing happened. CM, still nothing. Lieutenant, no sir. CM, what the hell they're doing lieutenant, they are still talking. CM, TCH. This is why I hate brats. And how about location B? Lieutenant, yes sir. In location B. The kitten, the blonde Bishounen, and the wannabe Harem king still fighting. Wait, Cadet 1 says that the albino guy, his face became blue for a second. Lieutenant is retreating from the battle and now he is escaping through Route 45. CM, 45. Lieutenant, yes sir. CM, The commander Naruto thought something about the revelation. You see, when he harvesting some vegetables near the old Kuo school building. His sense of hero's action is tingling when saw Issei, the kitten, and the Bishounen from Grimory peerages out from the building. So, without furthermore he creates a clone to continue harvesting before follows them. When he saw they are going towards the place where all those fallen angel gathering, the blonde janitor saw an opportunities to make sure that the sacred gear on Issei is indeed the red dragon. Emperor. The one where Drake's soul reside. Then, deciding to make it interesting, he dressed as a commander, creates many clones as minion, and watches the situation like a certain Akari Gendu. With his bland of course. In location A, we have the Gremory girl and her queen. They still engaging the three fallen angels. Yeah sure. Engaging. Oh. One of them is the same one from this morning. And if he has to say, the girl has a potential as a Tsukomi. Okay, he will save her for later. Just fight already. Throw some spears. Or spells. Or anything. And in location B, we have the other active member of Gremory girl. From the report before, the albino guy is already forfeiting. CM, prepare for a long-range weapon. I want that guy to suffer, Lieutenant, sir. Yes sir. With a salute, the lieutenant complied the order. Now loading. Lieutenant, sir. The preparation is complete. CM, good. He stands up and turning around. CM, Lieutenant. What is this? Lieutenant, sir. This is M202 Flash, a rocket launcher with 4 tubes that can have 66mm incendiary rockets in it. Nonetheless, we have modified the rocket with something non-flammage and only explodes. Not only has good impact for explosion, it could make the enemy only half dead if used skillfully. A smirk formed in the commander before he took the RPG. CM, after this mission over, remind me for your promotion, Lieutenant, sir. Yes sir. He put the rocket launcher on the shoulder, locked on the target and then fires it. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Boom 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 boom. With a puff of smoke, the weapon is gone from his shoulder. CM, how is it? Asked the commander to the lieutenant who's searching the albino guy with a telescope. Lieutenant, he's still alive sir. CM, still alive. Lieutenant, yes sir. CM, good. He shared high five with the lieutenant. Sir. Another identical figure comes and gives the commander a salute. He currently is holding a phone. CM, state your business. Yes sir, Cadet 3 reporting. There's a call for you sir. CM, a call? From who? C3, we don't know him sir, but he want to speak with you, making a giving gesture. He received the phone. CM, speak. Commander, this is Snake. The Metal Gear is already. CM, wait. Who the hell are you? SN, who is this? CM, no, buddy. I'm the one who asks first. SN, sorry, wrong number. The phone is closed. CM, Lieutenant. Trace backs the line. Lieutenant, yes sir. Hey you. Tell the communication department to trace back the line and… Sir. Lieutenant, what is it? We have a report from Cadet 4 that the Gremory girl is in preparing to attack. Lieutenant, it can't be helped then. Commander. Your order. The said commander looks at the lieutenant's eyes with a serious expression. CM tells the entire soldier to disperse. Lieutenant, I trust you to inform me about the situation in location B and for confirming the Red Dragon Emperor. There's a contemplating face on the lieutenant before he answered the order. Lieutenant, sir. Yes sir. The last he saw from his commander is a flash of yellow before he turned around. There's an order to be executed. Ra, you shouldn't have made her upset, you silly angels, said Himejima Akeno when seeing those demonic energy burst from her king. Before said the king is releasing her family trademark blast and wipe the fallen angels in front of her. Makes their existences. Dust a few feathers in the air. Until a whistling sound can be heard from the side. What a display of power, any Gremory girl. Immediately, the two great ladies from Kuo Academies turned their head to the source. You. Namikaze-san. Indeed. There stood our Naruto, who currently carrying the unconscious blonde fallen angel. Osu. Your janitor of Kuo Academies here, he gave the two cheeky grins. What are you doing in here? Also, that girl, don't tell me. You are one their companion, said Rias, while once again demonic energy leaking from her. Who? Me. One of them. Of course not, he wants to wave his hand to emphasize it. But it currently is being used. Then why would you save her? Said Akeno curiously but still prepared. Oh, this girl, well you see, my client wants to clarify some things about this development. So, I think with taking this girl and give it to my client would satisfy him. Ah, that's right. It's also because I've taken an interest in this girl. She has a potential after all. He added a pause so they could digest the information. Who is your client? And what kind of potential you're talking about? Tell me, demand the Gremory heiress. Let's see. I can't answer the first one. It's my policy for not give information about the client. Well, that's a lie, and it's same for the second one. But, just because I don't wanna. Red Moon Blood Justice CHAN. He could see a twitch on the Gremory girl's eyebrows. Her aura instantly disappeared. What did you say? RRE, what's WRONG? Ah, that's right. He coughed twice before continued with teasing grin. In this world, there are two kinds of justice. The truth justice and the false justice. Stop. The Gremory girl suddenly shouted while closing her ears with hands. And he knows she still could hear what he says. But don't be mistaken. There's actually the third justice. The one who brings everything to peace, he continued it with a tone like an incantation for a spell. No. I don't want to hear anymore. I don't want to hear anymore. She starts to roll left and right in the ground. But you? Akeno's still confused about what happened. Just what kind of spell that the janitor used to make her butt you like this? What a terrifying opponent. But Naruto still continued yes. And the name who will execute it is none other than the Red Moon Blood Justice Chan. The shame. The shame. The shame. The shame. Now she punching the ground rapidly with demonic energy enhanced fist. But you? Please stop it, the ground hasn't done anything wrong. And Akeno start to calming Rias. Fufufu ha 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 ha. He let out his evil laughter, knowing already wins the battle without fighting. Then, may our path meet again. White bluish magical circle appeared beneath him. That symbol, from Citri's clan. That's RIGHT, and if you want to find out something about me, please ask Sona. Ja-ne, said Naruto, still smiling before a blinding flash makes him disappeared. Leaving a depressed Rias and bewildered Akeno. Just, who is he? Suddenly jump on few day later, morning. Ugh, why should I do this again? It started with a groan from a feminine voice. She has blonde hair, green ribbon tied on top of her head, blue eyes, and wears Kuo Academy's female uniform. Nope. This is not an Ak. It's just middled with a different hairstyle. Don't just complaining in there. Look, your classmates has arrived. Let's go greet them, a familiar male voice followed after the girl. Pointing his fingers toward Issei and a blonde-haired girl with green eyes. Hein, muttered the girl, clearly find the situation not so enjoyable. And remembers. Your name is Namikaze Nanari from now on. Hi. They start walking to the gate direction, the male leading in the front, while the blonde girl look at the man from behind with a wary expression. On a certain middle memory. She found herself in an unknown room, unknown time, and unknown condition. Oh, she wakes up. A male voice can be heard on her left. You. What are you doing in here? It was the same janitor from this morning. And beside him is Azazel-sama. She was shocked for someone with high-ranking fallen angel to be in there. She thinks the ritual that Rinal-sama is success. So the ritual is. Sorry to interrupt your delusion, but your plan has failed, it was the janitor who said it. Failed? What did he mean by that? But there's Azazel-sama, he is here to raise her ranks, right? That was what Rinal-sama promised to her. What do you mean? Like I said, your plan has failed. And your boss, fallen angel Rinal, were killed in the process. The ritual is failed, and Rinal-sama is killed. Now. The question is what we should do to you. She was confused about what he means. It was as if she didn't have a choice. I mean, 1, you're just a low-rank fallen angel. So if your existence disappeared, it's not really matter to us. What is this person saying? Is what she thought at that time. 2, you abandoned your order from the higher-ups to assist. Another low-rank fallen angel in an unofficial mission. I don't know what kind of punishment they will give you. Well, wait, Azazel-sama. What is this person saying? Don't tell me that he. She doesn't even hear an answer, and it's like she never has in the first one. And when Azazel-sama turning around, she learns that betrayal is something very painful feeling. Azazel-sama. So, any last words? The red spear that leaking demonic aura from the janitor hands is pointed at her. I. She can feel warm liquid around her cheek. She was crying. Her body was unconsciously trembling beyond fear. She feels like death is in front of her. What is it? I don't want to die. Her voice was weak and wavering. Sorry, I can't hear you. The man already cocked his spear, ready to throw it at her. That you makes her shut her eyes and cry with all her might. I don't want to die. Please, I will do anything. So don't kill me. She could feel the tip of that spear near her chest, her clothes were ripped off. Anything? Yes. Anything. That's why please proud can go to hell, she still wants to live. Fufu ha 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 ha. His laugh is confusing her. You heard that, damn brat. I won the bet. TCH, those your luck even more frightening than all 4 great Satans combined to one, you old man. Yeah. The loser can say anything. I still won, by the way, they were betting for her life. Do not get mistaken, girl. You still be punished in the first place. She could feel something choke her when that demonic spear nears her throat. Before it released when the man pulls it back. But Ayuwa, what is the meaning of this? I don't understand it anymore. To make it simpler. At first, I want to bring you to the HQ for your punishment. But this old man. Azazel-sama pointing his finger at the blonde male. An old man, he says. Has refused it. So I suggesting to make a bet that if you will say, Azazel-sama, save me. Or I'll do anything. When you saw death in front of your eyes. Then. Yeah, technically. He saved you. Breath that unconsciously she holds out from her mouth. Her body slumped down, thinking she feels safe now. She turns her head to the blonde man direction and says. Thank you. It was an honest grateful word from the bottom of her heart. Well, we'll do something about you later. For now, I'm curious, why don't you introduce your friend as? Like I said, please stop calling me that. Jai-chan, okay as. Confused is probably the word. She saw that the blonde man is the one who holds controls in that conversation. And why Azazel-sama just takes his insult. Moreover, Jai-chan. He looks no older than a teenager. Why is Azazel-sama calling him like that? So many questions, but she chooses to keep quiet. So, who is he? She saw another man, he has gray hair, gray eyes, and wears something that clearly says I'm a yaoi material character for all Fujoshi to use. She really needs a rest at that time. Ugh. She is shocked when the blonde man suddenly becomes sick. His face was pale blue, like someone who holds a vomit. Boy damn brat. You. Wait a minute, Jai-chan. He's Vali, host of the White Dragon Emperor. Who would have thought that she would meet the host of the White Dragon Emperor, one of the two heavenly dragon. Seriously this, ugh, why you always surrounded by pretty guys? HMPH, so this is the one you call Jai-chan, Azazel. Not looks that strong. Yeah, and Ichiha attitude too. What a frightening combination. Okay, even if she doesn't understand what they're saying at that time. The conversation seems interesting for her. Mama, forgive him, Jai-chan. What is this, the leader of fallen angels placating to a mere devil? What a joke. You should stop it, Vali. Another voice can be heard in that room. Heh, so you're already awake. Albion. Yeah, good to see you again, Naruto-sama. Now this is funny, even one of the two heavenly dragons is bowed to him. Dragon, the voice from the gray-haired man's body is the English dragon. And it called the blonde man Naruto-sama. Just who is this person? Vali, you don't know anything about him. So you better stop it now. She heard the blonde laughing again. What is it, what's so funny? You have an interesting host, Albion, want me to break him like your previous one? The moment this Naruto guy said it, something invisible forced her down. It's kind of hard to breathe now. She even could barely see. Azazel-sama and the gray-haired guy sweating. Ugh. Ah, sorry, girl. I kinda forgot that you're still here, it's gone. That invincible heavy pressure is gone. Ha ha. She slightly thanked at that. Something would have broken if he continued that. Vali, you should cool down your head now. After Azazel-sama said that, the gray-haired man simply compiled it. It's clear that Azazel-sama wants this Vali guy to out from there. He was walking out, but before glancing at Naruto. Makes the situation becomes tense once again. It keeps like that, before finally the guy is gone. Ah, sorry about that, Jai-chan. Nah, he's still a kid after all. Now, about this girl. That's the end of it. And for her, she just gets an order from Azazel-sama to observe the host of the Red Dragon Emperor. Which she learned it was the same guy that Rinal saw, no. It was same guy that Rinal ditched. She just has to observe him as the little sister of this Naruto guy. But not that all, she also has to do it as one of Kuo Academy student. And remembering when she meets this janitor at the first time. God hoped she could still sane after when. The two are now currently walking near the gate where several students confusedly seeing a cute blonde girl near their janitor. Boy, put up your act. Don't you want to make your high school debut success? Naruto muttered enough for the girl. Instantly, the girl expression change becomes cheerful with bubbly aura. Hi, Ani-chan. She said it with dazzling innocent smile and affectionate tone. Naruto suddenly clenching his fist with manly tears leaked from his eyes. Ooh, this is it. The amount of chara that I wait. Yufufu, Ani-chan is weird. He suddenly glomped the girl, rubbing his cheek to hers. I'm showy, Nanari-chan. This Ani-chan of yours is so weird. The girl just laughs it off then suddenly began fidgeting. Ani-chan, people are watching. Truth to be told. The students of Kuo Academy who passing were muttering while looking at him. Don't mind it, Hirogami. Another male voice interrupts their hugging session. Naruto, who broke the hug, is turning his head. Looking at the man that he called as a friend. Hi to Issei. Issei. Nanari finally meet her target and finally launching the plan that she and Naruto devised yesterday. By pulling the janitor's sleeves like a lost puppy and say. Ani-chan, who is this? And what he means by Hirogami. Ahahaha, don't mind it, Nanari-chan. This guy has some issue in his head. Boy. Ah, by the way. Nanari-chan, this is Haidu Issei. Issei, this is Miyamoto, Namikaze Nanari. The brunette was shocked after hearing that. Amato? Hirogami, you have an Amato. Why you never say anything about her? The question was trailed off when his light brown eyes falling to Nanari's center area. More accurately on chest. His face that clearly shows a pity makes the fallen angel in disguise feel a twitch in her eyebrows, but she couldn't do as she pleases right now because of her innocent character act. Nevertheless, she still could do this. Ani-chan, why is he looking at my chest? Which makes Naruto grab the self-proclaimed harem king and look him eye to eye before he leaned to whisper something in sharp deadly tone. Something like, Issei. Do you still remember what happened to Mitsuda and Motohama 1 week ago? A certain memory when he saw his two close friends were tied on a pole with nothing but a piece of paper covering their genital area in front of school building has surfaced. Ha ha. Do you know why they could become like that? And no. The dark chuckle that makes Issei shivered can be heard. It's because they trying to steal my Milky Yui Nyan limited version and you know what? Maybe there will be another guy that will end up just like them. A guy with initial H and I. But don't worry. Because I'm so generous, I'll tell you how to avoid it. It's easy, just behave yourselves to my Amato. Naruto pull his head and look into Issei's eyes. Are we clear? The brunette could only give nods as his answer. Which makes Naruto's demeanor turn totally 180 degrees. Good, you understand. Now he turned his head right only to see a trembling blonde girl with green eyes that have tears on its sides and mouth that wavering. He couldn't be helped, sweat dropped when her face. It is so much resembled as an I'm baby who hold their tears. She takes a step back. Scary, miss. Don't come close to me. Her shouts makes his eyes are shadowed, there's a depressed aura around him. Oh no. Issei-sen, help me. Slowly, Naruto goes to a nearby tree and crouched while drawing circles in the ground. It hurts, my heart is hurts. Unknown to them, Nanari look at the situation with WTF looks. One is pale white, one is terrified, and one is depressed. Is every day gonna be like this? A moment for calm DOWN. Now we can see the four already back to normal. Which all because of Nanari efforts. Ahem, now, I think the introduction should continue. My name is Namikaze Naruto, Nanari's Ani-chan. And you? Naruto looks at the blonde girl behind Issei. And my name is Asia Argento. Finally. Argento-san, is it? Can you lend me Issei for a moment? There's something we have to talk to. Talk? What do are you? About Renal. Naruto quickly shut him with sharp subject. Knowing it could make the conversation goes fast. Their reaction was as expected, like what he thought. Issei, who suddenly tensed in prepare, and Asia tensed in fear. How do you a memory about his but you explaining something to him surfaced. I see, so that's true that you. Issei, he stopped him, then look at Nanari before back to him, not here. The brunette seems confused for a moment before a shocked face for a moment before becomes an understandment. Ani-chan, what's wrong? Who is Renal? Naruto instantly become nervous. Oh. Renal is a name of Italian food. And yesterday, Issei said that he wants to know where to buy it. He nudged Issei for help. Ah, that's right. Hirogami says that it's so delicious, so I want to try it. Issei-san. Ah. Argento-san, could you accompany Nanari-chan for a moment? Good. The blonde didn't let her answering when quickly grab Issei to a nearby quiet place. The two are in a clearing around the woods now. There's a silence between them, waiting for who's going to ask first. About you're a devil, is it true? It was from Issei. Yeah. I trust the Gremory girl is the one who told you. Yes, but you also said you saved one of the fallen angel. Yeah, I did. Why? She was part of the groups who make Asia suffering. It's not simply because someone takes an interest on her, right? Questioned the brunette. Naruto let out a deep sigh. Then let me say this first. To say what? What would you do when heard an innocent devil was offered for a good position in some famous office with high salary and what she should do is just to kill a boy? Issei was shocked for a moment before he thinks about it and then said. What do you mean? Just think it as a random question, nothing more. I will convince her as hard as I can that what she did is bad. The smile appeared in Naruto's face. That's not really bad answer, but it changed again to become more deadly serious. Now, about Argento-san case. How about the fallen angel that I saved has the same condition? Or worse, she was threatened. The brunette's eyes widening. Never thought something like that also could be happened. He can't answer it. Ding dong dang dong. The bell from Kuo Academy is like a timer for the two, it also indicates the starts of the first period for students. Ani-chan. Nanari voice can be heard. Makes the two men looking at the two girls who looking for them. Naruto quickly put up a smile and answered the girl, that's right. You have a class, don't you? Sorry for making you waiting. He looking at Issei once again. Now, Issei. Could you show Nanari-chan your classroom? She's your new classmate after all. Understood. The brunette passing the janitor, but before said the janitor. Whispered in Issei's ears. Sorry about that, Issei. But I just want you to think not all fallen angels are bad also, Nanari isn't a devil. Please don't tell her some unnecessary things. Hi. He watches how the three walk together. The blonde girl that with Issei, Asia Argento, seems chatting happily with Nanari and Issei keep entertaining them with his fake happy demeanor. He looks at them till going inside the building before he raised his fist and leaked another manly tear. Cool Naruto. You're so cool back there. And it's all as planned. The plan is simple. First, he will need Middle to be registered as a student in Kuo Academy with help from the student council. He said to Sona that Middle is an important person from Fallen Angel Fraction and has an order to observe the growth of the Red Dragon Emperor in Issei. Second, he introduces Middle as his little sister. Namek is Nanari. And make her act like just a normal human in front of anyone. And the last one is just to make Issei believe that not all of fallen angels are bad. It's for when Middle fallen angel identities is found out, she still could observe the Red Dragon Emperor with ease. Knowing Issei, Naruto believed the guy will do what he feels right. Nonetheless, that's all what Azazel and Middle wants. For Naruto, he will give her the necessary things and backup as long as the girl could impress him. That's all. He's standing in there for a few minutes before his danger sensor is tingling, makes him jumping to the side and missing a kick from someone. A man, short red hair with some kind antenna sticking out from his head, brown eyes, and wears Kuo Academy school uniform. Boy. What's wrong with you, buddy? What's wrong? The unidentified man trembling. What's wrong, you said? He pointed himself. This is what's wrong. It's you're doing right. Huh, what are you? Then a memory flooded to his mind. It seems, the clone that he uses for harvesting is still intact until before. And because he is bored at the moment, he chooses to execute a plan to give the experiment number 98,751 to a certain girl. That means. BFFT. Is that you? He also trembled. Holding his laughed Homokai, then he broke it and start to run to some direction. Jai ha 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 ha. We have a shemale in this school. Jai ha 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 ha. Wait, you bastard. And with that chase, this chapter is ended. Done. Tomo, wait. What about my body? Didn't I say the story is done? Tomo, FK with that. I want my body is back. It's fine, isn't it? Just think about it. Now you don't have to give birth. They say it's so painful, you know. Tomo, shut up, you little F-cur. I'll kill you. Ha. As if. You just a fictional character. And I am a god in my own story. Also, you know what, taste this page break. Okay, now I'm safe. Let's discuss about some things. For Middle appearance, I took it from a character named Saitu Nanari from SAIKYOUIKU Monter parent, no Rifugin na YOUKYUU, but with Kuo Academy's uniform. Yeah, I didn't even know about is that for marriage. Because I just search a random character on that has similar character trait like Middle. Like blonde hair to the shoulder, not so big chest, blue eyes, and teen-shaped body. I want to make her as Fate from Nanoha series, but the hair is different. By the way, how is it? The serious part. Like I said before, I honestly doesn't find it good because there's no fun to writing it. Except for some necessary details. So could give me your opinion. And I hope at least one of you can catch about what happened to Ria's up there. Also. For updating Isu, I think I'll spare some time from now on. Yeah, doing job hunting isn't easy as they say. Okay, that's all for now. Ciao. Chapter 4. I'm no tea confident about this one. But well, here I go. First, thanks for the reviews, favorites, and follows. I'm grateful for that. Okay, I put the reason why this fic is laid on the bottom. Please don't equate this story with something that better than this. Don't be mistaken, I feel honored if you think this fic is a good one, I just don't want to make you disappointed when find this fic is no longer suitable for your taste. Anyway, just an advice, don't expect too high for this chapter, there's a drama thingy in some scenes. Some scenes from chapter 3 have been removed. The reason is I decided to change the plot of this story. Adding over 50 characters from Tauhu Project and Koiham Yuzu definitely would blow my head. Now. From Google, the definition of fiction is literature in the form of prose, short stories and novels which describes imaginary events and people. So don't take this story seriously, K. Warning for bad grammar and spell error. Finally, for disclaimer, you think I own these two visual novel, manga, or anime? Hell no. In a vast meadow, he's laying in the ground with closed eyes. A gentle breeze passed his face that facing the blue sky while clouds sometimes covering him from the sunlight. Peaceful is what you could say if saw his face now. Hehehe. The child's giggles can be heard by him, make he open his eyes and showing his blue sapphire orbs to the world only to see an ocean blue one. The smiling little girl has long sun-kissed blonde and round-shaped face which showing a similarity as his but with small baby fat. She gives him an amused smile with mischievous looks. Are you awake already? The girl's question is only answered by a smile from him before a different scene flashed. This time, it shows the little girl from before in her teens. She is prostrating, showing her determination to him. Please, train me, I need power to find him, to find my last family, to find my father. He looks at the gesture with hurt before dismissed it with a blank face when the girl raised her head. I understand. The girl was smiling at him. He was not. Another different scene is shown to him where the same girl in her adult ages. She looks at him with anger as tears already out from her eyes. Why you never told it, why you never said that you are Yo2-san. He only could look at another direction with muttering one word sincerely. Sorry. It becomes wide again before another scene appeared. The same blonde-haired girl a woman now, stood in front of him with a determined look. I'm going. Said the woman before she turned back and starts walking. You will die if you go, let me. Yo2-san, interrupted the girl. You are the key to end this disaster, you are the last hope to drive them out from our world. So trailed off the woman who spat out when she said them. Naruto gritting his teeth, feels like bounded by chains for the first time to save his precious peoples. Besides, a great person once told me. A parent's job is to protect their child even if they are hated by them, right, Yo2-san? Continued the woman as she gives him a reassuring smile. Even if he gives a reassured smile to her, the worry's still in there. Another one, where he saw the woman holds a dirty blonde-haired boy. He was happy for finally arrived to their place, feel reassured that his daughter and grandson are safe. He looks at the two with relief, the two who laughs. The two who hug each other with happy tears. The two who saw him and waving their hands with smiles. Before several swords impaled them. Blue eyes suddenly snapped up, looking at the ceiling with an empty mind. Slowly, the owner of those eyes registered what happened to him. A dream, huh? Muttered the man before he looks at the clock on his side. 3:17 a.m. He closed his eyes and sighed in annoyance. Of all memories, why have to be that one? On it turning to another side, he decided to go back to sleep. Uem a yawn. In a small cabin, where the place a certain janitor of Kuo Academy and his new tenant lives in. We found the owner of the house. Namek is Naruto, who currently walking like a zombie in some third-rated horror movie to a kitchen. The blonde who has 3 whiskers like Mark stopped when arrives in front of a refrigerator. He looks at it with blank face before he looks at the cabinet on top of it. The blonde thinking if he should make omelette, rice, pancakes, or an instant food for breakfast. Instant one then. Decided Naruto, who feel lazy to make a proper meal today. He took several instant ramens and porridges from the cabinet before went to the kitchen still with those half-lidded eyes in his sleepy face. Grab a pot, fill it with water, and start to heat it, Naruto waiting the water for boil as he saw it like a 60-years-old labor worker who lamenting his lives. Anyway, Naruto is waiting the water for boil until his body shivering because of nature calls. Boil it, said the blonde before start moving to the bathroom. Naruto moving slightly faster, arrived in front of it, twisting the doorknob, and then went inside to use the room. Only foresee her in there. Instead of a simple empty bathroom, what he saw is a blonde-haired girl who turns her head at his direction while currently trying to wear a black lace panty. That girl is Middled, a fallen angel who has a task for observing the red dragon gauntlet in one of Ria's Gremory's peerages by disguising herself as Naruto's little sister and a normal student in Kuo Academy. Not this again, groaned Naruto with boredom, telling what happened in there is not something new to him. The girl's eyes widened, mouth agape, and a clearly shocked face appeared in there before changed to a blush with teardrop on side her eyes. Naruto didn't look at her face and focusing his gaze on the panties for a moment and then give the girl in front him a flat stare. 60 points. Bam. Before he shut the door with a bang and walks away as if nothing happened in there. Bam. As expected, the girl quickly opened the door. Clad only in her black lace panties while her left hand covering her not so big breast. You, muttered the girl with anger as pink light spear slowly formed on her right hand. Naruto, who see it just do stretching, knowing where is this going to. Okay, another morning warm up then. Muttered Naruto, not bothered by the wrath aura that radiating from the girl's body. The blonde girl raised her head, showing a flustered adorable glare instead the usual evil one. Pervert. Shouted the girl as she threw the spear at Naruto, only for it miss when the blonde man tilting his head. One spear dodged. Clang. And going through the window. Said Naruto still with boredom. The girl become frustrated as she summoned more pink light spears before throw it. Pervert. Naruto comically stretching his waist to the left and right before jump then land in ridiculous eagle pose. 3 spears dodged. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. And going through the window, said Naruto still with bored tone. The girl gritting her teeth, anger and embarrassed when felt the man make fun of her, before summoning 5 spears that floated around her, along with 2 other spears on her hands. Not bothered to cover her not so big chest and pink nipples anymore, too focused for thinking how to castrate the man in front of her. On the other side, Naruto didn't move from his eagle pose and keep looking at Middle with boredom, make a twitch in the girl's head. Increased. The two just be quiet in there. Drip. The sound of water drop can be heard clearly. Drip. The two focused on that sound, knowing it's the bell to end their another dispute. Drip. The game is on. Brah! Shouted the girl without intent to lose. Ha, said the man with flat tone to mock the girl. From outside the cabin, now we can see several pink light flashed and dimmed several times before thing become more chaotic as a sound something broke, explode and scream can be heard from that place. And that is how another Naruto's day starts in Kuo Academy. Now we see Naruto and Middle two currently walking through the woods to Kuo Academy's direction. One annoyed, meanwhile the other with embarrassment. You know, I think I'm already tired of the so-called bathroom event from a typical love comedy scene. I mean, it is surely amusing on the first day, but now, said Naruto, who has a red hand mark on his right cheek. Shut up. It was your entire fault to suddenly come in like that. Accused Middle, who has a bump on her head. No, it was your fault for always not locking the door in the first place. Pointed Naruto, who makes the girls mumbled something. While looking at another direction as her embarrassment increased. Naruto sighed at her stubbornness. Whatever. By the way, how is Issei's progress? Even embarrassed, Middle still answered. Still nothing about his boosted gear. It seems the Gremory girl is focusing on his physical strength first. Is the shape changed? The shape? No, it's still the same as before. I see, said Naruto indifferently, but actually thought it further. The shape is still same from the awakening state. So that means Issei still hasn't gained the gift abilities on the second form. Naruto sighed at how slow Issei's development compared the previous hosts before he decided to keep the mater for later and continued walking. Hey, Naruto. Middle suddenly called his name, which Naruto replied by a grunt. The Lord is really already gone, isn't he? Ah, that's right. Several days ago, he accidentally revealed the biblical God is dead to Middle. Well, actually, it's not an accident. Even he himself still thought how stupid it sounds at the way he revealed the one who created humans has died. It was when he testing a new game from a friend. The game was freaking difficult and when he lost over than 50 times, he was cursing the biblical God despite he is already dead. Middle, who heard it, asked about what he means and while still unfocused because of the game, he answered with the biblical God is dead in a war nonchalantly. See? How stupid it sound, isn't it? Anyway. The fallen angel asks the evidence, which he just told her to pull a devil power by reversing the way she pulls her holy power and then mix it together. Normally it is impossible to that, but because the biblical God is dead. When he realized what he said, Naruto turned his head and found Middle already cried as a small ball floated in front her hand. Even the size so small, he still can sense the mixed power in it. Before he could say something about his statement, the girl just runs to her room and locked it. He was confused, why would the fallen one would sad for someone that already unrelated to him or her? From as information, Middle is actually coming from heaven before she becomes a fallen one. And knowing how her creator died was the reason that makes the girl's feeling turmoil. She started to sulk and didn't talk for a week before she suddenly apologized for her behavior last night. Something must be happened to make her suddenly cheered up like that. It's not as if he cared about her or something. He just can't stand to see someone sulking in front of him. It's kind of reminding himself in the past. Anyway, everything is back to normal and let's end it like that. I already told you, didn't I? Answered Naruto indifferently. Yes, but how? I know it's because of a war, but how come a powerful deity like him could trail Middle as she looks at the ground? Naruto, who saw it, just sighed in displeasure. Well, what I can say is, paused Naruto as bitter smile formed in his face. It's because he was protecting something precious to him. Something precious, what is it? Questioned Middle before flinched when she looks at Naruto's face. That smile again. Sometimes, she asks something that leading to his past, but the answer she always got is that same wry smile of him. Middle usually doesn't care if someone angered, cried, or even begged for not to be killed in front of her. However, this man, there's something wrong with him. It's as if he would break if keeping smiling like that. And the weird thing is she is worried about him. Middle shook her head and opened her mouth to change the topic, but before she could do that. Nah, nothing, Yosh. Let's end this sappy atmosphere and focusing on something that more important. Interrupted Naruto cheerfully. Middle sighed in fake displeasure at how he forcefully changes the topic. Hi, I bet you're going to say something stupid anyway," said the fallen angel indifferently. No, a grin formed in the janitor's face. "It's about what happened in the bathroom before," he wiggling his eyebrows as if wants to emphasize something. "Wah. You know, if that keeps continuing, I could assume that you just want me to look at your not so impressing body." He gave her a mock thinking pose or don't tell me trailed off Naruto before he looked at Middle with teasing smile. "Ooh oh, Mit-chan, you pervert. Who are you calling a pervert, and don't be suddenly friendly with me," shouted Middle in embarrassment. Naruto ignored her and continued. "But I'll say that a black lace panty doesn't suit you. I recommended a blue striped or a white one with bear pictures on it, but of course, going commando is the best after all." "That's a sexual harassment, you jerk, the worst, an enemy of all women." "Ahehe, if you said it like that," said Naruto sheepishly while scratching the back of his head. "Why are you blushing?" Of course I would after praise by my own little sister," said Naruto as if it was a matter of fact. "Or you have a hearing problem." That was clearly not a compliment. "Moreover, I'm not your little sister." Naruto ignored her by pumping his fist in manly tears. "Cool, my little sister can be this so cute. Being it sun in the outside then dear in the house, Ani-chan is happy. There's must be something wrong with your head." Naruto ignores her again with giving a nice guy pose. "Don't mind, it's a normal for someone like us to do perverted things. I am mind about it. Unlike you, I have something called common sense." "Ahehe, you make me blushing. Your head is really messed up, isn't it really? Don't suddenly ask it. But worry not, Mit-chan. Even if you are a pervert, Ani-chan still loves you. Don't lump me together with you, you damn maniac. I'm not the one who has a mountainous of humph." Quickly, Middle clamped her mouth to prevent finishing what she said. Has a mountainous of what?" Middle shook her head rapidly in denial. "No, nothing." She started sweating bullets when the blonde man looking at her suspiciously. "Oh, I see." Naruto nodded sagely as he struck an invisible beard. What?" said Middle cautiously. "Mit-chan, I never thought that you are," said Naruto as his face become closer, which makes Middle face become redder. "Ah, there's Asia." Then he suddenly dismissed it while look at another direction. "Don't just end it like that, you good for nothing blonde." Nanari saw and they were interrupted by a familiar feminine shout yet with melodious voice, which makes the atmosphere around Middle completely change, become cheerful with bubbly aura. Become her disguise as Namek is Nanari from the previous chapter. "Hi," replied Middle in her fake persona as she looked at the source of the voice. "Whoa, nice reaction," muttered Naruto, who holding his laughter now. Middle looks at him with a nasty glare for a moment before focusing on the one who called her. There's Issei beside Asia, who waving her hand cheerfully at the end of the woods path. The blonde fallen angel thought about something before grinning when an idea appeared in her head. She turned her face to the other blonde girl and waving back. "Asaya-san." "Ah!" cried Naruto in pain. By the way, the reason Naruto yelped is because Middle stomped Naruto's foot when Middle called Asia back. The fallen angel takes this chance for running to Asia while Naruto's still caressing his pained foot. "Oh hey, Asia-san." "Hi-do," greeted Middle cheerfully. "Oh hey," greeted back Issei. "Oh hey, Nanari-san." "Ano, what's wrong with your Ani-san?" greeted Asia before she questioned about the male blonde. Middle tilting her head in fake confusion before she turned her head and facing back her brother who's still in pain. "Seems like that mana enchanted stomp has worked well." "Ah, Ani-chan. Are you okay? Did you stumble upon something again?" said Middle worriedly before she put her hands on her waist. "Moo, didn't I told you to take a day off? Now that's what happened if you didn't listen to me," finished Middle with a pout. "Eh? What's wrong with Hirogami?" questioned Issei to the girl. Middle sighed in displeasure. "Listen to this, Haidu. Ani-chan was working until late night and barely gets a sleep. I said that he should take a day off for once in a while, but he's so stubborn for it. Now he's too unfocused for working because of it," said the fallen angel dramatically. "You little bird, I'll remember this humiliation." Naruto gritted his teeth for a moment before smiling sheepishly at her. "Ahahaha, it seems you're right. Maybe I take a rest for a little." "And you will do," nodded Middle before she grabbed Asia's hand. "Let's go, Asia-san." Before she dragged the former nun happily to the school. Wait a minute, Nanari-san." "Nanari-san." "Nanari-san," pleaded the girl who surprised but only for be ignored. Meanwhile Issei who look at the display with a smile. He's happy that Asia seems to have another friend. "Yo." "Ah." Before he shouted and take a step back when Naruto's face suddenly in front of him. "Don't suddenly surprising me like that." Naruto is just waving his outburst before he also looking at Middle to dragging Asia. The two girls are already become close in these past days. If Naruto was ignorant, he would think the former nun just innocently believed that she has a new friend, meanwhile the fallen angel just playing around with the former nun because of her disguise. But he actually knows that his supposed to be little sister is happy about their friendship. Not only that, he is also suspicious the bishop of that Gremory girl is the one who cheered up Middle after knew the biblical god is dead. Well, enough about that. Now for Issei. Naruto, who's still looking at the two blonde-haired girls, suddenly says, "So, Issei. Did you impregnate Asia already?" Issei did a spit take after hearing that. "Wow, what are you talking about? Moreover, what kind of question is that?" "Nah, nothing. Just a joke. Now shoo, go to your class," dismissed Naruto. Issei's mouth already opened to argue back, but the school's bell is already ringed before he could do it. "Hi," said the brunette devil tiredly before he going to inside the school building. Naruto looked at the host of Drake for a second before he going to another direction. Well, time to work. PFFT, what a joke. He will make a clone to work before he takes a nap somewhere else instead. The day has a nice weather after all. But before that. In another place, there's Sona who walking in a school hall with Tsubaki beside her. Rias. The student council's president was slightly surprised to see Rias and Akeno from the opposite direction. And from their expression, the two seems need something from her. "Oheu, Sona, oheu, Rias." The two are greeting each other while their queens are just bowing. "What is it? It's a rare for you to come all the way here instead to the student council room," asks Sona curiously. Rias gives Sona a smile. "Nothing, I'm here just want to ask you about that Namikaze. The younger one." Sona push her glass and make it glinted. "What about her? That girl, is she really just a normal human?" Rias continued her question. "What would make you to think that?" "Well, it's just there's something off with her." Sona looks at Rias with calculating gaze before she sighed and says, "No. She is a fallen angel," answered Sona calmly, but only to make Rias, Akeno, and Tsubaki tensed after heard that. Rias' expression becomes serious. "Why, there's a fallen angel in this school. Moreover, how?" She paused for a second before a certain thought crossed in her head. "Don't tell me you're the one who let her." "That's right," Sona answered the unfinished question. "As for why she is here, it's because she is on behalf of the fallen angel fraction to observe the growth of the red dragon gauntlet in one of your servants." "You're aware of it?" surprised Rias, missing why the fallen angels want to observe her pawn's sacred gear. "Yes. As for how, well, I have my own informant about that," said Sona with finality, doesn't have intentions to give more. Rias, who saw that, decided to ask another question. "Still, why are you letting a fallen angel come to this place? If it's about your worry to the student safety, then don't be. I guarantee that she has just come for observing and won't harm any people." "Well, as long as they deserve it," the short-haired woman gives her childhood friend a reassuring smile. "Also, there's a request from someone to keep secret her identity as a fallen angel." Rias become confused after heard that. "Then why are you telling me this?" Sona gives the red-haired girl a smile. "Well, I thought it's not really that bad if I tell my childhood friends about it, right?" Rias looked at Sona for a moment before sighed helplessly. "Right," said the red-haired girl as she smiled back. "Ah, but could you really keep it secret to Haidu-kun and Argento-san? It seems they really insist about that one." Rias becomes serious again. "Is this related to the ritual that they performed to Asia?" What you are talking about?" asked Sona in confusion. "Maybe I should ask it to Naruto for the details later. He must know something about it," continued Sona in her thought. Rias slightly doubted Sona's confusion before she shook her head and decided to trust the girl in front of her. "Nah, nothing. Ah, also about the older one." That makes Sona blinked in surprise. "Naruto? What's about him?" asked Sona, which followed by a thought, what kind of trouble that despicable blonde did now. "Yes, just, who is he?" How the Gremory heiress asked it with a slight tone of anger, makes Sona chuckled. "I can guess there's must be something unpleasant that happened between you two, isn't it? What's this thing about me? Kaya." The one who being talked suddenly appeared like a ghost from a horror movie, hanging upside down from the ceiling in front of them, which makes the four girls startled at the unexpected. "Can you not suddenly appear like that? What are you, a random creature who often popping out from nowhere?" quickly yelled Sona. "That's rude, I'm not a spawn monster from some RPG game, you know," said Naruto with a pout. "Then don't do something that makes you look like them." The short-haired woman sighed for calming herself. "So, what do you want? Moreover, just get down already." "I'm in the middle of cleaning now," complained the blonde-haired male as he pointing the sparkling ceiling. "Just do it normally," said Sona as she gives the blonde male a flat stare. "This is normal for me." Sona gives another few seconds flat stare before says, "Sorry, it's my fault for not think it thoroughly. I'm forgetting that you are abnormal in first place." Now, you don't have to point that out, said Naruto calmly while doing placating motion. Riaz looks at the two in bewilderment before shook her head. Namikaze Naruto interrupt Riaz who already calmed down. Naruto turning around while still hanging from the ceiling, oh, Justice-chan. You look healthy chirped Naruto that make a twitch in Ria's eyebrows. Of course, sorry, but can you wait a minute? I have a message from Sona's One-E-chan interrupt the janitor, not missing another twitch in Ria's eyebrows. One-E-sama? Questioned slightly surprised Sona. Naruto turned back facing the student president again. That's right. Naruto grinning happily. What is it? Sarat Aunt said she needs your help for her next TV show. Also, she would come to here if you said no. Naruto's grin become wider seeing a grimace looks is formed in Sona's face. Blackmail said Sona in displeasure before she looks at Naruto. You seem happy about it. The grin on Naruto's face becomes wider. Of course. Seeing those displeasure face is like a caffeine for me. Jai ha ha ha. Said Naruto as he coming down before passing Sona then running away. Tsubaki. Shouted Sona as she put gloves from her pocket. Hi. The vice president didn't need to know what to do. She put her own gloves then rummaging something and giving it to Sona before the student president throws the thing to the blonde-haired janitor. All within 4 seconds flat. Bam poof. The brick is hit Naruto before a puff of smoke and the log replaced him. TCH. You can't attack me with same method, Sona Chuan. Ha 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 comes from the voice of Naruto in the air, but the man is nowhere in sight. Geez, that guy is really such a pain in the ass. Muttered Sona in distress. She shook her head before turning back facing at Riaz. Sorry Riaz. About your question before, could I answer it later? The red-haired girl could only nod after saw a different side of her childhood friend. She was surprised to see the short black-haired young girl who usually calm and collected become very expressive now. Thank you said the Citri heiress before she and her queen passing the two girls in front of her. Maybe you can ask it directly to him. I'll send that bastard to your clubroom later. Just be careful of him. He is dangerous in a way said Sona without looking back. Dangerous? Wait a minute Sona halted Riaz who turned around to call her childhood friend. The one who being called stopped but still not facing back. What is it? Namikaze Naruto. Is he one of your peerages? The question is not only Riaz who want to know the answer, but also Akeno and Tsubaki are also curious about it too. Haichu? A little push from Tsubaki to answer it. The Citri heiress stood still in there for a moment before she continues to walk well keep quiet, which makes the Gremory heiress frown at the unanswered question. Now in different time and place, more exactly the occult researchers clubroom at after school, the usual members of that club are present and waiting for something. Knock knock or someone. Come in. The door in that place opened before revealed it was Naruto from behind of it. The blonde-haired janitor look all the member of the club with bored look, meanwhile the club members looked tensed when saw him. Did any one of you saw someone named Yamada coming here? Asked Naruto out of nowhere. The others were confused about it. They look at each other before Issei decided answered it no. We don't, Hirogami. Okay then the blonde-haired janitor nodded. Click. Then he closed the door again, Riaz and the others blinked at the unexpected gesture. Ria's eyebrow is twitching when she realized the janitor isn't coming back. Kaneko, could you bring him back here please? The emotionless girl only gives her a nod before walk and going behind the door meanwhile all the member who waiting in the room could hear the commotion. Oh, Nico-chan. What's whoa? That was dangerous. Why hey. That one almost hit me ooh. Wait, can we talk over about this? They can hear Naruto who seems constantly dodging the white-haired loli. But use order an emotionless voice also can be heard from behind the door. It's from Kaneko. That can't be helped then hop, ya, to. Orya, do. Shat. Ya ta. Can you whoa? Can you say anything other than that The other occult club member could imagine how the janitor is dodging Kaneko's attacks repeatedly. Enough. Take this to Yaki. Takoyaki. Naya. Anpin. Naya. Now for the finishing blow, who's the cute KITTEN who's the cute KITTEN. UNYAA. All of the occult club members were surprised also confused at the same time. Just what happened and what's with those attacks that named after it dessert? Issei raised his hand as if have a question after heard something unusual from the Kuo Academy's mascot. But you, is Kaneko-chan purring in there? Is this what Sona means of dangerous? But thought Riaz who ignoring Issei's question. But you? Called the host of Drag. Issei. Hi. Squeaked the brunette at the seriousness in his but you voice. Could you go and get them back here please? Asked the occult club president. Oh okay Issei nodded at that then start walking to the door. Issei-san, good luck, supported Asia, which answered with a nod before he disappeared from their sight. The rest members are now waiting again while heard the pawn's attempt. Whoa, she's really purring, a surprised voice from Issei can be heard. Oh, Issei. What's up? And this one from Naruto. No. It's just. Ah, that's right. Issei, didn't you say you want to borrow the new Tokyo TT Girls magazine? Rias twitched her eyebrows after heard a suspicious name of magazine. Ah, yes. Did you bring it? Of course. Here. Yuwu. Apai. Thank you so much, Hirogami. Don't mind it, just read it over there quietly. Aye, sir. The devils in Clubroom now sweat dropped at how Naruto distracted Issei easily. It seems his lust win over your order, but you, said Yudo, who chuckled at the brunette behavior. I know, sometimes it's annoying how easily he distracted by his carnal desire, Rias sighed at the failed pawn. Akeno called the Crimson Princess. Hi, Butchu. Akeno accepted the unasked order and started walking elegantly to outside the room. Butchu-san, is Akeno-san going to be alright? Questioned Asia timidly. Don't worry, Asia. If it's Akeno, she would success. I trust her, answered Rias proudly. Asia seems still unsure about it but didn't say furthermore. When the door to the outside closed, they start to listen again. Ara Namikaze-kun called Akeno with her usual catchphrase. Now. What would you do, Namikaze? Thought Rias as she can hear her queen is already making a contact with the janitor. Oh, Himejima. What's wrong? It seems Rias Butchu want to meet you now. The other member in the clubroom is now slightly leaning closer, curious at what kind of dirty trick their school's janitor would do now. Ah, okay. Only for them to face planted at how he suddenly agrees. Asia sighed at finally it would be over. Rias smiled in satisfaction. And Yudo shook his head because worrying for nothing. Ara. You dropped something, Namikaze-kun. Rias can hear Akeno's voice once again. Oh, could you get it for me? And once again Naruto answered it. Hi ma. Another surprised voice from the black-haired beauty makes Rias and the others curious. What is it? This is. Ah, that. My friend gave me those S&M tools catalog yesterday. She said theirs would be a big sale on their store and you could find rare tools in him. Himejima. Hey, Himejima boy. The Miyajima Yue, she lost on her own world. Well, it can't be helped then, now I should move her in there, and voila. Now Nico-chan, who is the cute kitten again? NYAA. You've got to be kidding me. Back into the room, Rias massaged her head. She can't believe her queen could be failed too. The Gremory heiress rose from her chair, decided to finish this by her own hands. However, before she moves from there, Yudo stopped her. Butchu, let me do this instead. Rias looked at her knight directly in his eyes. Are you sure? Hi. Replied the Bishounen confidently. Rias give a thought about it. Her knight doesn't look like a pervert that always leering at every girl who approached him. Heck, she is suspicious that he is a gay. He also doesn't have a fetish problem, not openly though. Okay, but be careful. Yudo nodded at his king before start walking to the door. Don't worry Butchu, I won't fail. The Bishounen give his king a reassuring smile before he continued to walk outside the room. The last two-member occult research club is now waiting again with heavy atmosphere, focusing on what's going to happen. Good afternoon, Namikaze-san. It's Beg-in, thought Rias as she and Asia could hear Yudo's voice behind the door. Oh, it's you. What is it? A tired voice comes from Naruto. Nothing, it's just Rias. Butchu is already tired of waiting. A friendly tone comes from the knight. Shing. Is that? Rias blinked at the thought. Yudo unsheathed his sword. Wow, wait a minute. Why did you bring that out? Don't mind about it. I just want to bring you back to the clubroom by force. Mama, there's no need for violence in here. Don't worry, it would over quickly. How you know him? Hey Kiba, there's a crack in your sword. Sorry, but that excuse won't work on me. Good one, Yudo. Keep it up, cheered Rias in her mind. No. Just look, there, near the hilt. Rias and Asia exchanged look at the silence. It seems you are right, Namikaze-san. A loud sigh can be heard. Kiba, how could you miss it? As a sword user, you should be ashamed of it. That was from Naruto. The sword is not only a tool, they also a partner on a fight. Someone who can't even treat their partner is the janitor is sighing again. It seems you still have long ways to go, Kiba. You were right, Namikaze-san. I'm sorry. Why did you apologize, you stupid knight? Rias did a facepalm after heard that. It's fine. By the way, did you come to the exhibition sword 3 days ago? Because I saw someone that looks like you in there. Oh. Did you went there too, Namikaze-san? A rather excited voice comes from the knight. No Yudo. Don't fall to his trap. Rias pleaded in the clubroom. Of course. Did you saw that Muramasa's sword? I never thought they would show it. A laugh comes from the blonde janitor. Yeah, and don't forget about the twin fang, reminded Yudo. The one from Medieval. The two blades with pure white steel like a snow. Yep. Yeah. That was fine swords. Now how about? Ria slammed her head to the desk. It seems she forgets that her knight is a sword freak. I won't fail my ass, groaned Riaz in displeasure as she heard the two blonde male chatting happily about swords. No, this can't be happened. I have to save them. Asia convinced herself in panic before run out from that place. No, Asia, shouted Riaz, but it's too late as the bishop is already out from there. Maybe, just maybe. She could do it. Oh no. The Gremory heiress slammed her head to the desk again after heard Asia's stuttered voice. The girl can't even talk properly. So it's down to me, huh? Riaz rose up from her chair before walks to the door with a determined look. She should do this from the start. If you want to do something right, you have to do it by yourself. She would show the janitor for not messing with the Gremory heiress and her peerages. She is a Gremory, the Crimson Ruin Princess, little sister from one of the four great Satans. She won't let her peerage, her slave, and her family be controlled by some janitor. Gripping the doorknob tightly, the red-haired devil twists it and set the stage for the battlefield. Ria's Gremory has precious friends to be saved in there. Ano Kaichu called a familiar feminine voice. What is it, Meguri? Asked the student council president. Is it okay to send him alone to the occult researchers clubroom? Ma. Are you worried about Naruto-san, Tomo-san? This comes from Hanakai Momo with knowing look. You did your head hit something? Said Tomo with a flat stare to Momo's direction. Mama. A group of student council members now are walking to the old school building direction, to the place where Ria's Gremory and her peerage is in. The reason? Well, the Citri heiress thinks that this is the right time for introducing Saji and the others to Ria's new servants. But still Meguri is right. I should go with him in the first place, said Sona, who considering her decision to send Naruto alone. Ma, is Namikaze-san really that bad? Questioned Hanakai Momo confusedly. The worst. A nightmare. A hell teacher. Comes from Sona, Tomo, and Tsubasa. So he is dangerous after all, convinced Saji while nodding. Really? But several of my classmates said he is a kind person, questioned Kusaka Ria. Don't be fooled, Kusaka. He is just like that if you give him a job. Being a professional, he says, explained Sona. So, is that means he is a pauper? I mean, it's the reason that he can't become a student, right? Nomura Haruko joined the conversation. The student president shook her head in denial. No. The bastard could buy several islands if he wants to, answered Sona calmly as she ignoring several gasps from her behind. Then Kaichu, why is he becomes a janitor then? Asked Tsubaki. Sona sighed before she answering it. He is just bored. Taking several tasks from the students is just one of the few things that he did to pass the time. One of a few things? Said Tomo curiously. Do you still remember how he turned you into a man? Questioned back Sona, which answered by a grunt from Tomo. Thank goodness that the effect just lasts for 3 days. 3 Fu-King days for the embarrassing torture when doing things as a man. That's one of it. Experimenting, continued Sona as she and the others finally arrived in front of the old school buildings. Ma, let's back to how Namikaze-san is bad to Gremory-sama and her peerages. I mean, what is the worst thing could be happened? When he's in there. The others were startled when Sona, Tomo, and Tsubaki suddenly stopped before face-palming. Hanakai, Momo. Momo-san. Called Sona, Tomo, and Tsubaki before they turned facing her. Hi. She's slightly nervous at how the three give her deadpan faces. You jinx it, said the three simultaneously. About what? Crash. The sound of shattered glass makes them turn their head to the source. In slow motion, they saw Ria's Gremory comes through the window like an action hero before she unfolded her devil wings. Hands that guarding her face now moved to cover her ears, showing the tears that leaked from her face. And oh please don't say it anymore. I don't want to hear it. Stop calling me with that name, whined the Gremory heiress. From the same window, Akeno jumped and hugged the red-haired girl's waist. Calm down, but you. Stop it. Riaz, who covered her ears, seems doesn't hear it. Or moreover she doesn't want to listen to anything. But-you-san. Akeno-san. Shouted Asia, who also jumped and grabbed Akeno's legs now with cute desperately face. Nuo. Let me go. Cried Riaz, who's still whining in the air. Asia. Another figure jumped and grabbed the blonde-haired girl's waist before revealing that it was Issei. There's also Kaneko, who now grabbed Issei's legs while she is still inside of the building. The little girl's hands are holding each of the brunette's legs, while her own legs are for anchoring. She put the pressure on her left leg to the floor, and her right leg is under the window's frame, which is oddly located exactly behind of Issei's genital place at that time. Anyway, when the frame can't hold between how strong Rias and Kaneko pulled each other. Crack, it breaks. Ah. Makes the force in Kaneko's right legs directed on something in front of her. Yeah, in the nuts. Boo-woo. Shouted Issei in high-pitched voice with tears as out from his eyes. The group from Sona's winced when heard that though. And let's not forget that Kaneko is a rook. Issei-kun, please don't release it. Shouted Akeno. It's over. Issei Jr. is over, said Issei with high-pitched voice, while his eyes become pure white now. Issei-san, please don't lose your grip, pleaded Asia. More like I'll lose my life first, continued the brunette. Sorry comes from Kaneko. Just please stop, put the pressure on your legs. I beg you, said Issei still holding the pain. You know, some students called the place as an old school building for a reason. First, it's because the place doesn't be used anymore, and the second is because the place has some decayed woods on some spots. Well today, Kaneko's left leg has hit the jackpot. Crack. The floor was broken, makes the kitten instinctively use her right leg to hold her body, but slammed it to another place. Kaneko let out a puff of pride, happy that she succeeded balancing her body and forgetting she still have to pull Rias back to the building. So when something pulling her hands instead, Kaneko instinctively use her left leg and kick the window's frame near there without stint. Forgetting it's already broken. Yep, the second round for leg versus nuts. There's not even a scream from Issei, but the foam that coming from his mouth is already told of what he has felt. Miraculously, the brunette's grip is still tight. Ah, that also makes Kaneko decided for letting herself being dragged because of unfocused. Slightly guilty for make Issei's condition worse and trusted the last member to pull them back. And that's how another hand grabbed the little girl's one. Issei, hang in there. I'll treat it later, said Yudo who hold them with great effort. I don't want to hear it from a man, said Issei in a very soft voice. Ha 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 ha. How about that, Justice-chan? Interrupted by a rather familiar laughter that can be heard from inside the building. The student council member now saw Naruto who appears on another window with holding something white in his hands, something like a paper. You're several millennia too early for challenge me, Justice-chan. Now, how about this? Ahem, they could see their janitor taking a breath before seems like read something on that paper in mock monotone voice. First grader, Rias Gremory. My name is Rias Gremory. I really love robot. Especially the one from Super Sentai. Guess what? When I grow up, I am going to marry the robot also. No, interrupted Rias as she struggling harder than before. The sight that like a flying humanoid kites who constantly whining was responded by surprised face and 3 flat looks from the student council member. That said Sona, Tomo, and Tsubaki as they turned their flat look to Hanakai Momo. Make the white-haired girl laugh nervously. Aha ha ha. Back to occult research club room, several things can be seen there. Ooh, sulked Rias cutely like a child in the corner. There, Keno comforted Rias like a mother. Ooh, this one was from Issei who holding her pain and shame while being treated by Asia's twilight healing. You know. Don't worry Issei Jr., you'll recovered soon, said Asia while focused her healing treatment. Ooh, and this one from Naruto who has 3 bumps on his head while kneeling in front of Sona who has a brick on her hand. There's also Yudo who panting, still exhausted for bringing his king back to inside the building. Pulling 5 people who struggling in the air seem not as easy as it looks. Meanwhile Kaneko is giving Yudo water as she is the one who didn't get an injury. Not physical though, remember how she purring like a cat who got drunk by a catnip in the janitor's lap. Oh, and most of the student council member who in the same room were looking at the unfortunate victims with pity and an understanding look except for Naruto. Ratatata, ta-ta, ta-ta. A ringtone can be heard in that room. And yes, it's still the same one from Final Fantasy fanfare. It's mine, said Naruto makes the others who have nothing to do are focused on him. Hello, Naruto all in all, master of trades in here. May I know the victim I mean, the great person who will have my service. He's still saying that lame introduction. Thought the entire student council member. How you again they saw how Naruto sighed deeply. Like I said, just search it on some spare parts you were. Didn't find. Alaska. You ho, I see fine, what did you want now? Said janitor who surprised on the first before nodding repeatedly. Well, why not using a cardboard box then? Of course also watch out for the landmines finished Naruto as he closed the call. What? Asked a blonde janitor when he saw the entire student council members look at him. Who is it? Asked Sona about the call. There's something off when he said cardboard box and landmines. Nah, nothing to be worried about. There's a guy who playing agent with me recently, explained Naruto nonchalantly. Playing agent? Yeah, his name is Snake whatever. It seems he is searching for a Metal Gear or something, though I'm still confused why he searches it on spare parts store in Alaska. Such a dramatic guy, several chuckles out from Naruto's mouth. And the cardboard box. The Citri heiress can't be helped curious about that one. Oh, he says needs something that makes him undetected on nuclear facility. And you suggested that? Asked Naruto in bewilderment. What can she say? An agent that infiltrating a nuclear facility with using a cardboard box and didn't get noticed? Yeah, sure. That's right. Chirped Naruto happily. Sona shook her head at that. Leave it to her other childhood friend for a bizarre idea. If a certain agent in Alaska decided to try the method. And it works. So, what brought you all here? Questioned Naruto, who using a healing spell to nurse the bump. Ah, that's Sona. Look at the Rias and her peerages once again. Let's wait for them to recover. Okay, Naruto nodded in agreement. Tough, he actually doesn't care about it. One recovered peerages later. And what brings all of you here? Questioned Rias while take a glance at Naruto once a while, still wary of him from what happened before. Sona gives her a polite smile as she explains it. Nothing. It's just a greeting, since you have some new servants, she finished with. Looking at Asia then Issei before back to Rias. Servants, don't tell me. Issei's eyes widened at the new revelation. Sona facing the brunette with still polite smile. You maybe know me as the Seto Kaichu, Sana Shitori. However, my real name is Sona Citri, heiress of the Citri clan. And yes, Kaichu pushed her glasses and make them glinting again. My servants and I are also a devil. She also gives him a mysterious smile in the end her sentence. It is me, or she gained a new habit. Muttered Naruto for himself from the sideline. For the next moment, the blonde-haired janitor decides to ignore how Issei surprised about there are other devils in Kuo Academy before Saji throw a snide remark about the brunette ignorance. He grabs a popcorn from his pocket to mention, then munching the flakes lazily, makes Kaneko, who noticed it decided went to his direction, and ignoring the others who focusing on the two male pawns that start arguing. Naruto feels the gaze from the white-haired loli in front him. He decided to move the popcorn to several directions, which make her following it intensely. Want? Asked Naruto, who answered with a nod by Kaneko. He patted the place beside him before she sit on there and starts lazily munching the popcorn together while watching the argument with flat looks. The two saw how Saji and Issei, who take turns to squeeze each other hand with all their strength and make the two coer of their respected clan, sighed at their behavior. Rias gives Sona a tired smile. You must be having a rough time. In addition, Sona give Rias a matching smile as she says, no shit, Sherlock. The others blinked at the unexpected answer. Even Naruto and Kaneko stopped munching their popcorn. I mean. You must be having a rough time too, corrected Sona awkwardly. The student president coughed once and continued. Anyway, I was planning to go to his place this month. It seems my servants is ready to get a familiar. Eh? I was planning for going to there too. Said slightly surprised Rias. There's a silence after the two found a problem. This is troubling. He is only available for once a month, said Sona as she forms thinking pose. Rias smirked when she got a resolve to the problem. Then, how about deciding it with a duel? A duel? Sona is surprised at the idea. Yes, the winner gains the right to commission him. Are you talking about raiding Georgia Kaya? Before the student president finished, something hit her forehead. It's popcorn. You're not an idiot, so don't act like one. All of them turned their head to the source of that bored tone and found their janitor and the school mascot eating popcorn near the window. There's no one here that would give you two the permission anyway, continued Naruto. What do you mean by raiding game, Hirogami? Asked Issei, who seems confused about the situation. Naruto pointed his finger at Rias. Ask that to Justice Chan later, said Naruto in same bored tone while ignoring a shout, don't call me that. From the Gremory heiress. The blonde janitor yawned and put his palm on his back head before leaned to a wall, giving the rest of popcorn to Kaneko. So, seems like you have an idea for this problem, Justice Chan, said Naruto. Like I said, don't call me that. And yes, I thought that we could settle this through sports, said Rias, who annoyed by the justice remark. My see, said Sona as she adjusting her glasses. By what, where and when she finished it with a sly smile. Rias answered the gesture by her own smirk. Tennis, on the court, tomorrow morning. I understand, giving a nod, Sona start to walk out from there. Then, see you tomorrow, but before she passed the door. Sona, wait, stopped Rias with serious look. What is it? You still haven't answered my question this morning. About whether Namikaze Naruto is one of your peerage or not this time, beside the kings and queens from each peerages is startled at the question before they looked at the person who being talked about. Like I said, what? Asked Naruto, not being bothered a bit. Someday the other now focused back to Sona, who has a cold gaze towards Rias. I'll answer it when we have a rating game. Between you and me as the opponent is what Sona said before she leaving that place with the other student council members that following her. There's a silence in that room. No one said anything after the Kuo student president left. Just how difficult it is to say yes or no for that question is in the thought of every occult members. But for Ria's Gremory, she knows something about why her childhood friends didn't straightly answer it. Something that needs time to be explained. Something complicated. Well, I think I should go now. A statement from the enigmatic blonde makes the rest of ORC members remembers that he's still in there. Wait, Namikaze stopped Riaz as she narrowed her eyes. Yes. Riaz looked directly at his eyes. Just who are you? Naruto blinked his eyes a few times before give her a mock thinking pose. I am a devil, and well, you can say I also Sona's childhood friends. Childhood friend? Slightly surprised Riaz before she gives him a suspicious stare. That must be a lie, how come I never heard about you from Sona? Naruto rose up from his sitting position and dusting his pants before he shrugged his shoulder. Of course you don't. That time, she was bounded by a rule to not reveal my existence after all. From whom? Right after Riaz asked that, she and her peerages were surprised to see the man suddenly disappeared in a blink of eyes. No. It was faster than that. For that question. All of them turned their head on the janitor who already opened the exit door. It's a secret. Then he out from there. Riaz give a thought about the answer. But you before Akeno called her worriedly when saw her king is disturbed. I'm fine. For now, we should focus on winning the duel. For Issei and Asia's sake, she gives Akeno and her peerages a reassuring smile, which is answered by a couple of nods from them. A commotion occurs in the next morning at Kuo Academy's tennis court. Apparently, the first and the second most popular girl in their school would have a match against the third and the fourth in a tennis match. All the students who admired each team are already occupying the second best place in there. Near the fence of course. Hiya. Sana-sama. Comes from the girls who saw their object of admires. Iwuo. Akeno Wani-sama. Comes from the boys who saw their object of lust. Cola, coffee, crackers, caramel. We also sell cupcakes, come on buy it. This one has come from Naruto who dressed as a walking vendor, while beside him is Middled or known Nanari as her disguise in front the students of Kuo Academy. Why should I do this quietly whined the girl who dressed same as Naruto. It's better than doing nothing. Besides, 1/3 of the sales from these goods are for your allowances. You said you want to try it. Explained Naruto. Yeah I said that Hey, if I only get the 1/3, what about the rest? Asked Middled suspiciously. For me of course. Her eyebrows twitched after heard that you cheapskate. The retort is just shrugged by Naruto. I wouldn't do this if it's not for that new shoes whined the fallen angel. What shoes? Questioned Naruto. Girls things. Don't ask it. Now, where is my free ticket of this boring job? The last one was said by the fallen angel while narrowed her eyes to search someone. You planned something again? Asked Naruto curiously. Being a fallen angel has a merit too you know. For example, we could deceive some human to gain our own profit easily. Though sometimes, we could do it to a devil too. Well, only the weak or a fresh one of course explained Middled with still looking for someone. Said amused Naruto. So, how about a match then? The winner takes all the money. Nah, don't want to. I still remember how Azazel-sama said that your luck is more frightening than the 4 great satans, denied Middled. Loud enough only for both of them to be heard. She's smarter than her looks, thought Naruto who more amused by the fallen angel next to him. Then, how about this? If you win, you could ask anything to me. Anything. Emphasized Naruto on the last sentence. Anything? Why would halted Middle to think about the offer more through? Anything as he gives me a chance to know the detail of how the Lord is dead. Middle look at the blonde male who has a cunning smile on his face. She tries to search for anything that leading to a lie. Fine sighed the fallen angel when she found none. Yosh. Now, how about you going first? The blonde-haired girl is looking at the man once again suspiciously before she turned her head to search her ticket. There she is said Middled when she found the person. She takes a deep breath before shouted the name. Asiya-san. Eh? The one who called is turning her head to the source along with several students who also heard it. The devil janitor and the fallen angel waiting at the former nun who walks to them now. Asia-san. Greeted Middled with her fake persona when saw the blonde with green eyes arrived in front of them. Nanari-san Asia gives a bow along with a smile before she turned her head to the left. Nah Naruto-san. You also in here stuttered Asia with nervous a gesture. It seems she becomes more wary of him after the previous encounter. Naruto give the girl a nod before he decided to go to another place. Then, I'll go to there now. Jana, Nanari-chan, Argento-san. Hi, Ani-chan. Replied Middle cheerfully. You Naruto-san and a nod from Asia. The janitor walking to a nearby tree before going behind a tent starts to observe the conversation. With Middleton ASIA. Are you okay Asia-san? Your face seems pale, questioned Middleton fake concern. Asia shook her head. No nothing. What are you two doing? The girl asked back while looking at Middleton's attires. The former nun looked at the younger Namikaze, who wears something like a walking vendor, as stood in the midst of students. She also carries a backpack in front her that has full of snacks. Ah, this I just helping Ani-chan to sell this goods, explained Middle cheerfully. Asia smiling fondly at her friend Nanari-san, you are really kind, aren't you? For helping your Ani-san is. Ahehe Middle sheepishly rubbing the back of her head like a child. The way he is in the thought of several students who saw it. Ah, just hear this Asia-san. Ani-chan said half of the sales are for my allowance, but he's so stubborn when I say I don't need that much. You stupid Ani-chan, whined the fallen angel with a pout. Eh? Why not Nanari-san? I thought it was a good thing, questioned Asia while there are more students who also focused on the conversation. Middlet is looking at the ground shyly. Well, why you know, the reason I come here to this place is actually so that I could be with Ani-chan. But a longing expression is formed on the fallen angel's face now. Recently, he seems to take more jobs and always come late because of it. I don't know why he doing it. But whatever it is, I don't care. I just want to be with Ani-chan. I don't really need money as long as he's with me, continued the girl with sad yet honest gaze that makes people around going oh. Asia grabbed Middle's hands before speak with encouraging tone, Nanari-san, I think Naruto-san has his own reason. Someday he will tell you about it, I'm sure of it. Middle gives her a reassured smile and nodded You are right, Asia-san. A determined smile was formed on Middle's face. I think I should help him more from now on. At least, I don't want to be a burden to Ani-chan anymore. She paused before continued with a sad smile while have a faraway look. Not after that. Nanari-san trailed off Asia as she looks at the different expression from her friend. She closed her eyes before facing the former nun. His little sister after all, right? Finished Middle by giving the former nun a beautiful smile with bubbles and sparking lights that radiating from behind her. It's not only the long-haired blonde, but also all the students near them is touched by that. Nanari-san. I'll help you too, no. Let me help you. Said Asia forcefully. Yeah, me too. Count me in. I want to help too. Is what several students said. The boys have determined looks, while the girls are soft smile. But. I don't mind it. Interrupted Asia. Yeah, me too. Don't worry about it, Namikaze-mato. Several students alludes give Middle to reassuring smiles. You all thank you very much, appreciated Middle while wiping her moist eyes. Yosh. Let's do this, you guys. Said a random boy that followed by a chorus of OOOHHH. By the others. While the students cheering, Middle turned her head facing at Naruto direction. Half of her face is shadowed, eyes become half-lidded and an arrogant smirk in there. A scoff comes from the fallen angel. But Naruto. Naruto gritting his teeth at how Middle manipulating the students. Damn. She pulls the students' feelings to the max by giving a false kindness excuses as the base before turned it into sad mysterious past. A bead of sweat trailed from Naruto's temple. After the students have their own delusion about what kind of bad things that happened to her, she finished it full blow of innocence, thought amazed. Naruto. He's impressed with how the fallen angel could say that big bullshit story with so much emotion. This girl, she's good. Continued Naruto before take a deep breath to make him calm down. An amused sigh out of the janitor's mouth, looks like this is my lost is what she wants me to think. But. Effacing his own goods which actually half from the supposed amount. With an evil grin on his face that makes Yagami Light from D-Note would mistook Naruto as his brother, he says the famous line. Just as planned. Whoa, there are so many snacks in here, said a random girl at Middle place. It seems they already noticed the amount goods in Middle's spender backpack. Now, it's time for my counterattack, thought Naruto who start to walk to the fallen angel direction while smirking inwardly. So it was you after all, Nanari-chan, said Naruto with helpless tone, not missing a twitch in Middle's eyebrow. Naruto-san? Questioned Asia as she and the other students are looking at their janitor now. Naruto keep walking until in front of Middle before he slowly starts putting the goods in her backpack to his own. I already told, didn't I? That you don't have to work. Just do what you want and go play with your friends. You're free here. Said Naruto with soft tone and kind gaze. Naruto-san, what do you mean? Asked Asia confusedly. In her childhood times, Nanari is different from the other kid. She always took her father's strict decisions obediently and never complained about it. I was worried because it's not what she wants, not her desire, and when I'm sorry, I can't tell you further more about it, said the janitor as sad gazes formed in his face while still taking the goods from Middle backpack. Hi, said Asia while looking at Middleton curiosity. I'm sorry, Nanari-chan. I didn't notice that you were lonely. I'll try to reduce my work and part-time job hours from now on. I won't work until dawn again, continued Naruto before he stopped putting the goods and starts patting Middle's head. Naruto-san, said several girls who touched at the gesture, some even let out an admiring sigh. But you know, as long as I could see your smile, I don't mind if I have to sacrifice myself. Finished Naruto with a dazzling smile. While a gentle breeze waving his hair. His expression is not only makes Middleton Asia being fascinated, but also all the female students who saw it have a blush in their face. Just for a reminder. That all dramatic stories thingy are not real. It was created with full of deceit and ulterior motives. Thank you. Indeed. Such a pair of assholes. Naruto-san. Shouted a random girl who suddenly grabs his hand. Hi. We will help you too. Said the girl with a collective of nods from the others. He gave them another smile that makes the girls HAWAAN before said sorry, but I don't want to bother you all. Don't worry, we are not bothered by it. Right you all? Convinced the girl forcefully, which answered by a chorus of HAI from the girls. Naruto released the hold and take a few step back before give them a nod. Thank you. For knowing that Nanari-chan has good friends, I'm relieved to hear that. Naruto-san, said the girls with still an awestruck face. Nevertheless, it's different from the boys. TCH. Bastard. Go to hell, popular guy. Muttered them with full of hate. Not that Naruto missing that, but he can handle it. He turned to the boys and bowing. Thank you, I'm sure my little sister would be happy too, before he looking at Middled. Right. Nanari-chan. His words make the boys looking at the one that being addressed. Being called suddenly, Middled was surprised and nodded shyly while looking the boys once a while. The cute girl who blushing after saw you. If someone who doesn't have an experience about love and relationship, they would misinterpret it as the girl has a feeling for you. And unfortunately, for most of male students in Kuo Academy don't have it. You don't mind it, Namikaze-san. Why yeah, it has become our duty to help each other, leave it to us, Namikaze-mato. Is what several male students said with their own cool pose. Alright, you guys. Let's help them. Said a random boy who taking Middle's vendor backpack before being answered by Yuuo. By the other boys. Okay, girls. Don't lose to the boys. Said a random girls that also took a vendor backpack from Naruto before a chorus of hi. From the other female could be heard. They start organizing their job before start helping the Namikaze siblings selling the goods. Naruto-san called Asia with quiet tone. What is it, Argento-san? I'm sorry. It seems I was wrong about you about many things, said the girl nervously. Nah, it's fine. Everyone could make a mistake after all. Moreover, I'm grateful that my little sister has a friend like you, said Naruto honestly. A beaming smile appeared in Asia's face. Hi. Then, I should start help selling this too, said the former nun before she going to another direction. While the others are busy, Naruto and Middled have their own conversation. TCH. This one is coming from Middled. HMPH. Thou shall never win against me. Remember that, foolish little bird, said Naruto in high and mighty tone. Hi, sighed Middled tiredly when the blonde male pointed that out. Though, at least I don't have to do the job anymore. Naruto blinked at that. It seems he's forgetting that it was what Middled wants in the first place. She's right about that. A chuckle is out from his mouth. What is it? Asked Middled when she heard it. Nah, nothing. Just thinking now we will get money without doing anything, dismissed Naruto. Hey, you're right. Meanwhile on another place. There's a girl with reddish brown hair with an antenna on the top, a girl with short blue hair, and a long white-haired girl who watching the display with several reaction. Idiots, all of them. Don't realize being manipulated, said Tomo with flat stare. So this is what Naruto-sensei said about manipulating the enemy on a battlefield, muttered Tsubasa while nodding. Such a lively siblings. The two girls beside her are turning their head to facing Momo. Seriously? Said surprised Tomo. Mama dismissed Momo easily. Momo-san, are you okay? Did you catch a cold or something? Asked Tsubasa worriedly. Mama. Why are you keep saying that phrase since yesterday? Now Tomo give the white-haired girl an odd look. Mama, I'm trying to build my own character now, explained Momo calmly. Can any of you tone down your voice? I'm trying to focus in here, said another feminine voice that makes the three snap their head to the source. Since when you're here? Moreover, who's doing the judge in Kaichu's match? Aren't you the referee? A rapid question comes from Tomo. Since the beginning, and I asked Haruko-chan to replace me, said Kusaka, who writing something in a notebook that she hold. While locking her gaze on the two Namikaze who currently talking to each other. Arya-san. What are you doing? Asked Tsubasa. This. I'm just writing of how the younger Namikaze is. Manipulating the students with sad story before the older one is. Supporting it with siblings love story. And I must says, I became more and more amazed by Naruto-san. It seems his family has a talent. For wait. What is that? Explained Rhea before she saw something from the two Namikaze. The other three girls turned their head and found what the treasurer saw. While the other students are selling the goods, the Namikaze siblings who stood alone are grinning mischievously. There's dark purple aura that surrounded them. Coo, chuckled the two Namikaze that makes the four girls gulp in fear. The appearance a long straight black-haired man with snake-like face that appeared behind them didn't help to ease the girls. That was wonderful, said Rhea, who riding faster now. Such an amazing technique astounded Tsubasa at the display. Am I the normal one in here? Tomo face palmed at her friend's reaction. Mama, the author actually confused for why bother to write Momo's reaction. Anyway, two things happened on that day. First, the match between Sona and Rhea's ended with draw. Second, Naruto and Middled. Having one hell of party on the night. Using all the money from the sale of their sold-out goods. All of it. When they realize their mistake on the next day, the two starts blame each other in the next minutes before grieving it together. Such a waste of money. So, why we are here again? Asked Middled as she's sitting on a chair while Naruto is eating a peanut in the student council room. The place was not tidy as the usual, there are foods and drink on the table, a TV near the windows, a festive decoration, a couple of sofa, and a banner that reads. Congratulations for winning the match. Well, I thought Sona and the other student council member are deserved a party for their hard work, explained Naruto indifferently. And by the way, aren't they still doing that dodgeball now? So why there's a banner that look like they are winning already? Forget it. I don't want to hear the answer. The last one was said after Middle saw the blonde male already open his mouth. She looks around her and can't be helped impressed at how luxurious it is. It's rare for you doing something like this, moreover how did you get the money for this all? Asked Middle suspiciously. She knows that he's not as poor as he looks. Knowing all the expensive stuff in his house is convincing her to reach that conclusion. Well, I told Sona's older sister that we need money for the student council party at their match against Justice Chan. Knowing how she really loves her little sister, the girl just give it like that. Such a simple-minded girl, explained Naruto with cheeky grin. You are such unbelievable, you know. Middle deadpanned at Naruto. You're flattering me, that's not a compliment. The fallen angel sighed for how the blonde male in front her always being such an idiot. She almost forgets that he is the same man that could take her life easily. Then Naruto with how Middle said it quietly makes the atmosphere around them is slightly changed. What is it? Asked the janitor still eating the peanut. Could you train me? You know, like that blue-haired devil. Middle looked at Naruto hopefully. Naruto looked back at Middle for a few seconds before he continues eating the peanuts. No, don't wanna. And you are wrong, I'm not trained her. I just give her an advice, said him indifferently. An advice by punching, kicking, and throwing a log that could explode, you called it an advice. Said a bewildered Middle. Yeah, also, don't forget about the frogs. The girl looks at him in for a moment before she sighed. Fine. So can I get an advice too? Asked Middle. Nope. Why? Is there something that I have to do to get it? Annoyed Middle by his answer. The blonde man sighed at her stubbornness. No, nothing. But why are you so persistent about it? Questioned the man while staring at the girl directly on her eyes. I Middle facing the ground nervously, now I know that the Lord is gone, I also know that my job to observing Haidu wouldn't last longer until someone replacing me. So, I thought to use this time to get stronger, to survive. And you are the strongest person as far as I can see at now. So trailed off Middle. How can you be so sure about that? Forgetting replaced Naruto tilting his head at her thought. The fallen angel chuckled before she answered, I'm not an idiot, she gave Naruto a bitter smile. The reason you saved me from either the Grimoire girl or Azazel-sama punishment was just for your amusement, right? Don't compare me to someone like Asia. I know how unfair the world is after all. Naruto keep looking at the blonde girl in her eyes before sighed. You have to try better than that, then he start to eating the peanut again. I know, agree Middle. That's why she rose up from the chair and unzipped her skirt before unbuttoning her clothes one by one. The action where Middle suddenly stripped off her own clothes makes Naruto choke before he coughs several times. What the hell are you doing? Shouted the blonde male. I will offering my body. Isn't that what you want? Said Middle motionlessly without stopping. No. Who do you think I am? A rapist. Shouted Naruto, who decided to take of his shirt and throw it to Middle. Eh? Now Middle seemed surprised about it, you are not. Shouted back the girl with a red hue now slowly formed in her face. Hell no. And why are you look surprised? Boo, but what's with that mountainous porn DVD on your secret room? How about the 88 of porn magazine under your bed? The 69s of smut books inside your drawer, those 10 boxes of Euro games behind your cabinet, and 2 humanoid Dutch wives on your secret lab under the house. The rapid question comes from the girl who blushing furiously while tried to covering her half-naked body. That was my hobby. Moreover, just because I have them, what make you could imply me as a rapist? And how you know? Where they are located and the amount all of it? Questioned back Naruto with shouting embarrassedly. Wah 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 panicked Middle while suddenly takes a few step backs Kaya. Don't come near to me you beast. Creepy Otaku. Pervert. You are worse than a rapist. Don't talk like you're not one, you perverted girl. And how come a rapist is better than a pervert? Naruto pointed his finger while take a step up to the front. Now he's gonna lock me in a room, playing with my body, then sold me to an old dirty perverts before take my spilled naked pictures and spread it all over the net. That was one hell an imagination of you. Biwa. Even though my dream is to become a sister of a church now I can't become one anymore. Crying Middle on the corner. Aren't you a fallen angel and stop crying because I'm the one who want to do that now Dadabeo. The blonde janitor quickly clamped his mouth as if want to hide something. Datiba what? Middle who now sobbing as saw the male was frightened by something. And she can't be helped confused about was the thing that make him like that. Naruto calmed himself before sit back on a chair while let out an exhausted sigh. First those memories and now that word muttered the blonde before being interrupted by. Boom. The sound of explosion that comes from the gym. Now what groaned the man. Forgetting Middle who's still sobbing in the corner. One moment for calm down later. Now we see the 2 blonde-haired people is sitting in a chair with a different atmosphere. Actually, one devil and one fallen angel. There's Naruto give a stern gaze at Middle who blushing and nervously looking at Naruto once a while. The girl still embarrassed for either of the misunderstanding, crying for nothing, also being found out that she is sometimes going to Naruto's room secretly and doing something that rated for over 18 years old in human age. I won't ask how there is a fallen angel who being sensitive about sex, even though you are always swearing and cursing while saying a word that related to it said Naruto calmly. Nodded Middle meekly whiles her blush increasing. But now, I will ask about why are you sneaked to my room? I know that you are older than your looks, but the thought that you're reading a smut. Ooh. Watching a porn ho. Or even playing with Dutch was just because you're curious is trailed off Naruto who slightly blushed after saying about the Dutch wives. Mew. An unintelligent mutters out from Middle's mouth. Naruto sighed in displeasure, now listen to me, Middle. You are. The next sight was like a strict father scolding his little daughter who caught for watching porn for the first time. Where Naruto is giving a speech animatedly, Middle can only nodding about it. She even forgets about how he has all those perverted things in the first place. Let's leave with Naruto just more than good at distracting someone. Do you understand now? Finished Naruto with stern yet tiredly in the same time. High whined Middle still looking down in shame. But Naruto nodded at that now, here then he placing 5 paper on the table near the fallen angel. I'm only giving you that, nothing else. So use it wisely. The fallen angel turned her head and confused about it, this is the same paper in the log you throwing to that blue-haired devil, isn't it? The one that's sizzling before it explode. Nope, this one is increasing your weight. Use it with your own training method. Middle look at the paper like something disgusting. Ugh, can you give me a different one? I don't want to be fat. Naruto blinked at the unrelated things before face-palmed when he realized that Middle has mistook the weight word. What I mean is your body is just become heavier, not gained a fat you foolish little sister of mine, the last one was said like a certain Uchiha who massacre his own clan. Hey, I'm not stupid. It's your fault not explained it more detailed. And I'm not your little sister. Whatever dismiss Naruto easily anyway, each of the paper will double your weight. Either uses it to make your enemy's movement become slower or to yourself when training, so you could become faster. I've altered this one, so you just need to put it on your body, then channel your mana on it once to turn it on and twice to shut down the paper. He takes a pause for breathing. The side effect is just your growth would be stunted. I see she pondered a bit about that. Stunted, not stopped. Also. I suggest you to get used using 1 paper first before you use 2 or even 3, continued Naruto. Why? Questioned Middle as she tilting her head. Naruto shrugged his shoulder before answered it, if you want feel like stepped by an invisible elephant, then feel free to do it. The fallen angel blinked at the weird explanation. Get used by 1 paper first. Got it she nodded to emphasize it. Middle looked at the paper, or more exactly on the unusual lines before she asked the older blonde. What does this squiggle things mean anyway? Naruto snapped his right fingers before a puff of smoke that revealing a canned drink appeared in his hand. The girl who already used to that just ignored the display and waiting how he opened the can before drink it, then give his answer. Actually, I already use it for teleporting, seal some things, also create a pocket dimension, and give a no damn bother to understanding it, said Naruto nonchalantly. That makes younger blonde's eyebrows twitched. Then how can you create it? I'm really good at Tetris. What the hell with that answer? I also good with Rubik. But still not answered the question. Oh, and I love ramen. That one is not related. Your black lace panties doesn't suitable for you. Shut up you pervert. And forget about it already. Naruto take another gulp from the drink. Pew and let out a blessed sigh. Why are you so relaxed about this? Naruto just shrugged his shoulder again before looking at the window. Seeing the older blonde doesn't say anything, Middle sighed after giving the tsukamis. It seems she sighed a lot these past days. Oh god, I hate this guy, muttered Middle tiredly as she decided it was enough and get up before going to get some drinks on another table near the window. The biblical god is already dead, you know. I know. Don't remind me about that, you jerk. Yelled Middle before she drank a glass of juice. Mid-chan. Looks like your Tsukomi level is up, continued Naruto. It doesn't make me happy, said Middle tiredly while gulping her second glass of juice. Naruto, who saw how exhausted she is, just waiting patiently before he felt something, or more exactly a group of people whom walking to his direction. It seems the student council member is coming back, said Naruto with a grin in his face. Thank God, don't say it. Quickly interrupted Middle when she saw the blonde open his mouth. Naruto give her a pout before the grin is back in his face. Well, how about a surprise before the party? After he put the canned drink, the janitor snapping his right fingers once again. A puff of smoke appeared along with the things that come out from it. Oh yeah, it would be one hell of surprise, said Naruto as he put a bazooka in his shoulder. Yes, a bazooka. Are you out of your mind? They would end up in a hospital if you fire it on them. Just do it normally, you frickin' idiot. Shouted Middle with her recharged Tsukomi energy. But. No buts. Just change it already. Fine, muttered Naruto disappointedly. The bazooka is gone with puff of smoke before a different object has appeared and falling to Naruto's hand. Kerchak. Middle sighed tiredly after looking at the object that appeared. Just how difficult the word normal is to you. This is normal for me, Naruto tried arguing this time. Middle give him a long flat stare. Enough, just throw back that shotgun and use the usual party popper now, said Middle with finality. You're not fun, aha. No. You can't use a grenade, TNT, C4, or even napalm, interrupted Middle calmly. Naruto sighed in disappointment. How about? And don't you friggin' trying to use a laser gun, biological weapon, or even mutants. Actually. Don't care. Don't need to care. And I don't even really want to care if you actually have 4 mutant ninja turtle or not, goddammit. I know the Lord is already dead. Dead as in die, taken by a death to the dead realm. I know it already. And don't you try to keep remind me of it. You are wrong about the dead realm part. I don't. Fu King. Care, you son of a whore. Objection. My mother was a good woman. And my creator was Fu King dead, so what? Fine. Naruto looking at the fallen angel who panting for a second before he throw back the shotgun that's still on his hands. He then summoned a normal party popper and a whistle for him and Middle. Finally. Something normal. Shouted Middle in relief. She still can't believe that. How come there's someone who an idiot and genius in the same time? No. He's more like a crazy than an idiot. Awaiting Sona and the others who know why it's so long for they to come there. They are only behind the door now. Get ready, no. Get ready, Nanari-chan. The grunt is the answer he gets. The door to the student council room is opened, then revealing Sona and the other member. Hop. Congratulations. Shouted Naruto cheerfully. Meanwhile Middle is only blowing the whistle. What is this? A surprise comment comes from Sona. What else? It's a party. Said Naruto. A party? Asked Sona confusedly. Yep. Well, when I heard you're gonna have another match, we decided to make a winning party for you all, explained further the man who now blowing the whistle along with Middle. Mo wake fiish wicked yo shusher, said Middle to whistle in her mouth. Ahahaha, don't mind her. She is just tired after preparing this all, quickly interrupted Naruto. Actually, what the fallen angel mean is, more like he has tricked your sister. But like the janitor said, she is already tired and didn't care to release the whistle to say it. Sona looked at the blonde-haired girl for seconds before she looking back at Naruto. Hi. But, well, said Sona nervously. There's slight gloom aura around her and the other student council member. What is it? Asked Naruto cheerfully. The more they quiet, the dullness is increased. Ahahaha. I know, don't worry about the money. I don't mind it, Naruto waving his hands while Middle look at the janitor with flat stare. Whose money again? Thought he fallen angel. It's not that, muttered Sona. Kaichu, just let me say it instead, sighed Tomo from behind. Say it. "Oh, what are you talking about, Tomokai?" questioned Naruto that even Middle is also curious about it. Actually, then she saw it. Lots of food and drinks, a festive decoration, a comfortable looking sofa, and there's even a TV in there. Tomo paused before finding the ground more interesting. She can't even say that they actually lost on the match after saw the effort from how the two blonde in front her to prepare the party. Actually Naruto-san. We lost the match, it's come from none other than Hanakai Momo. Momomo? Surprised several people from the student council. Naruto blinked several times before give them reassuring smile. I see, well, it can't be helped then. How about we change it to celebrate how hardworking you all for these past days. Instead, continued Naruto, who makes the others surprised about it. But trailed off Kusakari. Tweet. Translated as. Oh I. All of them now looking at the source of that whistle sound. Tweet, translated as. Just frickin' start already. I'm tired in here. You are, if I'm not wrong, the transfer student in the same class. But Haidu. Namikaze Nanari, the little sister of Namikaze Naruto. Said Saji while looking at the girl. He actually confused as why she is in here. Tweet, translated as. You're right, shithead. Middle just nodded while blow the whistle at the other blonde male. It seems the Citri devil hasn't told them about the fallen angel part yet. I think Nanari-chan want to say don't worry, right? Asked Naruto, who get another tweet, Fukeyu from Middle. The student council members are smiling relieved at that, except Sona, who looking at Middle directly in her eyes, while the fallen angel who noticed it didn't bothered by it. The Citri heiress didn't see ulterior motives or lies in there, but she saw how tired the blonde-haired girl is. I see that fallen angel is just too tired to answering. Probably because trailed off Sona as she looking at Naruto. Why, I'm not surprised, well, she knows how effective is Naruto to make someone tired without physical contact. She has the experience about it. Now let's change this before we started. Said Naruto excitedly before he grabbed a marker and writing something on the banner. The others who now looking at their janitor can't be helped being also excited. They waiting for what the blonde-haired male write before read it when he done. Congratulations for not winning the match. Instantly, the dullness became 10 times worse than before. Aichu, what is this urge to castrate someone named Namikaze Naruto? An emotionless word comes from Tomo. Sona didn't answer the oblivious answer. Yosh. Let's farthe. The others decided to comply it, but before throwing out the banner from a window and use a high-class fire magic to incinerate it. I know, it's not good, was it? Don't know if you could see it or not, but the timeline that I use is after the 4th Shinobi Wars. Anyway, I need your help about the grammar, so please, could you mention at least one scene that I should fix? I also want to know how old Sona actually is. Because I found in DxD Wikia that female devils tend to utilize magic in order to appear much younger than their physical age would suggest. So it makes me slightly doubt about Ria's and the other female's age. Here's some omics, don't know if it's worth or not. Omic. First night. It was a nighttime when Middle arrived at her new place. A cabin that located exactly near the school where her target attended. In front her, there's a suitcase, clothes, and another necessary stuffs for her to live in there. The fresh new, remembered how she herself would buy it several hours before and it's all paid by the man in front her. Her savior. Oh no Naruto-sama, I want to say how great. Okay, stop. The blonde man interrupts her when she wants to say how grateful she is. First, stop with that Sama stuff. Naruto, just call me with that name. Second, no need to thank me, you're just lucky that I picked up you instead that blue-haired busty girl. But still. A rather loud sigh out from Naruto. He looks at Middleton in annoyance for a moment before a Cheshire grin formed in his face. Then, if you really want to thank me. Somehow, she felt something bad will happen to her. Really, bad. OMAKE. Yes, now raise your hip a little bit higher, said Naruto with sensual voice and evil grin. Lee like this, complied Middleton with same sensual voice as heavy blush formed on her face. Good, now face this way, then raise and clench your right hand while say, NYAA. And NYAA, complied Middleton with embarrassment. What happened in there is Middleton posed like a cat on top of a sofa. Different from her usual goth loli outfit, what she wears is a white one-piece dress with yellow cat ears and tail. Meanwhile Naruto is. Snap snap snap. Great, this will definitely sell expensive in that lolican site. He's taking pictures of Middleton with money-shaped eyes. Middleton give the man a strained smile. Apparently, this bastard told her to cosplay into various character and take her pictures before sell it on some sites. Shrine maiden, magical girl, police officer, teacher, cheerleader, nurse, flight attendant, waitress, and even a maid. She told herself to hold it because it will over anyway, and this is nothing compared how he saved her life. Okay, next one is this. When Middle saw a sexy string bikini in Naruto's hands, like hell I would wear that. She snapped. In a flash, a roundhouse kick already delivered to Naruto's jaw makes the blonde man knocked back in slow motion before crash to a door with sickening sound. Is this Fugaya? Middle grabbed the camera still with furious face, then splitting it into two with her bare hands before she threw it to the ground and began to trampling it. By the way, that one is inspired when the author saw something similar at some martial arts channel on TV. Inner energy they say. Anyway, after some minutes, Middle realized what she did. She was beyond fear when Naruto already standing in front her with shadow covered his face. Middle chided herself, she should know not to be such an idiot in near someone who could take her life easily. This person in front of her could make the leader of fallen angels back off after all. Ah, nah Naruto-sama. This. She shut her eyes in fear when Naruto moved before open her eyes slowly when felt nothing happened. My. Middle looked at Naruto who already kneeling in front of her with whatever left from the camera in his hands. Nah Naruto-sama, I terribly sorry about it. I didn't mean to you what. Whatever that Middle want to say is interrupted when she saw something that really weird in front of her. Give it back. Give it back. Give it back. Give it. She sweat dropped when saw the blonde wailing and rolling to left and right like a child. Ayano, Naruto-sama. She takes a step back when the man suddenly stopped and gives her a glare. You take off your clothes and wear this. Middle blinked twice when she saw 3 band-aids in Naruto's hands before an image when she wears nothing but those 3 band-aids to covering her nipples and her private parts appeared in her mind. The hell you're thinking, you pervert. Snapped the girl who delivered a comical senpukyaku to the man, which means another slow-motion scene where he knocked back but more fiercely. Ha ha ha. The blonde girl panting for a moment before she realized again what she did. Ah. Middle starts sweating bullets. Not only once, but she already kicked her savior twice. She become cautious when Naruto's body twitched before sweat dropped when saw those swirly things in his eyes. Isn't he supposed to be some super strong character or something like that? Middle quickly think for what to do in this mess before her face lightened up when found one. OMAKE. Ugh, what happened? Naruto woke up with a grunt, his vision was blurred for a moment before he saw Middle already in front him with a glass of water in her hands. Here. Ah, thank you. Naruto took the glass and drank the water. Still, how come you could pass out after tripped like that? Naruto looked at Middle in confusion when she suddenly blurted out that. Huh? Who? Don't you remember that you tripped out of nothing like an idiot before pass out? Naruto scratched his head in bewilderment at Middle deadpan face. Really? Why I don't remember it. Don't know. Middle shrugged her shoulders. When we arrived in here, you said to make this place like my own home and not to call you with Sama before you tripped out of nothing then pass out. Naruto gives Middle a flat stare at that absurd explanation. What? You don't believe me, are you? Naruto pointed his face and says, you think this face says I believe that? Hell no. He shook his head before sighed tiredly. Whatever, your room is in there. He pointed a random door before rose up. From the couch where he was laying. Put your things in there while I'll make it dinner. Middle nodded and complied what the blonde man said. She took her suitcase and other things before going to the room. The fallen angel looked at Naruto who putting an apron on himself for a moment before she closed the door and slumped down. It had worked, said the girl as tears of happiness out from her eyes. Unknown to her, Naruto who already cooking the food in front him is caressing his cheek. Damn, that was a good kick. He flipped the food for several times before continue what he wants to say. Well, it's a small price to make her to loosen up. He caresses his cheek again. Maybe not. Hirogami. In the evening, at a cult research club's room when the entire member doing their own activity. Riaz is reading a book, Akeno is sipping tea in her hands, Kaneko and Kiba are playing chess, also Asia and Issei who doing their homework in there. Ano Issei-san called Asia with rather contemplating face. What is it, Asia? Questioned the brunette. I'm curious about something, may I ask it? Sure. It's about Naruto-san. Instantly, all the devils in there are perked up after heard the familiar name. I was wondering about why you called him Hirogami. Continued Asia as she tilting her head. Surprised the brunette at the unexpected question. I just call him that because something that happened long time ago. Yeah, something Issei give the Asia a nod as for emphasizing it. But don't mind about it Asia, there's nothing special about the name. So it nothing needs to talk about that. It's a boring story anyway. Actually, Issei. Said Riaz who joined the conversation, I'm also curious about it. Can you tell us more about Namikaze? Asked a red-haired devil with a smile as she closing her book. Yufufufu, I'm also interested about it, said Akeno who putting her tea. We also want to hear it. Comes from Yuudo while Kaneko just nodded. Issei blinked at the sudden attention. He sighed knowing they already focused the subject at him. Fine, the brunette rose up before walked to a nearby window and looking at the sunset with longing face. Issei-san, so cool, thought Asia as she saw the different side of her crush. It was when I'm still on my first year on this academy, trailed off Issei as he remembered what happened on that day. A suddenly flashback comes from the emotionless Kaneko. Issei still ignore it anyway. Flashback. It was a normal morning in Kuo Academy. Pervert. 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 Oh. The younger Murayama and Kadis who hold a bokken in their hands chasing a younger Issei, Mitsuda, and Motohama. The three young men were running through to the woods behind Kuo baseball field, doesn't realize the girls already stopped chasing them. Ha, are they still chasing us? Asked Motohama, who panting like Issei and Mitsuda. I think they already gone, Issei said to them while looking behind him. Thank goodness. Mitsuda suddenly fell to the ground, too tired because he is not that good with physical activities. The three decided to take a rest in there, waiting for their energy back. But Motohama said it with perverted grin, did you look that up? They are bigger than I imagined they do be. I think so, Issei agree with the bald man. HMPH, be grateful of my secret op I watch seat, smirked Mitsuda while looking at the two. Ooh. Thanks as always, best friend. Said both Issei and Motohama in unison. Bang. A small hole with smoke around it was created on a tree behind them. None of the three could say anything. They are too surprised about what happened at the moment. Guys, is it me or that sound from before is sounded like a gunshot? Questioned Mitsuda nervously. Then no way. Who would shot a gun in a high school, right? Ha, said Motohama, who laughing now. That's right. Who would? Barat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Before Issei finished his words, they are showered by more gunshot from nowhere. Why? Iwuo. The three are running like a headless chicken. Trying to dodge the bullets that somehow never hit them. What the heck is going on? This comes from Issei. The hell I know. Mitsuda, do something. And this one. From Motohama. Mayday. The enemy attacks US. HQ, we need a reinforcement now. I repeat. We need reinforcement now. Damn it, it's no use. What the heck are you trying to do anyway? This from Issei again. This won't do, we have to split up. Shouted Motohama. Issei surprised at the suggestion. You're right. On three. Agreed Mitsuda. Wait a minute, you guys, Issei tries to argue. 3. Quickly, Motohama turned to the right meanwhile Mitsuda to the left. Leaving Issei paused for a moment before continuing run to the front. Skletch, SHRRRRRR. The shots are stopped after the brunette running for who knows he did it, makes him could rest while panting like a dog. What was that all about? Asked Issei to no one as he leaning to a tree. He stays still in there for minutes, thinking if either Motohama or Mitsuda is fine or not. KSH. The sound of something moving from the bush makes him tensed. Hello? Questioned Issei cautiously. Is anybody in there? Shouted someone from behind the trees. Yes. There's a person in here. Shouted back Issei and happy as he heard someone. Please wait a minute. Asked the person from behind the trees. Hi. Be waiting for the person before revealed it was someone he knows as the janitor of Kuo Academy. Namikaze Naruto. You are a student, right? Why are you here? Didn't you read the sign? Questioned the janitor to brunette. See sign? What sign? Moreover, where was that gunshot from anyway? Questioned back Issei tiredly. Oh, that was from me, said Naruto as he raised his hand. It's from you? Yelled the brunette as he pointing his finger. Naruto blinked several times at the gesture. Yeah, I was told this area is already clear. So I didn't check it first. Such an irresponsible man you are. How if there's someone in here? Moreover, how if the stray bullet's hitting a student? They'll hurt her dead of course, shrugged Naruto indifferently. You bastard. Well, the authorities of this school are already make sure to prevent such thing like that. Didn't one of the student council told you about it? About what? Questioned back Issei. As far as he remembers, there's no announcement from the student council about the woods behind the baseball field. There are some animal that escaped from a central zoo and reported come to this place. Escaped animals. That's right, the janitor nodded, a lion, a zebra, a giraffe, a hippopotamus, 4 penguins, and 2 chimpanzees. Well, how about we put it aside for a moment and answer me, what are you doing in here anyway? Because ignoring the rule about going in here would make you get a detention is what the Kaichu said. Explained the blonde-haired janitor. I am Issei looking around to search an excuse. He really didn't want to get a detention. Lost. Yeah. I'm lost when running with my friends from something. Explained Issei nervously. That's right. Did you see my friends, one is bald and the other one is looked like an otaku? Questioned Issei after he remembered those two. No. Why don't you call those two with a phone or something? Questioned back the janitor. Ah, you're right. Therefore, Issei called the two and asked them where they are. He was relieved when no they are already on outside the woods. Anyway, come with me. This place is still dangerous after all, ordered Naruto as he turned back and start walking. Hi. Thank you very much, shouted Issei as he following the janitor. Be walking in awkward silence, the brunette didn't know what to say to the blonde-haired man. No-sa called the Naruto randomly. Oh, what is it, janitor-san? You are one of the perverted trio, aren't ya? Ja responded quickly by the freshman before he sighed tiredly. So it's already spread out, huh? So, who's the unlucky girls that defiled by you? Questioned Naruto casually. Shouted Issei in surprise. I said who's the unlucky girls that defiled by you? Questioned Naruto again. The hell I'm doing that. I may be a pervert, but I have a dignity. Declared Issei with a nod to emphasizing it. Besides, I never grope a girl's oppai. Continued the brunette with pumping fist and manly tears. That sounds really pitiful of you, pointed out Naruto. Issei suddenly on all fours in the ground while crying for his pitiable life. Naruto ignored the brunette and continue walking, but before says. That is what to be expected from a low-rated pervert after all. Which? A low-rated pervert after all, a low-rated pervert. A low-rated. The voice from that janitor still ringing in Issei's ears. What did you say, muttered the wannabe harem king. I said you are a low-rated pervert, what's with it? Naruto stopped his walk and turned back facing Issei. The brunette rose up slowly with shadow covered his face. Take it back, muttered the brunette, loud enough for the blonde-haired man to hear it. Why should I? Shrugged the janitor. I said, take it back, yelled Issei as he glaring at Naruto. Naruto smirked at the display. Then, if you could answer my question with right, I'll take it back. A determined face was formed in Issei's face. Shoot. That's a good eyes, kid. Now, it's not a really hard question. Naruto had a pause for a moment. What is the meaning of oppai for you? Issei blinked several times at the unexpected question before a smirk was plastered in his face. That was easy, the brunette closed his eyes while pumping his fist. Oppai, tits, boobs is a sacred objects that made by the god. It has multiple use with variety shape, softness, and firmness. One of the functions is for massage your fingers by grow gaahh. An uppercut interrupted the brunette. What the hell are you doing, team? Yelled Issei while caressing his jaw. What are those trash you spouting about? Yelled back. The janitor that makes Issei flinched. Object. Function. Don't you dare to compare them for tools. Issei give the janitor a hateful glare. Then tell me what the meaning of oppai for you. Let me give you a lesson, kiddo, said the janitor with sagely tone as he crossed his hands. Oppai is a living proof of hope and dreams. Scoffed Issei, cutting the janitor before he finished. That's it. Just some hope and dreams. Then how about the flat-chested? One? The ideal type 1? Or even the big boobs type 1? Do you want to tell me the bigger they are, the bigger hope and dreams they has in them? Don't you mess with me. Naruto give Issei an emotionless stare. Are you done already? Because I will continue my answer. Issei just give the blonde male another hateful glare. What I want to say before you, foolish brown monkey who interrupt me, is the reason why oppai are attached in woman chest and not in another place of their body is because they were connected to their heart, to their feelings. Issei's eyes widened at the new revelation, connected to their feelings. That's right. And the size of how big or small of them is not the same as their hope and dreams, but it is like a padlock that bounded to their heart. A padlock, muttered Issei like a confused believer of their own faith. Yes, my child. A different lock, need a different key, and that's our job as a male, for be their key to unlocking it before sharing our hope and dreams with each other. Continued as he start to walk at Issei, who on all four, looking to the ground in disbelief. No, that's not true, it's a lie, that can't be true. Naruto put his hands to the brunette's shoulders. Make Issei looking at the shadow-covered janitor's face. Then, let me say this, oppai also filled something with what we called as love. Tell me, kid, the blonde-haired man give Issei. Piercing gaze with a fire of will can be seen in there. Isn't that is what your mother feed you when you are just a baby? Fling. A certain image appeared in Issei's head. About a light brown-haired man with glasses and a dark brown-haired woman who is feeding a baby in a hospital room. The ho-ho, look at that, honey. Our son is so excited, laughed the man while looking at the baby. Yufu, you are right, dear. Our little Issei looks so happy, agreed the woman who keeps feeding the baby. Tears already leaked from Issei's eyes, as if remembering something that he's forgotten deep his heart. The brunette feels someone patting his head, makes him aware for what he saw in front him. The janitor, smiling with a halo on top his head. He also has a pair of golden wings and golden light that irradiating from his behind. I say was stuttered, can't say anything because of the godly side on front of him. It's fine, my child. Your eyes seems already opened. After that, the brunette could only cry after find the one who lead him to the new path of heroes. Flashback end. And after that, he told me, teach me, and help me to know many things that I never thought it was exist in this world. Then, I was decided to call him as Irogami from that day, as in the god of perverts. Continue to say as he still continue looking at the sunset. Meanwhile the other member of a cult research club has several reactions after heard the story. Ria's massaging her forehead with a bead of sweat trailed on the side of her face. Akeno just said chuckling before saying her usual ara ara catchphrase. Kaneko just give her best deadpan stare as she munching a snack now. Tiba laughing weakly at the unique story. And Asia is smiling nervously at her crush. They don't have to be told about what Issei means by many things. Knowing from the brunette behavior, they knew it was something perverted. Ah. Said Issei as he remembers something. By the way, on the next day Irogami told me to buy several books. And because he's on a good mood that day, I just have 2 but 3 books to get a discount half price of 1 book. And said Issei excitedly before pause then going to get his school bag and rummaging something on the inside. Jajan. Shouted the brunette as he took out a book. This is one of it, the best one I ever read. The Sixth Path of Heroes. A Tale of Traveling. Sage with his 9 beautiful companion to search a way for facing his inner desire so he can defeat a demonic tree, said Issei passionately before he pumping his fist with manly tears. It was so great, I never bored even after read it many times. The man who. Right. Meanwhile the brunette is lost on his own world, Ria's, and the others have their own conversation. Akeno called Ria's as she looking at her pawn who's still babbling about the book excitedly. Hi, but you. Answered the busty black-haired girl. That was a swindle wasn't it? Questioned the Gremory as she realized how Issei was tricked by the blonde-haired janitor to buy a book. Yufufufu. It is, but you, agreed the priestess of thunder. Well there are some people like that too this comes from the Bishounen. Pervert and idiot are connected to each other, commented the emotionless Loli. Issei-san said Asia helplessly. Done. Middled. TT. Middled. TT. Middled-san, what's wrong? You seem happy. Middled. Where? Don't you even know what kind of emoticon that you just type up there? Sorry, I just want to make you feel better. Middled. You what kind of story are that? Why I have to suffer in there? TT. Well, don't be sad the next chapter will be worse. Then why middled? Wow. Okay. The reason why this fic is late because someone PM'd me about this Naruto is not a real Naruto. So, decided to find out what kind of Naruto he or she prefer. I reread about Naruto's background and personality from Wikia, then compare it with the other Narutos in the site. Repeatedly. The result just a headache. There's Dark Naruto, Emo Naruto, Perverted Naruto, an Ock that disguise himself as Naruto, Naruto who just an embodiment of the author's lust towards another characters, it means not only the girls, a god like Naruto, a bug like Naruto, a pony like Naruto, and more Narutos that increase the pain in my head. So, is someone who has blonde hair with blue eyes and 3 whiskers like mark on his face, but no chakra is someone you can call Naruto. Or, an animal, demon, yokai, and anything that not humanly looking person with an appearance of human male with blonde hair with blue eyes, is also can be called as Naruto. I was so confused because as far as I know, Naruto's trait is his 3 whiskers like mark on his cheeks and has a massive chakra that's sealed on his gut. I decided to ask one them how come. And the answer that they give is simple. Naruto can do the impossible things. Such an efficient answer is it? However, I found 2 real answers for it. One from Mr. Orochimaru from Naruto Wikia and the other one from the book. Mr. Orochimaru says, people change. It's just a matter of whether they die before it happens. And from the book, it's fine to change a character as long as you could give the reason what makes them changed. Those are my reason as for why Naruto in this story is different. Now. If you have spare time, give me your thought about this story. Though please don't give a bad remark to this story didn't suit your taste anymore. It doesn't help me to improve it. That's all I guess ciao. Chapter 5. I should have posted this last year. But well sorry. Anyway, the next 2 chapters will be posted in few minutes. Warning. Unbedded and the author trying to put battle scene. Hope it fits. Oh, and I won't bother do disclaiming. We know well where Naruto and High School DxD came from. Let's start this from behind Kuo Academy School, where we found our favorite blonde lying under a tree with peaceful atmosphere surrounding him. Ah so PACEFUL, said the blonde followed with a blissful sigh out from his mouth. Day off is where the students whom attend Kuo Academy can be seen not much as the usual days. Only those who busy with their club activity or have duties like the student council that came to the school. However, for Namikaze Naruto, day off means he has more time to kill the time itself. In other words, lazing around. But still never thought that Gremory girl gonna have her first rating game so soon. As he enjoying the breeze, the blonde-haired janitor remembered a certain info about Ria's and her peerage but went to prepare their first rating game. Ria's opponent is the third son of the Phoenix clan who also her fiancé. And the game itself has her engagement as the bet. And you know what? It's all started when the ex-Chuni herself refused the engagement because her so-called fiancé is a jerk. Some tense atmosphere interrupted by the third party and a suggestion for a match later, the game was set. Until now, it's proceeded like what had been planned. And next trailed Naruto mysteriously as he remembered a plan that he made with a certain red-haired Lucifer. Meh, better not to think it seriously. Rummaging his pocket, Naruto happily pulled his newly smartphone that he got after Frommier, let's say that he got it from a nice guy who lurking around an alleyway to sell medicine, a same nice guy that he entrusted to another nice guy in blue uniform with shield-like badge. Let's see, finish the rest paperworks, check. Make a clone for cleaning the school, check. Receive the latest info about Michan's mission, check. Said Naruto as he checking his schedule for the day. After heard Ria's and her peerages planned going somewhere for an intense training for their first rating game, Naruto decided to send Middle to observe them. It's not like he can't do it by himself, but the fallen angel still has her own duty. Though several days later, he decided to send a clone to make sure Ria's and her peerage won't discover the girl. That and he gave his clone orders to record all the accidental misfortune things that happened to the fallen angel. Who knows, there might be unusual things like when the girl accidentally falls into a mud puddle, then lost her clothes when take a bath before found clothes with words, "I love emo," that somehow she couldn't take it off. PFFT, yeah, accidentally. Ah, and you should focus on word when instead if in there. Well, what ever, said Naruto as stretch his body and close his eyes before let the nature embracing him. The air is fresh, cozy and calm atmosphere, gentle winds, soft green grass, and the warmth from sunlight makes the place so perfect for taking a nap. Nothing and no one will disturb him his nap time. Tap. Yeah, even the person that arrived beside him. Shing. Even that sound likes when you draw a sword. Fiup. Or even another sound like when you rise up the sword. Wait. Naruto opened his eyes, right in time to see a sword going down to his head direction. Hee. Shrieked Naruto while barely dodged it by rolling to the side, then quickly crawling out from that spot with terror plastered on his face, before pause then looking back. What the hell are you trying to do? Shouted the Naruto with body that lack of color, still shocked at what just happened. Sugoi, it's just like what Kaichu said. Comes from a rather familiar voice to the blonde. Sugoi, my ass. Wait, you are trailed off Naruto as he recognized a person in front of him. A girl with height shorter than him and has brown hair and twin ponytails with green hair clip, green eyes, and wears Kuo Academy's uniform. The girl suddenly gives him a grin like someone who never tried to separate his head from the body before. Yahoo, senpai. Once again, I am Nomura Ruko, Kuo Academy's first-year student. Nice to meet you. She also gives him a playful salute to make her look like a cheerful girl, but clearly not worked by how she failed trying to hide the sword on her back. Naruto deadpanned at the display. Alright. You're one of the student council members. Why, I'm not surprised. He remembered this girl. Nomura Ruko is a girl who was singing merrily at the party after their match against Ria's. She is a childish girl yet very good at hiding her sly nature when in front of Saji and known always trying to find excuses to skip patrolling the town. Also, Nomura Ruko is a very dangerous girl when got drunk. Who would have knows that he would see that Saji guy almost get raped by her that night. First, you're not drunk, are you? And second, what's with that katana? Asked Naruto still with deadpan face. Naruko tilting her head with a confused face and says. What are you talking about, senpai? And what katana? The one that you hide on your back. That's mean, senpai. I'm a peaceful person, you know. How could you think this pure and innocent cowhide of yours is hiding something dangerous like that? That sounds more weird from someone who wants to behead me a few seconds ago. Also, you calling yourself pure and innocent. Then she blatantly throws the sword to another direction before give him another dismissing laugh while showing her empty palm. See? There's no sword. You throw it. You throw it off just now. I clearly saw that you Kai. Tomo-chan. The one that interrupt Naruto is not Naruko, but it was from someone else. What happened next in there was two people facing each other, with shadow covering their face, surrounded by awkward silence, as commotion that followed by a siren can be heard not far from their place. After the sound of siren is gone, Naruto raised his head and looked at the girl in front of him with mix of absurdity and amazement before massaging his temple for a few seconds, then finally make a gesture like he was moving a box from one to another place. Okay, how about we ignore that and let's start. What do you want? Ah, that's right. Here, from Kaichu. Said Raruko as she gives him a letter. And the odd thing is the girl even dared to give a smile despite heard someone impaled by the sword that she throws. The blonde gives her a flat stare for a few seconds before read the note. If you read this then it means you survived. That also means I won the bet with the other member of the student council. So you're the mastermind. Thought Naruto after knowing the truth. Now, the girl that gives this letter is one of the peerage. A pawn more exactly. And if you dismiss her just to get a nap, forget it because I have an order for you. Again a sigh out from Naruto's mouth before he continues reading. So much for a peaceful nap. It's not that hard. You just have to patrol on the west side of this town with her. P.S. The rating game between Rias and the Phoenix Air is tonight. Come to the student council room later with that fallen angel. Just great, muttered the janitor in displeasure. What's wrong, senpai? What's the letter says? Asked Haruko with face that says she already knows but pretended to know nothing. Ah, it says that you and Tsubasa-kun have to patrol the town at. Naruto halted what he wants to say, then quickly jumped to the back after felt something fast directed at him. In slow motion, Naruto saw the thing that passed in front of him. It was a familiar rectangle object, made of dried earth, has a pink hue on it, and has Citri clan symbol on it. The sweat dropped at the last part. That girl, just how skilled is she at crafting thin another one? Thought Naruto, before he sensed another one that makes him jump to the side to dodge the brick. Bam. Oh. Correction, he dodged the damn brick that hit Raruko's head instead. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, here they come. The first wave comes from behind, but the blonde already anticipates it with dodging to the side. Another comes from the front, right, and above him. He jumped and using his flexibility to twirl his body in the air. Then the next wave was coming from random place with a pace faster than before. After Naruto landed, he crouched, rolling to the right, dashed to a nearby tree, and executed an epic back somersault, then finished the combo with jumping to the side. Sighing in smugness, he turned around to the incoming bricks, then grinning as a certain thought crossed in his mind. In slow motion, he bends his body backward while moving his arms and body in various angles, dodging the bricks one by one that could make Neo from Matrix give him a standing applause if he watching it. Such a magnificent display of dodging skill. After it was over, Naruto straightened up back then rubbing his nose as his eyes closed. HMPH. A scoff out from his mouth. Thinking could scratch this one with mere bricks. Ridiculous. Listen, foolish mortal. For thou who targeting me, targeting this awesome one, this damn handsome looking baddest person who. Damn. Ah, and he missed another one from behind him. Such a epic way to ruin it. Well, for someone who bathing in arrogance and let their guard down, it bound to be happened. Lying on the ground now are Naruto and Raruko with shadow covered their face. Surrounded by awkward silence as raucous calls of crow that oddly enough sounded like "Aho, idiot." Can be heard. Boy. What is it, senpai? Let's patrol the town. Okay. Now let's move from Kuo Academy to another place in another part of the town. Walking near a riverbank with a face like someone who got their soul drained or more like a Hanua statue is Naruto, dragging his feet with shoulders down. Senpai, that won't do. You have to do this seriously, complained Raruko who walked behind the blonde. Still with Hanua-like face, Naruto turned his head and says don't wanna. Sighed at the reply, Raruko tried to reasoning with him. Come on, the more serious we do it, the faster we could take a break, you know. Naruto sighed as his face back to normal. I know. But wait a minute. He paused for a second after felt something was not right about the girl in front of him. As far as I know, this girl hates to patrol the town. But how come she very enthusiastic about it now? Jolted at the sudden change in the atmosphere, Raruko who sweating bullets is take a step back while averting her eyes. Hoo-ha. What's wrong, senpai? Naruto leaning closer with doubtful gaze, make the girl sweating more bullets. You don't tell me someone promised something to make you patrolling the town with me? Ah ha ha whwh what are you talking about, CCC senpai? Ono Kaichu didn't promise me for a chance to patrolling alone with Genshiro senpai or something later. A flat stare that directed from his half-lidded eyes is the only response after heard that. Sighed at the truth, Naruto looked at the girl who averting her gaze to a random area for a moment before he thinking how to win this girl's favor. Few seconds later, a certain memory about amusement ticket that he got yesterday was surfacing from his mind. It was something that Naruto got from helping a broken heart student that saw his girlfriend gave a deep kiss to another guy. Naruto was planning to get the money from it, but it seems the tickets could be useful right now. Hey, girl. WHWH, what is it, senpai? Ah, no. It's just I have this 2 tickets to amusement park that you could use to invite that Saji guy. But you know, somehow, this task to patrol the town make me don't want to give it to you. Said Naruto as he waving the tickets with smirk plastered on his face. The time stopped for Haruko. As if a bullet, Naruto words passing through her head. Blasted everything in her mind and leaving images where she and Genshiro laughing together, walking while holding hands, then spend a romantic time while showered by the sunset. With a speed that almost rivaling a technique called Haration. Haruko grabbed the tickets and brought it up like a champion to their metal. She turned to another direction, raised her head, then shouts, to the hell with patrolling the town. Oh. Naruto, who know he got the favor, decided to play along with the girl's enthusiasm. What a hassle. Why we have to do this even though the weather is so good for lazing around? We have human rights too, you know, continued Haruko with fire in her eyes. That's right. You tell them, cowhide. Shouted Naruto with equal heat in his eyes. Fuck with patrolling the town. Why we have to do it while we can go to an arcade and play the games? We need some stress relief too, you know. Continued Haruko. That's right. Agreed Naruto again. Yosh. Senpai, let's go to the arcade then. With a fiery aura, Haruko pointing her finger at a random place. Naruto give a salute as the response. Aye ma'am. Gyuu. A rather cute sound interrupted them, makes the atmosphere slightly awkward after found the source was from Haruko's stomach. Well, that was a bit anticlimactic. Pointed out Naruto. Turning back, Haruko, who rubbing her stomach while smiling sheepishly says, aha ha 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 ha. Naruto sighed amusedly at that. Let's go get some food first then. The brunette gives a salute and a beaming smile. Haai. And of course you would treat me right, senpai. The girl looking at him with hopeful eyes, and the response from the man is a gaze as if saying, what is this idiot talking about in his head? Wait, he actually thought that. And why should I do that? Pay for yourself. Cheapskate. It's fine, isn't it? Senpai is actually rich, right? Kaichu said it herself, that senpai could buy several islands if you want to. Whined the girl as she gives a cute pout. But that is not a reason for me to treat you. Please, senpai, she gives him a puppy eyes dog with sparkling at the background. No. Pwease. Even when she increases the intensity, Naruto's still looking at her as if she is a bug. You're such a pain in the ass, aren't you? Ooh senpai, treat me, treat me, said Haruko as she pulling Naruto's right hand to the left and right like a child who wants a toy. Do. Not. Want. To. HMPH. Who this girl thinks she is? He, a man who has more experience and higher immunity for this kind of things than the god himself, could be persuaded by a stupid childish act. Dream on, little girl. 20 minutes later. Why the great I can be persuaded by this mere childish teenage girl, why? Asked Naruto to himself on fours with disbelieving face, as depressed aura can be seen around him. Ha, I don't know what you are talking about, but thanks for the treat, senpai, said Haruko, who beamed happily before she continued eat the taiyaki in her hands. Somewhere, in another place in a part of the town from light novel called High School DxD, a town that even this damn author doesn't know what its name, we found Naruto, who already recovered from his episode before joined eating taiyaki that he bought with Haruko. The place where they are now is just a simple playground that has a tree in the center with several benches that placed around the tree. Of course, sandbox, swing sets, monkey bars, and many other tools to make the children to be entertained also in there. Nope. There is nothing special about the place. It's just some wasted tales that the author throws to make the story longer. Now back to the story. Haruko looked at her front, at the kids who playing in the monkey bars, before turned to Naruto and saw the blonde-haired young man who has marks that oddly enough resembled as whiskers in his face, eating the snack indifferently. She giggled at how silly her senpai looks. What is it? Asked the blonde who not even bothered to look at her. Haruko shook her head before replied by, nah, nothing. Before she turned and facing back at the kids. For Namura Haruko, her thought of Namikaze Naruto was someone that just by a glimpse could tell that he is more befitting as a student in her school than a worker. At first, like any other students, she just thought he was an unlucky person with money problem, so that he has to work instead goes to school. Nevertheless, she was wrong about that part. Especially after heard what her student president said about how rich he is. Haruko was attracted to the man not romantically. She is wondering why he purposely work as a janitor while he already rich. Or is he one of that kind of type, a rich man, and his curiosity about commoner things type? And again, this man not looked or act like a noble and always complaining about his job. So many questions appear in her mind, but most of all, there is one question that she really wants to know. Is he really one of Sona Kaichu's servants like what Ria senpai suspected? If it's so, why can't you keep it secret from us? Muttered Naruto unconsciously. Secret? What secret? Asked Naruto, who sharp enough to heard it. Nothing. Answered Naruto as she shook her head, which makes Naruto shrugged his shoulder. Weird girl. Naruto take a deep breath and release it. Well, whatever. Only time that will answer that question. For now, thinking Naruto senpai is a senpai in this devil business is enough, thought Naruto as she eats her third taiyaki now. Ratatata, ta. Naruto heard a rather familiar ringtone from her side before turned her head and saw the blonde janitor pick up a brand new smartphone from his pocket. Hello, what's wrong? Naruto saw her senpai want to say his usual lame intro with giddy face before halted, then sighed in displeasure. Yeah, I'm with her heir, what are you doing in there? Moreover, why are you wheezing? Cannot defeat them. What the? Ah, fine, where are you now? Ah, by the way, did you bring the marker? Fine. I'll be right there. He ended the phone before facing at her with sour face. Let's go. Sona and the others need a help. Eh? Was what she only could said before the blonde put his hand on her shoulder, then everything went blur after that. But the flash, Naruto and Naruto appeared in somewhere else, and the first thing that happened after the two arrived was. Yeah. Naruto puking on the corner. See senpai, what was that? Groaned the girl who experienced something twisting. Ah, it's just my own version of teleportation magic, said amused Naruto as he saw the first-year student who spilled over nothing. Naruto shook his head, then grabbed a three-pronged kunai on the ground near him. Now come, let's see what make. Before Naruto finished, something slithering wrapped Naruto's leg, then pulls her up to the mid-air, makes the twin-tailed girl holding her skirt so her white with pink polka dots won't expose to the world. Hiya. What is this? Naruto blinked twice before following the tentacles and sweat dropped when saw the situation in there. The hell is happening here? Ian, on. You don't. Well, let go of me. It's tentacles, lots of dark red tentacles that wrapping Sona and the rest of the student council member, binding their hands and legs like a pro bondage play. You know, turtle shell, shrimp binding, and stuff like that. Why you? Naruto ignores the one on Genshiru, though. The source of those tentacles was from three monsters that look like a half-naked woman. Said half-naked because it only has their human part on the upper and some kind of giant flower that connected with roots on the lower part. Naruto openly face-palmed before facing at Sona's direction. Oi Sona, are you okay in there? Shouted Naruto indifferently. On the hell I am. Shouted Sona after moaning when felt a tentacle slithering between her private parts. The short black-haired Sona, who has her hands and legs are tied in spread eagle position, which exposed her purple striped panties now as several tentacles also slithering passing her private part. MMFH. On top of Sona's body was Tsubaki with mouth closed by the tentacles and tied with turtle shell pattern on her body. Naruto deadpanned at the sight like two bondage women in Yuri play for a moment before he took a picture with his phone and typed something on it. Now what will Sarat Ann said when she saw this and send? Muttered Naruto, who giggling like a high school girl's before nodding in satisfy when finished. Boy, you there. What are you doing with that? Shouted Sona after heard something about sending picture. Naruto waving his hand with indifferent face. Ah, nothing. Just the usual. What on, just do something about this? Shouted Sona, who held the sensation at the tentacle that rubbing her not so big chest. Naruto rubbing his chin with thoughtful face. Do I have to? Asked Naruto with innocent tone. SHNGH. That's why, hurry up, said Sona with sensual tone as she holds the urge to moaning. A smirk formed in Naruto's face. Do I really have to do that? Be on. Yes, just do it. I can't hold it anymore. Muttered Sona with red face while breathing hard, makes the sound more erotic than before. Naruto decided to tease the Citrieres more. Do I really just fucking kills them already. The yell from Sona makes Naruto pouted. Fine. Naruto twirled the three-pronged kunai in his hand, then gripped it in backhand position. He saw several tentacles going to his direction, then decided to jump back with extra backflips to dodges another one. Naruto standing indifferently, then he take a deep breath and release it as green jagged aura covered the kunai now. More tentacles slithering to his direction, it surrounding him from different angles that looked impossible for the blonde janitor to dodge it, but in the last second before it could touch the blonde. Whoosh. He disappeared from there and made those tentacles tangled, tying themselves. Slash. Several slashing sounds can be heard, followed by those monsters who dead silently as they turn to green lights. The student council members who already fall to the ground are currently caressing either their head or arse to lessen the pain, save for Sona, who carried like a princess by Naruto. Order is accomplished, princess. Said Naruto with playful grin on his face. Sona looked at the blonde in awe for a moment before closing her eyes and take a breath. Well, good job. Now put me down. Said Sona calmly but with a red tint on her face. Hi, said Naruto amusedly as he complied. Injured? Asked Naruto as he see the Citriaris who check herself. Nope. Just humiliated. There's still more of them by the way, said Sona tiredly, as she could sense more than 10 stray devils who hiding in the shadows. Naruto twirling his kunai again. I know, one is quite good at hiding. How good? Asked a short black-haired young woman with serious face. I'll give the guy 7 out of 10. Answered Naruto indifferently. Sona openly sighed after heard that, for the blonde rated the enemy high enough, an SS class, huh. What a troublesome. Then she faces at Tsubaki and the other, before walk to them. You know what to do. Muttered Sona, didn't bother to saw a nod from Naruto. Is everyone alright? Asked Sona to the student council members that rather far from her. Tsubaki nodded, yes, thanks to Naruto Dono, no one injured badly. Said the vice president followed by nods from Genshiro and the others. Good, because I want all of you to be prepared now, said Sona as she looks at some direction. The student council members are following their president's gaze to the dark shade that uncovered by light in that place, before saw several red eyes gleaming directed at them. One by one, the owner of those gleaming eyes are showing themselves, which actually belongs to monsters that have an appearance like a werewolf, but only has one eye on their head. A bead of sweat trailed down from Genshiro's temple, he looked at those stray devils, and can't be helped grimaced after counting there's more than 10 of them. Saji, calm down, you are too tense. A serious tone from Tsubaki gained his attention. Listen, you're not alone in here, so don't think unnecessary stuff. We are not weak, some small fries like this is nothing to us. Continued the long black-haired girl with calmer tone. Genshiro relaxed a little after heard that. It's rare for him, no, it's the first time he heard those words from the vice president. Hi, Fukukaichu. Said Genshiro confidently. The others who heard it also become composed, but still ready to confront the stray devils that surround them. A small smile was formed in Sona's face when saw the display, before replaced by seriousness. Tsubaki, Yura, you two will be the vanguard. Hanakai, Kusaka, support them with magic. Tsubaki nodded, then summoned her Naginata before give it a heavy swing. Hi, Kaichu. Tsubasa did quick limber up before do her battle stance, meanwhile Momo and Rya preparing their magic. I understand, Kaichu. Said Tsubasa determinedly meanwhile Momo and Rya just nodded. Nomura, you're going to protect Hanakai and Kusaka. As for you, Saji, use your sacred gear to support them from surprise attack. Leave it to me, Kaichu. Come, line. Said Genshiro as he calls his sacred gear an appearance of a black chameleon-like with violet eyes and deformed face. Good, then now go. Then with a shout from their king, the student council member complied their order. Naruto chuckled after saw how Sona assessing the situation, before confused when feels someone is missing from the group. Where's Tomokai? Asked Naruto as he furrowing his eye to search the girls with reddish-brown hair. In hospital got stabbed by a sword this morning. Naruto became silent after heard that. Ah okay. Is the only come from her mouth before clap his hands twice, then pray for her recovery. So anything for me, princess? Asked Naruto playfully. Sona show her deadpan face to Naruto. Go eat ramen or something and inform me when that SS class rank decided to show himself. Said Sona with indifferently as she focusing her attention on the battle in front of her. Naruto blinked twice before he shrugged, then give the Citriaris a mocking salute. Aye, ma'am. Said Naruto, before he sit on the ground, summoned a cup of instant ramen and a thermos, do the necessary stuff to cook the instant ramen, and then eat it. With audible slurp, he ate the instant ramen while watched the battle. With slight interest and ignoring several strays that stood still in the shadows watching him. He saw how Tsubaki skillfully using her Naginata easily slashed some strays with elegant move, dodged an attack, then parry another one from her side, before move her body to make horizontal arc swing to slash the unlucky enemies. The surprise attack came from behind the vice president, only 4. Interrupted by Tsubasa who elbowed the werewolf-like to the side. Naruto stopped eating for a moment for chuckled when the stray tried to say something, but interrupted when the blue-haired girl mercilessly kneed him in the head. The blonde-haired janitor turned facing at the two whom using magic in the team and the one who has dragon-based sacred gear. By the way, he's still ignoring the stray devils behind him that keep increasing, don't know if they are too stupid or waiting in order to attack him and Sona. Naruto raised his eyebrows with impressed face when saw how Rya, Momo and Genshiro are working as the playmaker. The brunette with blue headband and the white-haired girl are either disturb the enemy by paralyzing or burn them or killing the unfocused strays with earth spikes and several blades of wind. However, he tilting his head in confusion at why they not using water-based magic before shrugged his shoulder and decided to focus at Genshiro. Naruto could feel the efforts that Genshiro shows. The pawn that has sacred gear in his body was either protecting or attacking the enemy passionately. He attacked the one that come closer to the magic users and bind several stray devils who tried to attack the other student council members. Naruto turned his head at the last one and can't be helped sweat dropped after saw Haruko fight. The girl with brown hair that tied in twin tail has a rather familiar unique fighting style. Using her reflex, she barely dodges the incoming attack before either counter or engage another enemy, then fights back one from before. Be rather reminded by how Jackie Chan fighting in those movies when Haruko grab anything, including broken chair, plastic bottle, or even her own shoes to distract the enemy before attack them. I can't tell if she is a genius or plainly scared. However, from her surprised expression trailed off Naruto as he flinched when Haruko kicked one of the stray devil's balls. "Damn, that must be hurt," said Naruto as he deadpanned when saw the unlucky ones writhing in the ground with foam out from its mouth before dispersed in green lights. Okay, make a mental note to watch out for that girl. Naruto drink the soup until the instant ramen empty, then throw it to the back, make one of stray devils twitching its eyebrows in anger when the cup hit its head. The stray devil had enough of waiting, it take a step to the front before stopped after felt a killing intent leaked as a warning from the owner of hazel eyes that watching from another place. The order is clear. Wait until the permission is given. Naruto who felt it just yawned but still prepared if the one that hiding decided to attack. He focusing back at the student council members before rose from the ground when saw the fight is near its end. "Well, I think it's the time for the rest of them to move now," said Naruto as he summoned something like water inside a glass bottle and throw it to Sona. Sona catch the bottle and give a curt nod to the blonde. "I see. Looks like the one that hiding is really just want to measure us," said Sona as she brings the bottle in front of her face and examine it. Naruto furrowing his eyes to see the last stray that attacked Tsubaki and the others was dead and vanished into green lights. "Whatever, let's finish this quickly," said Naruto as he turning back and smirked when feels the stray devils tensed. "Wait," halted the short black-haired woman. "I'll do it by myself," continued Sona as her body emitting blue lights for a second. Seeing the blonde has a question in his face, Sona explained her reason. "Lately, I'm very busy so didn't have time to train and I guess this could vent my stress a little." Turning back, she looking at where the tentacle devils before. "Besides, I'm still angered because of what happened before." "I'm sure your main reason is the later one," thought Naruto with flat looks. "Well, it's fine I guess. By the way, need this?" asked Naruto as he offering the three-pronged kunai on his right hand and several black pills on his left only for sweat dropped when the girl ignoring him as dark aura out from her body her. "Payback," muttered Sona as her body is trembling, a shade covering half of her face with eyes that become unfocused. "That's right, no one allowed seeing me like that except Naruto-kun. No, it's unforgivable, for them to see me like that I can't forgive them. This is bad," her Yandir switch was triggered. Thought Naruto while still deadpanned at the girl, before took a step back when a glee smile suddenly formed on Sona's face. "Ah, that's RIGHT, why don't I just erase their memory before kill them? And to make sure it works I'll use the brick instead, yufufufu." Scary. Naruto gives Sona a dry stare, this girl her personality is really nasty when like this thought Naruto before sighed loudly. "Okay, stop right there." Then he bobbed Sona's head. A cute yelp out from Sona's mouth. She caressing her head then facing at Naruto with teary face. "Ooh, why did you do that?" whined Sona like a child before blinked and tilting her head in confusion. "Huh? What happened?" Naruto keep the dry stare for several seconds. "You lost your focus for a moment." Sona blinked again, twice. "Lost my focus? How?" asked the Citriaris before shook her head. "Whatever, there's something more important right now. You are amazing, you know, in a way." The red tint appeared on Sona's cheek. Really?" asked the girl slightly surprised at the sudden compliment. "That's not a compliment." Sona quickly turned to another direction in anger. HHMPH. "By the way, there's a cute pout on her face." "Ha ha ha," panted Genshiru before collapsed to the ground. Is that all, Fukukaichu?" asked Genshiru after gulping an air. Tsubasa, Ria, Momo and Raruko were no better than he was. They also exhausted, panting and sweating profusely, which makes a glimpse of their undergarment visible because how wet their clothes is. The one who not look so exhausted is Tsubaki. The vice president who just sweats a bit is still standing and checking her surround. She took a deep breath and let it out before relaxed after sensed none around her. "Yes, looks like we've completed our part. For now, let's take a rest while watching those two," said Tsubaki as she takes a sit on the ground and facing at Naruto and Sona's place. What do you mean, Fukukaichu?" asked Ria before following where Tsubaki looking at. The others also decided to do the same before surprised when saw Sona and Naruto who trapped inside mass of those werewolf-like monsters that circling them. This is bad. Genshiro rose up from the ground and ready to help his king, only for halted by Tsubaki's hand in front of him. What are you doing, Fuku Kaichu? Sona Kaichu is in. Stop it, Saji. Said Tsubaki sternly. You all too, continued the vice president as she facing the rest student council members. There's something I want you all to see. Genshiro, Momo, Ria and Ruruko look each other in confusion at what actually their vice president wants to say. Putting her hand down, Tsubaki continued. I know some of you must have thinking that Sona Kaichu is weak because it's always us who confronted the stray devils in this town while she only gives the order from the school. What Tsubaki said was hitting the nail, Genshiro and the others who actually thought what the vice president said slightly averting their gaze. From among us, only Meguri and I who had seen how Kaichu fight. That's why I want you all to see this. Because your king is far from the word weak, finished Tsubaki as she focusing her gazes at her king and the blonde enigma. The rest student council members become curious, one by one they sit properly on the ground, then decided to do what the woman with long black hair said. They saw Sona standing in front of Naruto as she facing those monsters with calm face more like bored, while the blur that's circling them increasing their pace and keep like that for some seconds. Then after Sona throws something like a glass bottle upwards, their opinion about their king is weak change drastically. It's all started by the Citriera stomp the ground, make a loud noise that echoed in that place before lots of chains that made of water suddenly formed out of nowhere and bind all of those monsters. Not a single sound out from everyone, they either too surprised or there's nothing to be said. Clang. The sound of something break make them focusing their attention to the source to a glob of water that floating in the midair right above Sona for a few seconds, dispersed little bullets that going through those werewolf-like monsters. Many sizzling sounds can be heard, followed by the monsters that turned into green lights later, which surrounding the student president and showing a fantasy-like scene like from those movies. While what the unfinished words was out from Genshiro's mouth, amazed at how Sona defeated those stray devils with little effort. The stomping part was just for distraction. Kaichu created water around her by using magic, then manipulate its form to become chains to bind the enemies. After that, she eliminated them by shooting holy water that compressed to small bullets quickly, accurately, and deadly, explained Tsubaki with approval smile on her face. No time and movement wasted. That's how she fights. Continued the queen as she rose up from the ground and start to walk to her king, but before says, don't be mistaken, what you saw before was just a small part of what she can do. And with this, I hope you all would stop playing and be serious on this devil business. There's a silence in there, no one say anything as they are too busy for thinking what the vice student president of Kuo Academy said. We really underestimated Kaichu, aren't we? Said Genshiro with a shamed tone. The other also feel the same, they look at either another place or lowering their gaze. Baruko who can't stand the atmosphere suddenly rose up. The brunette who tied her hair in twin ponytails ignoring the gaze everyone around her and take a step to the front. She went another few steps before turn around and shows them a bright cheerful smile. Let's go to our king. Then continue walking to where Sona is. One by one, the others stand up, then follow their junior with determination face. Maybe no, playing time is over. The sigh out from Sona's mouth after she used her magic to exterminate those small fries. And no, it's not a tired sigh, that was a sigh with a hint of arrogant like when you killed a small bug. She looked at what those monsters had become, green lights like a firefly in summer night. How was that? Turning around, Sona facing at the blonde while she put her hands on the back and slightly leaning to the front. A small grin is on her face as the lights that surrounding her increasing the beauty in her. The reply is a silence, Naruto just looks at the young woman in front of him, not say anything and keep looking at her. Her presence looks so beautiful right now, eyes that glimmering of confident gaze, a grin with hint of her pride of her skills, and how the light surround her body, it is so beautiful to him. His mouth already opened, a word of pretty was ready out from it, only for stopped when an appearance of a woman that he married long time ago surfaced from his mind. Naruto shake his head to dismiss it and says, meh, I can do better. Said Naruto arrogantly that makes Sona's eyebrows twitched. Why I'm not surprised about it. Sona sighed dejectedly after heard it. For a second, a helpless face formed on Naruto's face before he changed it with teasing grin. Did Sona-chan expecting something? The reaction he got is Sona averting her eyes with small blush on her face. HMPH. Not really. Muttered the Citriaris. Oh hoo. Yosh I understand. Here, your reward. Said Naruto as he patting Sona's head, which makes the blush on her face increased. Wah wah wah. Oh. You're turning red. That's cute of you, Sona. Cubic. The heat on Sona's face raised, a comical smoke is out from her head as she tried to say something before decided to stop it and obediently took her reward. As if some scene from shoujo genre anime, the background around them is changing. Glimmering lights with bubbles effect, heartwarming atmosphere, and don't know where it comes, but there's soft melody of piano surrounding the two. Romantic is what high school girls would say if saw the scene where a girl who has shy smile when the man that she fond of is patting her head. But sadly, this story is not focusing on romance because the author decides to ruin the scene by make Naruto says. Huh? Megainko? What are you doing in there? Wah. Bam. Instantly, Sona turned around while delivering a hard jab to Naruto's face after heard what he said. In slow motion, Naruto was thrown to another place. Twirling in the air, land bouncing several times before crashed to a wall. Why? Muttered Naruto in pain as his body twitching several times. The short black-haired girl turned around, only for her face paled when saw her vice president push her glinting eyeglasses before give her a thumb up. That was nice one, Kaichu the patting part. As if an explosion, a massive blush formed on Sona's face as unrecognizable words out from her mouth. Shutting her mouth, Sona quickly walked closer to Tsubaki, then put her trembling hands on the vice president's shoulder and give her serious face while still blushing. Tsubaki, you didn't see anything. Said Sona. Tsubaki blinked. What did? You didn't see anything. Got it. Is what Sona said with teary swirling eyes and persuasive aura as she slowly leaning closer to Tsubaki. The bead of sweat trailed down from Tsubaki's temple, felt that Sona was begging than ordering her. Yes, I didn't see anything. Good. Said Sona as she nodded. The Citri heiress takes a deep breath and releases it to make her calm. Is everyone okay? Asked Sona who quickly changed the topic. Tsubaki who knew it decided to play along. Yes, they just tired after fighting them. Her expression was rather changed to serious after some moment. By the way, Kaichu. It's rather unusual for them to appear in this kind of number, isn't it? Yeah. Sona turned to some direction as she could feel a gaze from there. And the reason looks like someone want to test us or one of us. Tsubaki make a thinking pose. She catch the hint that Sona give, but she can't tell whom is the student president talking about. Is it Kaichu because she is the Citri's heiress or Genshiru because of his dragon-based sacred gear? Or maybe trailed off Tsubaki as she looks at where Naruto is. While the two has something on their mind, someone interrupted them. Kaichu, Fuku Kaichu. It was from Ruruko with the rest student council members that following her. Sona still looked straight to the one that hiding for a moment before she turned to facing her pawn. What is it, Nomura? I just want to say thanks for the hard work. That was great, Kaichu. You finished them just with 2 moves, it's so cool. Said Ruruko as she waving her fists up and down excitedly. A small smile formed on Sona's face when she saw the childish part on her pawn. Thank you. Then she looks the rest of them. Is everyone okay? Genshiru take a step to the front and says, nothing to worry about, Kaichu. Everyone is fine. I see. Was what Sona said before another sigh out from her mouth. I hate to say this, but keep your guard up. Eh? Sona understand their confusion, she turned and facing back at the boss who's still hiding within the darkness. We're not done. Right after Sona said that, an unfamiliar feminine sound could be heard in that place. Looks like it's time to make my appearance NYA. Genshiru facing at the source of that voice before feels pain on his left hand, right where his sacred gear is. What he saw is a figure with overwhelming aura walk slowly out from the shadows, amused hazel eyes with cat-like pupils that glowing in the dark and audible steps that increasing the tension in there. Without doubt, he know how strong the enemy this time. Slowly, the lights in that place showing the figure. A young woman who wear black kimono that tied with yellow obi. She also has a rather healthy body, long black hair with a pair of black cat ears on the top and 2 black tails that swing left and right. Without doubt, Genshiru know how sexy the enemy this time. Whack gah. A fist to his head brings him from his thoughts. Gen, you have a weird face. Said Tsubasa as she faces palming. Genshiru caressing his head for a moment with apologetic face before take a step to the front as he ignoring murderous gaze from 2 pair eyes behind him. Who are you? Shouted Genshiru as his sacred gear already poised to the woman direction. The others shook their head at how the pawn tried to ignore Ruruko and Momo's dead fish-like eyes before be prepared as the thought fighting another stray demon crossed in their head. Fufufu, don't be so uptight Naya. Besides, it takes more than that toy to attack me Naya, said the young woman with mysterious smile on her face. Sona who saw something familiar from the figure decided to take a guess. Hazel eyes, black cat ears and 2 tails, is it possible that your name is Kuroka? Ara. It seems the Citri heiress know of me NYA. Of course, said Sona as she fixing her glasses. You're quite famous after all. A Nekashu who killed her master because drunk of her own powers, a stray devil who could use Senjutsu and Jujutsu, also one of the SS class most wanted criminal in Underworld. Just hearing the possible enemy's rank made Genshiro and the other grimaced. Nyahahaha. That's right, NYA, said the newly named Kuroka after give amused laughs. What do you want? Asked Sona as she preparing her magic. Kuroka just waving it off and says, easy there. I'm here just want to deliver a message Naya. A message? Asked Sona curiously, but still not let her guard down. That's right NYA. But not only that, the woman paused as she gives Sona a cunning smile. I also want to meet the one that she called Slinking Cat, and her dear Ani directly finished the girl with the same smile. A rather long silence formed in there before it was broke when Sona face palming as her magic circle on her hand was gone. That person, huh? You hear that, Naruto? Yeah, I heard it clearly. Said the blonde-haired janitor who's still lying on the ground looking at the ceiling with stoic face. He then lifts his body before sighing as he's scratching the back of his head with closed eyes. Ha, so, what does office want now? Said Naruto rather seriously. The others that can feel how different the atmosphere decided to make a mental note for ask who this office is later. The woman, Kuroka, started walking slowly to Naruto with seductive smile. She said, dear my and only my dear Ani, please forgive me for not meet you directly. I really want to meet you, but because of a certain condition, I can't. It was such a… Okay, stop. Interrupted Naruto who massaging his forehead. Please, can you get to the point already? Begged the blonde janitor who has troubled looks. Kuroka shrugged her shoulder. Well, that's okay too. The point is. She wants you to join our organization Naya. Naruto raised a single eyebrow, it's the first time he heard that shapeshifter make an organization. He turned at Sona in confusion, only to saw the Citri heiress shook her head to tell she also didn't know about it. Why would that wait, did you said she earlier? Yep. Naruto eyebrows twitched. Are you sure this she that you're talking about is not a creepy old man with creepy smile and surrounded by creepy aura? Oh, Offa said she already learning her fault. And she knows that you will prefer her current form than the last one. A relief sighs out from Naruto's mouth. Thank goodness. Now that abomination won't be appear again. Muttered Naruto like a heavy weight lifted from his body before nauseated when a certain memory about he and his friends chased by an old man wearing a bikini appeared in his head. Not wanting to lose to his trauma, the blonde took several deep breaths and released it then back facing a Kuroka. Okay. Why would she create this organization thingy in the first place anyway? Ignoring his little episode, still smiling Kuroka facing at Sona then answering it. Well she told me to not tell the reason if the Slinking Cat is with you. Now a twitch formed on Sona's eyebrows. And is there a reason why would that stupid snake don't want me to hurt it? Asked Sona with forced smile. I don't know NYA chirped Kuroka happily, which makes Sona more irritated. The catgirl back facing at Naruto and says, so, how is it? Want to join? Naruto closing his eyes then give a thought about the offer. He didn't ask further the reason, knowing well that he would get it eventually. Later from his former partner when traveling around worlds. Ah, by the way, he isn't hers, nor the otherwise. Now, from his experiences and some elements after watching several action and I'm also reading weekly manga Shounen Jumps, if several people that has superpowers, super weapons, or super thingamajigs with them are creating a team, organization, or whatever that make them working together, they tend to have a cliché goal like 1. For world domination. A thing that what typical villains, people who misled, frustrated, or just bored would do. They usually will be defeated by several peoples who calling themselves as heroes. 2. For world peace. A thing what heroes, peoples has high sense of justice, peoples who just kind or just bored would do. They usually will be break or disbanded by the peoples who don't need them anymore like well, normal people. 3. To save someone or fight another organization. A plain cliché reason. Naruto think about the merit and demerit. Number 1, world domination. Rejected. If the world taken over, he could get anything he wants. But what he wants just one, and he already promised that only Sona who will give it. Besides, if the world really taken over, several problems like rebellion, managing territory, or many troublesome things will come to him eventually. Number 2, world peace. Hell no. The thought he have to save peoples in the name justice and free, there's must be something wrong in off his head if if whatever that shapeshifter is now thought he would do that. And for number 3. Murmured Naruto rather loudly. Every single person become curious now about what kind of decision the blonde chooses. Well, except Sona. The Citri heiress who already lives with him since a kid is know well how the blonde will react. And the murmur become louder, Genshiro and the others become closer. HMMM. Then when the tension at the peak, Naruto suddenly opens his eyes and showing a determined face. Okay, hear my answer. And the next thing he said is. Nah. Don't wanna. Too troublesome. The cute face planted for everyone except Sona, who smiled in triumph, proud that her guess for his answer was right. Don't make a serious face if you will reject it in the end. Shouted Genshiro, who recovered first, but only for ignored by Naruto, who waving it off. Hiroka, who also recovered, give a troubled smile. Maybe if I told you that our organization's name is Cow's Brigade, trailed off the cat-eared girl. Naruto made a mental note to search anything that related with that name later, but for now, what? That I will think it over. Sorry, Catgirl, I don't know that name and don't want to know about it. Now go tell office that I said no because she already knows why. Therefore, that is it. You can go now, said Naruto as he gives Kuroka shooing motion. Well, this is troubling and why? What? Actually, I'm curious about why she want you to join us. And then, when I asked it to her, she said, if you want to know, find it by yourself and why. Said Naruto with zero interest in that story. And so paused Kuroka as she suddenly appeared in front of Naruto. I want to know it. Finished the woman with seductive smile on her face. Sona standing impassively in contrast to the rest student council member who tensed at the sudden move before they sweat dropped when saw Naruto, who has indifferent face, grope the catgirl's breast. Wah. Not bad, said Naruto before he disappeared as Kuroka tried to punch him with red hue on her cheek. Unyu, Naya. This one is firm, said Naruto, who reappeared behind Kuroka, then start to grope her ass. Then he disappeared again as the woman tried to knee him. Unyu. Booty cup, is it? And then he start to grope her breast again. Anya. Yelled Kuroka, who pissed off now. What? Sure, she is playful, sure she enjoys teasing people, but she is not a slut. Moreover, she still's a woman. And like every normal woman, no one liked when someone that she just met groped her breast. Unyu or her ass. Drru, muttered the girl with red face before she starts to attack Naruto fiercely, only to be dodged by him. Hyo. Most of the student council member now face-palmed when saw their school's janitor molested the SS class rank criminal. Audits frustrated them, most of the females, they can't be helped impressed at how he dodging those fast punch and kicks. Genshiro walked closer to Sona without moving his gaze from where Naruto and Kuroka are. Kaichu. It may be late for me to say this, but that guy is amazing, isn't he, in a way? I mean, look at that. Not even 2 minutes and he already made a most wanted criminal pissed off by molesting her. Said Genshiro as he watched how the Nekashu already frustrated to hit the blonde now. Kaichu? Kai felt ignored. Genshiro turned his head before jumped back after he saw what kind of face that Sona has. Cold, murderous with didn't know if he was tired or not because those skeletal cats who holding a scythe around his Kaichu as looked so real to him. Kaichu? What? No, nothing. Squeaked Genshiro when that cold gaze directed at him. The secretary of Kuo's student council back off and going to the other member. Did you guys know what's wrong with Kaichu? Whispered Genshiro. Genshiro senpai, you really don't know about women's heart, don't you? Sighed Raruka while shook her head. What do you mean? Asked Genshiro once again. She means Kaichu is jealous, Gen-chan. Oh wait. What? Yes, even I know that reaction is lame. Please bear it. Kuroka took several back steps from the blonde molester. Wheezing with red face, don't know because tired or roused. What's wrong this Aji sense still can play UKNOW, said Naruto, who doing groping motion with his hands and has a face like a perverted business old man from a nightclub. Ugh. Kuroka was grimaced. Not because looking at the face of this blonde molester in front her, but because she, a Nekashu, one of the species of Yaokai who has a great reflexes and heightened sense, can't even landed a single hit on him. And the most frustrating thing was he kept molesting her while dodged all her attacks. When she tried to use a poisonous mist, the man snapped his fingers, then something sucked the mist. When she tried to use Senjutsu, it was cancelled every time he touched, groped her. How the heck he did that? When she tried to use Ujutsu, the man just laughed it off. He even said, this kind of illusion is just a child's play compared from what my old rival can do. And when she tried to use space manipulation, he said, really, are you kidding me? While cancelled her attempt. Damn, the last one is hurt. Then she realized something. How if it was a punch, kicks, slash, or even stab from a weapon, instead his hands who groped him. Damn, he really outdoes her. She sighed in defeat, already know it was her lose. Fine, I admit you are strong. I'll back off now. Sorry for the troubles NYA. It's over already. She giggled when he whining. It's somewhat cute when he pouts. Bam. And she giggled harder when a brick hit the man. Seems like the slinking cat as office dubbed was angered. Oh, so that's how it is. Seems like the dragon god didn't look as heartless as she know. Naya haha. Sorry Naya, I have to go and inform office. But if you want something more than that, maybe we can arrange it one day nya. She tilt her head to dodge the brick that just passed her. Naya haha. Using her magic, she already prepared to go from there. Then, see you lad this presence. Crash. The sound of something break from above them interrupted Kuroka before whatever that make the sounds fell with audible thud right next to the catgirl. Yue muttered Naruto and several member of student council in pity and disgust after saw what actually fell. Someone with brown hair who dressed in tattered red armor and black pants with face kissing the ground while there is a piece of paper on his head. But that's not what makes them look at him in pity and disgust. It was the rod that stuck out from his butt. "I Biku!" shouted Kuroka to the newly named Biku. Crash. Another sound something breaks can be heard along with another body that fell next to Biku. Someone with blonde hair and tattered business suit. With a scroll stuck on the butt. Again, Naruto and the others look at the body with pity and disgust. "Arthur?" shouted Kuroka once again. Looks like the two are her companions. This trailed of the cat ears woman as she read the paper. "I see so they failed too." Naruto who already behind the woman snatched the papers, then read it aloud. "For Naruto in there. Tell this wanted monkey king for not stalking me anymore or I'll put something bigger than a rod to his ass. Also, the company needs your sign to make the place bigger." Several new idols joined. So, come back to check them. From number 4. P.S. Tell Sona Kai I say hi. Well, that's explained why there's a rod on his ass. He angered the wrong person after all, said Naruto who referred to the brown-haired man before read the other paper. Naruto-san in there, please tell the man that I said it was a good fight. Ah, and please unseal the holy sword on the scroll. From number 8. P.S. It was number 9 who stuck the scroll in his butt. P.P.S. Tell Sona Oju I said hi. A holy sword. Muttered Naruto to himself before he pulled the scroll, with putting gloves from goddamn nowhere first of course. No way he would touch something that already plunged into someone's arse with bare hand. Nah. Yada and unseal the content in it. Oh, Cole-kun. Been so long since I saw you. Said Naruto casually as he gives a swing after unseal the sword. That's trailed off Kuroka after saw the familiar sword. The holy sword finished Sona that make several member of student council tensed after heard it. A holy sword? Questioned Genshiro who heard something new to him. Well, it's not so surprising to the others because he just recently became a devil. It's a weapon that forged by the god that could give a lethal damage to a devil just with one small scratch, Gen-chan. Explained Momo to her junior. Just with one small scratch. Surprised the male who never thought such a weapon is exist. Naruto. Which one is it? Asked Sona while ignoring the blonde who using the sword like a shaver. Yep. Just ignore it. She knew he just messing with her after heard how it could give a lethal damage. You know the story about that King Arthur thingy? Asked Naruto nonchalantly as he used the sword as a mirror now. Eh? Then, it's really muttered Sona who surprised to know one of the true holy swords is in front her. Kaichu, do you know that sword? Asked Genshiro who confused about the situation. The other behind him not so different. How far did you know a story about King Arthur from England, Saji? Asked Sona. If I'm not wrong, it's about a great warrior who became a king after could pull a sword that embedded on a stone, then get a sword called Excalibur from Lady of the Lake. Wait, don't tell me that sword is Excalibur. Sona shook her head. No. It's true that King Arthur got a powerful sword called Excalibur, but before he got it, he actually already has another powerful one. Explained Sona before focused the sword in Naruto's hand. Remember the sword in the stone that he pulled? That's it, the strongest holy sword, Caliburn though several peoples also called it Kalbrand. Continued Sona as she frowned at Kuroka now. That makes me curious. How he has that sword. Moreover, the fact you know him, he must be also a member of your organization. Kuroka let the question hanging in the air for a moment. She was too busy for watching Naruto who playing with a sword that can kill her with worry. Not all people who show you a smile is a friend. She knew it from experience. Yes, you're right about he is in our group. But how he has it I don't know, I do not know him that well. Finally answered the catgirl who still focused on the blonde. Though what she said was a lie. Well, whatever. Said Naruto as he sealed the sword once again. Here, give it to office. She knows what to do. Then he tossed the scroll which caught by Kuroka. Now, go. Because those two seems need some butt treatment. Kuroka looked at the blonde for a moment, searching intent like a surprise attack or something like that. Didn't found anything, she gave him a nod before she grabbed the two-person and leave the place. Is it wise to let her go just like that? And would you give back the holy sword to them? Asked Sona who annoyed not only because Naruto just give a powerful weapon to an enemy, but he also too carefree for letting them go just like that. Who knows if they decided to come back and make a trouble in the future. Well, first, do you think they will pass from our radar just like that? No, I know you don't. You just too worried, Sona, said Naruto as he walking out from there. And second, whether using a stick or a holy sword, the one who has higher specs is the one who will win in a sword fight. Sona rolled her eyes at those unrelated cheesy lines before she and the others start to out from that place too. Naruto, called the girl with violet eyes to the blonde who slightly far from her. What? Asked the blonde without turning back. Don't think you can escape just like that. You still have to patrol the town. The janitor face planted after heard the forgotten request makes she and several people around her either chuckled or giggling when he shouted that she ruined his awesome moment. But lack of something, isn't it? Chapter 6. Here another chapter that I promised. Hope you could enjoy it. Ha. Walking with sour face, we found our blonde protagonist currently walking to his beloved cabin. Tired, actually, not really, and want nothing more than taking a bath after patrolling the town. It's unfair. Why he have to continues patrol the town after rescuing them from those tentacles, alone? The grin slowly formed on his face after sensing a familiar energy signature in his cabin, before continues walking with newly recharged energy. Oh, how excited he was to know what kind of disaster that befall upon that fallen angel. After all, he received information one of those clones that he sent was turned out to be another glitch one. You know, like the exploding warehouse incident before. Now that makes him feel sick. He is curious about one thing, though. Why the cat from before was in his cabin, or more exactly, in his room. Well, let's find out by open this door and meet the girl behind it. Welcome back, Ani-chan. Greeted the familiar fallen angel who has very sweet smile to him with sparkling effect around her that makes the younger blonde look like an angel, even though she is a fallen one. It's Chan, shouted Naruto as he glumped the fallen angel. You're back. Is that means you've finished observing them? How is it, how? Is it? Questioned Naruto who start rubbing his cheek to her. Hi. That was easy, Ani-chan. Said Middle who still has that sweet smile. Oh, that's good. Now for celebrate your success, Ani-chan will cook something special for you. Naruto released his hug and start walk to the kitchen. Really? Why? Shouted Middleton glee before following him. By the way, Ani-chan. It is possible that you know something about unusual clothes, a rather familiar perverted giggles when I took a bath, and several bears that suddenly appeared on the days I observed the Grimoire girl, finished the fallen one who's still smiling. Naruto turned back and facing at the blonde girl with best poker face. Bear? Yes, I mean no. Bastard. In a split of second, the angelic face was broken, as light pink spears already formed in middle hand before she quickly thrust it to Naruto. The blonde devil who saw it in slow motion, grabbed the spears that just 1 inch before it hit his temple. Forgetting it was light-based spear. Hot 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 hot, shouted Naruto who start doing something pointless thing like blowing the tip of the spear with his mouth. You said Middle to push her spears as hard as she can. Well, wait. Calm down, Michan, said Naruto who holding the pain in his hands. Calm down. You told me to calm down after I hold those 10 torturing days. Those 10 fucking torturing days. We well sorry. The answer is just the spears that became 1 inch closer. You know, muttered Middle with shadow covered her face. Wore that clothes, I can stand it. Being peeped, I also can stand it. Good job. Naruto actually give a damn not care about that. His hands currently burn so there is no time to worry about such a damn thing. The problem was those bears. I thought it was a normal animal at first, continued Middle before she raised her head and showing Naruto her desperate tears. But it's actually several people who wear a bear costume. Do you know how frightened I was when chased by those pedo bears? The light spear become larger which makes Naruto look at it in terror. Why? The spear. The spear. Somehow, my wings can't fold out, my spears were dodged all of them. Do you know how scared shitless I was when running from those creatures? Said the fallen angel before she also terrified. While remembering something. Those glowing eyes, those pants and those mouth, that chanting word lowly over and over, Uwaya. Uwaya. Naruto also shrieked as he saw the spears become closer and closer. I understands. I'm sorry, I was the one at fault, so please put the spears away. Wah! Cried the girl with waterfall tears while still pushing her spears. That time, Naruto is forgetting that he could replace himself with something around him. Well, people tend to do that when they trying to push back someone who want to stab something sharp to their head. They are busy to think how they could get the damn things out from their vision. The source was from the author who has similar situation. Though it's just a toy knife, still, it's scary. Anyway, the two blondes keep like that. One who want to stab the source of her misfortune and one who want to get the damn light spear out from his vision. Didn't realize being watched by uninvited guest on their left. What are you two doing NYA? The question made the two blondes snap their head to the source, it also makes the light spears gone, much to relief for Naruto, and found it was Kuroka with still in her black kimono, with yellow obi around her waist. "Boo!" shouted Middle to already standing with her own battle stance on, before startled when Naruto glomped the woman. "Beware!" shouted Naruto who rested his head to those soft fleshes on the woman's chest. "I was so scared, and start wailing. Like a child. Nyahaha. There said Kuroka who play along with his act as she patting the older blonde. Middle slightly relaxed when thought the woman probably Naruto's acquaintance. Even though relaxed, she didn't let her guard down, her secret was out after all. And what she know, fallen angels not really liked by either angels or devils. Still looking at Naruto's fake cry with gleeful face is annoying. A moment later. "So, who is she?" asked Middle. "Oh. Let me introduce you." Coughing twice, Naruto motioned his hand to the young woman. "Middle, this is Kuroka, a cat." Then he facing at the cat girl. "And Kuroka, this is Middle, a bird." The unusual yet right to the point introduction got a perfect flat stare from Middle as the result. Nyahaha. "A bird you say?" THEN in a blink of second, Kuroka already behind Middle. "Maybe I'll eat her NYA." Then she hugged her as she binding her movement, then nipping Middle's ear. Middle was shocked at the sudden contact. Sensually, Kuroka's hands start to explore her body, caressing tenderly that makes Middle shuddered at the touch. "What are MMM?" Shutting her eyes, she tried to resist the feeling when felt the woman's hand going to her still growing chest. "No. Don't dare," begged a fallen angel when felt a hand moving to her private area. "So cute NYA," said Kuroka seductively as she licked Middle's cheek, before. Smack. The Harrison hit her. "Okay, that's enough. You can do that later," said Naruto in displeasure, though the camera on his hand told differently. The pout from Kuroka was the answer, before surprise the little blonde girl already gone from her embrace. Wah what's with her?" shouted Middle to peeking behind a couch while blushing and holding tears that start leaked from her eyes. "What kind woman that licked?" And Middle didn't said the rest, but the smoke that start out from her head told the two it's something very embarrassing for her. Nyahaha. "Sorry, it seems I overdid it Nyan." Kuroka chirped happily in contrast to what she says. "Whatever. So, what are you doing in here? Didn't I clearly refuse the offer before?" asked Naruto who already sit on the couch where Middle still watched Kuroka warily from behind him. Looks like the younger blonde forgot about her misery that caused by the older. "What do you mean by said no? What offer?" questioned Middle with confused face. "Ah, an acquaintance of mine want to join her organization, was it?" asked Naruto to remind him again, which replied by a nod from Kuroka. "They want me to join their organization, but I refused it." "What organization? Why?" asked Middle again. "Don't know, and I refused it because I don't want to. Besides, I enjoyed being in here. You know, teasing, pranking, blackmailing, harassing." Naruto stopped after aware the dry stare he received from Middle. "Well, harassing aside," said Kuroka who gained the two blonde attention. "After I gave a report to office, she said she doesn't want to give up and have to find another way. Then after think about it, she gave me an order to observe you and find anything that could make you join us." Naya. Paused Kuroka who also sit on other couch. "And so, why are you here now?" Middle actually curious about this office person, but she more confused about this molester in front her now. As far she knows, observing is same as spying. You know, undercover, stalking, and something likes that. "Well I know how strong he is Naya. I realized it after our confrontation before," said Kuroka whose small blush appeared in her cheek. The memory of how he groped her was the reason by the way. Though that's still not explained why you're here," said Naruto who not interested in that and want to know her reason. "Ah, that's because when I asked Office how I could observe you without being found out. Then Office said just live with him, he won't mind it. And that's why I'm in here. Ah, by the way, it was Office who broke the wards in this place. So Nyahaha. Trailed of Kuroka as she herself didn't know why she nervous at the flat stares from the two blondes. "Really? And why do you think we would let you stay in here?" asked Middle to question the mental of this molester in front her now. There are so many things she wants to retort but decided to ask that question instead. "Well because I'm sexy Naya." Middle give a dry stare to the cat girl. "Great. Hello ladies and gentlemen, we got an idiot in here." Before she turned her head to Naruto. "Oi, Naruto. What do you? Oh no. She really not like how the blonde look thinks serious about this matter. Actually, Naruto is thinking to improve the seal around his cabin. He should make it only he and several people he wants could find the cabin. He also thought about the situation. If he doesn't let this cat girl in, then he will have a stalker in the future. That won't do, because he doesn't want to be watched when he went to bathroom or doing man things. However, if he let her in. Why are you looking at me like that? Asked Middle nervously. She really doesn't like the Cheshire grin on Naruto's face. Don't tell me you let her stay in here. No way. I disagree. Nah. The fallen angel shook her head rapidly. She still loves man, thank you. Oh Mit-chan, it's fine isn't it? She could be your another female friend. Convinced Naruto, though he actually doesn't have to because technically the cabin is his after all. That's right, Mit-chan said Kuroka, who already hugging Middle from behind while rubbing her cheek, make the younger blonde cringed. We could become a friend. She leaned closer to the fallen angel's ears and whispered sensually, a really close friend NYA. Hiya. Shrieked Middle to push Kuroka but in vain because the catgirl was too strong for the little bird. Naruto sighed dramatically at the display. This kind of joke is getting old now. I'm not even interested on it anymore. Say that while not holding a camera in your hands. Ah, sorry. It was my instinct. What kind of instinct is that? And you, get off of me already. Don't be like that Naya. I know you love it Nyan. No I don't. Are you in heat or something? Then just go rape the bastard over there, not me. Yes, why don't you wait? Who are you called bastard, you barely passed lowly. Actually, she is right Naya, said Kuroka as she released Middle, who already in corner of the room while shouting, thank you my lord, even though you already dead. Then turned to Naruto while licked her lip sensually. Now why don't this one E-san teach you the wonder of ABC, then she start moving on fours like a cat to his direction. She moves with cat ears already popped out, hip swaying seductively, a glimpse of her white cream breast can be seen, and smile that screams you sexy. Was plastered on her face. Naruto hold his desire, and Naruto Jr. While gives the Nekashu his best poker face and says, sorry, I'm not interested in reverse rape play right now. And let me remind you that I am the cook in this house. So if you don't stop, be ready to eat cup ramen or canned sardines for the rest of your days when living here. I don't me. You also have to sleep on the floor and do your own laundry. Interrupted Naruto as he gives a challenging looks. Kuroka who heard it stopped her tracks before vanished from his sight. Hiya. Naruto ignored Middle's scream and start walking to the kitchen to prepare the dinner. Wow, that was close one. What? He is woman lovers, not a womanizer. There is a difference between them mind you. Ooh whined Middle cutely as the displeasure from the woman who's still hugging from her side increasing. Just accept it already, Mit-chan. It like the cat eats the canary. Though the definition of eat this time is different, said Naruto casually besides the two women. Shut up you baka Naruto. You are the one who not ooh Middle whined again as her face flushed in embarrassment, remembered something that rated R18 from before. I know you love it NYAN. No I don't you horny cat. NYA Mit-chan become Sun Tsun. Naruto, Middle and Kuroka now are walking inside of Kuo Academy, more exactly on hall to the student council place where they will watch Rias and the other battling the Phoenix guy in raiding game. Naruto asked Middle to come with him for explaining about the result of Issei's training, much to her relief for get away from the cat, but then Kuroka wants to watch because it seems interesting, and much to Middle's displeasure about it. Oh Naruto no, there is more to it after he saw the longing face when he mentioned Issei and his team. Well here is it, said Naruto as he opened the door to the student council room. Are we too early Naya? Naruto also confused when found the place was empty. Did Sona forget about it? Focusing his sense, he could found the student president and her vice president in occult research club's room with Issei and the others, but he couldn't find the Saji and the rest student council members in the school. Nope. Sona and Tsubaki are with Issei, denied Naruto. So, is it only us who will monitor them? Naruto give a thought about it before an idea appeared in his head. Nah, that won't do. Then, what should we do? Back home? Questioned Middle. Nope, we just have got them here. Middle and Kuroka exchanged looks after they saw Naruto grab something that resembled as a dagger out of nowhere before throw it to the ground and do a weird sign with his right hand. Reverse summoning. Was what the two heard before lots of smokes and several sounds something dropped in there. Hi. Wah. Ouch. Owie. Ma. Ugh. The smokes disappeared, revealing the owner of those groans. Well that was quick. This came from Middle who saw another thing that the blonde whiskers can do, summoning. Actually, he said reverse but still, that was quite impressive. You're right Naya. Though Kuroka didn't look so surprised about it. Wah you. Shouted a familiar blonde-haired secretary of Kuo Academy's student council, Saji Genshiro, as he finally saw Naruto and the two. The others also tensed, except Amo who confused about why they did that. Yo, sorry for calling you suddenly said Naruto with nonchalant tone. Though he sweat dropped when saw they are clad in their own pajamas. Namikaze, what is the meaning of this? Why is that woman in there? And Nanami Sansaji was surprised and confused at the same time, but he more confused when saw someone that he knew. Just as a normal student in there. Well, I suppose a bit of explanation is in order. So, you mean Middleton in here is actually a fallen angel under name Nanari and sent here to observe Haidu's boosted gear on behalf of the fallen angel fraction? Yeah. And for Kuroka-san, she is staying in your place to observe his weakness. That's right, Nyan. Genshiro sighed tiredly before he looks at Naruto with serious face. Can we trust them for not causing troubles? Don't worry, I'll make sure about it, said Naruto nonchalantly, which only makes Genshiro more worried. Like I said, everything is under control. Trust me. Well, I'm not really surprised about Nana. I mean, Middleton is not a normal human, stated Tsubasa. How so? Ryo yawned after asked that. Well, you all know that I currently train, got an advice, interrupted Naruto. Sorry, sensei. Well, you know that I asked an advice to train my powers from Naruto-sensei, right? Wonder why you want that, but yes, we know. Said Tomo. Sometimes, Middleton just passing by without questioning or confused when saw us. Also, Naruto-sensei seems calling Middleton with Mit-chan instead Nanari. Continued Tsubasa. But that doesn't mean she is a supernatural being, pointed Tomo. It is not. I was convinced when I was overheard her asking Naruto-sensei about how to make her light spears denser. Middleton didn't respond of that. Meanwhile Naruto sighed deeply. See? I told you to discuss something like that on night only, but Nuo. You said, no one is gonna hear us after all. Okay, I was wrong. But that doesn't explain why you reveal my identity to them. Complained embarrassed Middled. I thought it would make easier for them when we watching Issei and the others. Answered Naruto indifferently. Wait, what you mean by watching Haidu? Interrupted Genshiro. Naruto tilting his head in confusion. Didn't Sona told you that today Issei and the others from Occult Research Club will have their first rating game? No, she didn't. The blonde make a thinking pose. Well, that means you're lucky that I bring you all here, continued the janitor with a smirk. Instead, happy or excited, the rest student council member has sad or serious face, as if thinking about something. Naruto knows they either think that the Citriere is still not trusts nor have confidence in them. Throw that negative thoughts from your mind. You all are tired from what happened today and your king just thought the best for you all. Genshiro and the others slightly calmed after heard that. Naruto nodded at how awesome his persuading skill before a thought crossed in his mind. Well then, before we watch the show, a rather familiar Cheshire grin formed on his face. How about a refresher? In another place, Sona and Tsubaki are walking to the student council room's direction. The two just gave Rias and her peerages a support for their first rating game. Aichu, are they really gonna be okay? Questioned Tsubaki as she following her king one step from behind. Honestly, I don't know, said the short-haired woman calmly. Even if Rias has the Sekiryuite with her, the opponent has more experiences after all, continued Sona as the two already arrived in front of the student council room. Well, what we can do now, just monitoring them. With twisting the doorknob, they went into the room. Click only 4. Yay. Mina, arigato, thank you, everyone trailed of Naruto as he saw Sona and Tsubaki standing with flat eyes on their face. What Sona and Tsubaki saw was the student council room, who usually has neat and tidy atmosphere with plain table, chairs, and shelves that has school's documents, now has exciting aura with 2 sofas, disco lights, a TV, snacks and drinks on the table instead. This comes from several members of student council who realize the situation. In each member, they are clad in pajamas and either holding snacks, drinks, or even a tambourine. Click. Sona closed the door as she made thinking pose and pondering if she got the wrong room before looked at the plate name out above her. Student council room. A dark aura surrounded Sona. Tsubaki sweat dropped when she saw the gesture, feeling nervous for what kind of disaster that gonna happen. Tsubaki. Hi, Kaichu. This we are in front of the student council room, aren't we? Yes. It's not a karaoke room, right? No. It's not, Kaichu. I see. Click. Sona entered the room with a brick in her hand. Along with the student president and her vice president that went in, Middleton and Kuroka can be seen slightly far from that place. The two are currently walking to the room while carrying bags of foods and snacks on their hands. Looking at their face, the fallen angel looked not so happy with the pout on her face, very different with Kuroka who has big grin. That lazy baka Naruto, can't he use his clone or something to go shopping instead? Grumbled Middle still with that cute pout. Well, it's fine, isn't it, Naya? Middle sighed tiredly. You can say that because we also bought your needs. Stupid teacup bra. Muttered the fallen angel on the last. Naya, haha, sorry about that, Naya. Middle's eyebrows twitched, how the Catwoman saying it cheerfully just increasing her rage. But I'm curious when you said, using his clone. Could he use Yujutsu too? Questioned Kuroka. I don't know about that Yujutsu thingy, but yes, he could make a clone using chakra or whatever. Kuroka's eyes sharpened for a second. And it's so annoying when he did that just for tease me. I can't tell we're the real one because they are solid like the original, not an illusion like in some ninja movies. And that must be hard, Kuroka musing aloud, but actually make a mental note for that. A solid clone is rare after all. You bet. Sighed Middle once again as they already arrived in front of the student council room. Now let's get in so. Before Middle could finish it, she and Kuroka heard several unusual things from the student council room, and oddly enough, it sounded like a mass murderer from first-rated movie that doing his job. You know, something like shouts, yells, blunt weapon meat flesh, and someone who cried, "It's all Naruto's fault, so please don't kill Jebu." Or something like, "Everyone, run away." Sona's beast mode Haguha. The last two sounds exaggerated, but it is in there. Maybe we should wait until whatever happened in there has stopped, Naya. Offered Kuroka. Yes we should, and Middle very agree with that. A moment later. So, what are you doing in here? Questioned Sona calmly to Kuroka. I'm just tagging along. Don't mind me, Naya said Kuroka sheepishly while doing waving motion with her hand. Fine, just don't interrupt while we doing our things. Sona casually leaned back and start focusing her attention to Riaz and the others. Roger, Naya. Chirped happily as the catgirl give a salute. In that room, there are Sona, Tsubaki, Kuroka, and Middle who looks healthy, the other member of student council who has bumps on their head, and Naruto who. Ugh, why? His face beaten badly that makes almost unrecognized. You know why, said Sona indifferently. But I'm just bring Tomokai and the others to watch the rating game. Argued Naruto. Not that, you stupid ramen topping. I'm talking about why you changed this place, reasoned Sona. But, it's boring to waiting you. And the others seems need a refresher. Was the comeback from Naruto. Is that your reason for getting wild in a place for discussing about the school students? Asked Sona who not want to give in. It's night right now and the school time is already over. So you could say it was free to do anything in it. You realize this is a school, not an arcade. So if you want some free room, go find hotel or something. Like I said, it's already night and. The two keep bickering while the others who already getting used to it just sighed. Wow, they are like a pair of old couple who loves to bickering, Naya, commented Kuroka from the sideline before she turned to Tsubaki. Is this always happened? The vice president pushes her glasses and makes it glinting. It is. Such a good show if I have to say. Kuroka blinked at that. Right. They always do that in morning, afternoon, or any time when they meet, explained Rya who saw the confusion in Kuroka's face. Kuroka only could say, oh, before she looks at the two again. Now we back at Sona and Naruto, already recovered, who's still bickering. And do you have to bring the other student council member to here? Questioned Sona who makes Saji and the other focused on. This. Why not? Wasn't it better that I brought them here so they could observe how rating game works? Questioned back Naruto as several people nodded at his logic. Sona sighed deeply. My reason to not tell or call them was because they were tired after encountered an ambush from a certain stray devils, several girls are blushed while Kuroka just laughed. And Tomo was hospitalized this morning. This time Maruko nervously looked at another direction. I'm already fine now, Kaichu said Tomo who not even asked. Besides, I'll tell the details to them tomorrow, continued Sona. But still, at least you could tell your reason today then make them misunderstood something. Said Naruto tiredly as Genshiru and the others are think the same what their janitor said. They are your peerage too, aren't they? Continued Naruto softly. Every member of student council look at their president, they want to know what will her hey about that. However, Tsubaki and Kuroka catch something from what Naruto say. Their peerage too. What did he mean by that? What were they thought? Sona herself was seems troubled before she looked at another direction while pouting as red hue appeared on her cheek. I'm sorry, muttered the girl that makes the student council's members surprised at the different side of their president. Well, it's fine as long as you already understand that, said Naruto satisfied at how the Citrieris understand his point of view and his win over the bicker of course. Now. Before Naruto could continue, a voice interrupted him as several monitor that hovering in the air appeared. Dear spectator. We welcome the Gremory and Phoenix clans. It's begin, Issei and the others rating game. I, Graphia. In behalf from the Gremory clan will explain where the game will held on. Well, whatever. Naruto ignored the explanation and turned to Middle before say, Michan. Can you tell us the result of Issei's training? No need for the method, just to the point. Middle looked at Naruto before nodded as she begins her report. After 10 days of practicing, Haidu have gotten stronger physically. He also learned 2 no, 3 magical abilities. The blonde girl's face strained in anger when explained at magic part. And those are? The first one, I didn't really consider it an offensive technique. Considering it only could shred someone's clothes. Explained Middle as she hold her anger when remember the perverted technique. Shred clothes? Said Tsubasa, confused about it. He could tore your clothes by touching your body first before executed the move. I bet he created it just because want to see some tits. After hearing that, several women in that room were annoyed and make a mental note to stay away from Issei in the future. Continue, ordered Naruto. And the second one, this time Middle become more serious. It's a time energy field. Though the area is just not wide, it could become Haidu's advantage in close combat. I mean Middle-san, can you explain what time energy field is? Interrupted Genshiro as he raised his hand. Nanari looked at the man in boredom. It's an energy that manipulates the time and space in a field form. Manipulate space and time? Surprised Saji to know such a thing as exist. Well, for Issei case, just think as a field that make you look slow for Issei when you fighting in close combat with him. Do you understand now? Explained Naruto indifferently but still answered by a nod from the blonde secretary. And the third, Michan. Continued Naruto. I don't know what actually it is, but it's something like a small compressed energy ball. Don't be mistaken at the size, because it would become deadly laser beam that could destroy a mountain when fired. Said Middle as she remembers what its destructive power. Genshiro, who heard it, tightened his fist. Feels inferior after heard what one of the perverted trio could do. First the amount of pieces, and now. Is that all? The question is only answered by a nod from Middle. Is the gauntlet still not changed? Questioned Naruto again. The gauntlet? Nope. It's still the same, answered Middle after tried to remember her observation again, but still can't find the difference on Issei's gauntlet. Naruto sighed in displeasure. Finding Issei is still too weak. What do you mean about changed, Naruto-sensei? Asked Tsubasa about Naruto's question earlier. According to the rumor, Haidu-kun's sacred gear, the Red Dragon Emperor has many abilities. The more abilities that gained, the more it's shown by its form, explained Sona, who start listening about Ria's plan to win the game. Then trailed off Genshiro as he looked at his left arm, where his sacred gear that also based of dragon resided. The silence formed to digest the information. Each of student council members gives a thought about the new revelation of their ally. Now I remember a mutter that loud enough to be heard came from Naruto. About this noon, why you two not using water-based magic? As someone who resurrected by Citri clan, don't you know it's more useful using the clan specializes than other elements? Finished Naruto as he looked at Momo and Rya curiously. Well, we think using water magic won't be helpful that time or not. Momo-san nervously, the brunette gives a silent message at the white-haired girl to help her answering the question. Momo make a thinking pose. Won't be helpful is not the right words, I think. Actually, we don't know how to use water magic on an enemy. That's right. Followed Rya with wry smile. Naruto raised a single eyebrow at them before look at Sona. Should I? Asked Naruto, which receiving a nod is the answer. The question itself was should he to explain it to the two bishop or not. The blonde janitor raised his palm and focusing his energy to control the air and condense it to give an impression he made a glob of water from out of nowhere. The other who saw it quite impressed at the display. Water is one of 6 main element that running over the world. It has good conductibility to healing magic and medical application. Naruto paused as he manipulates its shape and states. When you have good control of it, water also can be shaped to any form or altered its states. The glob of water then changing to several forms. A simple huge mass of water as a trap, weapon that made of ice, hot steam that burned more than skin, and etc, etc. With little trick, Naruto decided to messing around by leaking a killing intent. And if you mastered it, you can control any water, or should I say any fluids. The atmosphere suddenly changed, every single person in that room felt a cold feeling. As they saw the blonde who looking at his palm, they could sense an eerie aura leak from him, half of his face was shadowed as mysterious grin also formed in there. Sweat, tears, poison, holy water, or even blood. Several people unconsciously gulped in air after heard it. With creepy voice, Naruto continues. Control the flow of your enemy's blood, turn them to be your puppet, make them to kill each other, or blow them up in burst of goriness. Drenching your body in rain of bloods, red fluid that. Enough. Bam. The blow that delivered by Soma make Naruto's head hit the table. Sorry. Was what out from Naruto as his head still on the table. Sona let out a sigh. Why don't you focus on the battle for now and ask something that you don't understand from it later, said Sona as she motioned to one of monitor. There, look at Haidu-kun and Haoju-san. Looks like there would be a fight in there. Why don't you observe it? Especially you, Yura. Since Taoju is a rook like you. Hi, Kaichu. Tsubasa give a nervous nod to the Citri heiress, still affected from what Naruto did before, focused at the mascot of her school, who commented a high-level rook to a girl in blue. Chinese dress. They saw how Kaneko and her opponent tried to hit each other, but they either dodged or blocked the attacks. From the looks, the girl in Chinese dress was more skilled than Kaneko. She kept launching kicks that barely dodged by the white-haired loli until it was stopped when Kaneko grabbed the Chinese girl's leg, then delivered a punch to her face. The older woman was pushed to the back and wipes the blood on her mouth. She seems want to say something, but only for. Interrupted by a shoulder charge from Kaneko. Nyahahaha. A sudden laugh came from Kuroka that makes several people turn their head at her. Ah, sorry. I just remembered something funny. Dismiss the catgirl as she gives waving motion that makes the others look back at the game. Not for Naruto. He saw the longing face that directed at Kaneko after all. He keeps his gaze for a second before shrug it off and decided to find out about it later. What the hell is he doing? Commented Genshiro, who sweat dropped when saw a twin was chasing Issei who hold chainsaws in their hands. The others also sweat dropped after saw it before changed their opinion to slightly impressed when saw how the brunette dodged a surprise attack from a blue-haired girl with a con, then dodged the twins again in the midair. Secret technique. Surprised Genshiro as he saw Issei doing some Kamen Rider pose after touch the twins and the blue-haired girl. The others are focusing their attention at the brunette while middle deadpanned at the gesture. Breast break was what they heard as watching Issei snapped his fingers. They were thinking something amazing will happen only to find it was the technique that shredding clothes like what Middle said before. Truth, like what the fallen angel said, the technique was made the twin and the Chinese girl stark naked, showing their hairless nether region to the spectators. Stab. Ah. My eyes. My eyes. Shouted Genshiro, who rolling on the ground in pain while covering his face. Genshiro-senpai, you can't watch something indecent, UKNOW, said Raruko with rather sweet tone as she made a peace sign. She's right, Gen Chan, agreed Momo with a twin-tailed girl. Not bad, this one came from Naruto with closed eyes and a hand that blocked the stabbing attempt from Sona. HMPH. You are still 100. Naruto opened his eyes, only for seeing two-point finger that very close to his eyes. Stab. Ah. My eyes. My eyes. Naruto followed Genshiro to rolling on the ground in pain while closing his face with his hands. Middleton and Sona exchanged nod as they satisfied at the janitor's suffering, while Kuroka and the others sweat dropped at the oblivious why they did that. Yawn. Ah, I'm tired, said Naruto before he yawned again. Naruto, Middleton and Kuroka now are currently walking to the cabin after finished watching the rating game. Naruto looked at the two girls behind him that keep quiet since the result of the game. They lost. Issei and the others were lost against the Phoenix guy. Though Naruto no, it's not what makes them like that. He looks at Kuroka. The Nekashu start and became quiet after saw Kaneko was blasted by the Phoenix guy's queen. Looks like he was right about there is something between Kuroka and Kaneko. After all, why would she leak to killing intent after saw someone that she supposedly she didn't know got hurt? Even the amount was little. Killing intent is a killing intent. He turned to Middled. The fallen angel was quiet after saw Asia also got a hit from the same queen. He knows that the fallen angel quite attached to the nun in recent weeks, so he understands the feeling. Naruto sighed again at the silence. And for the game, the point is they know now that Kiba has a sacred gear that can create swords. Issei has unlocked the gift ability. The Phoenix clan can create a potion called Phoenix Tears that could heal any wound instantaneously. Issei's boost ability has a limit and Ria's resigned, thus Mater lost the game. About the game, well, how to say it, said Naruto loudly to that gained the girls' attention. It can't be helped they were defeated, they only have 10 days to prepare for fighting those kind of opponents. I'm sure, if they have more time, they could win easily. Finished. Naruto, who hoping it could for cheers them up. They usually not fond doing things like comforting, but this time was an exception because the silence was too quiet for his taste. Naruto was annoyed his failed attempt and decided to do it with another way. Oh come on. The game was as sucks as Middle who tried masturbating secretly anyway. That makes Middle take spit out before start coughing at the vulgar implication. Wah 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 wah, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? Yelled Middle in embarrassment. Huh? I'm talking about how you moaning while calling someone's name in the middle of night, said Naruto with teasing smile. I'm not calling your name. Well, Masturba, the blush become more intense as she realized what she want to say. I'm not doing something indecent in the middle of night. Shouted Middle as she hopes the blonde male didn't catch what she said before. But sadly, he is. Ma, I never said whose name it is, but Mit-chan, for you to desire this body of mine, said Naruto, who looked surprised before fidgeting like a girl who wants to confess to her first love. Ani-chan is TROUBLED. "Drru," Middle gritting her teeth before she summoned her light spears in her hands. "Die!" yelled the girl who has smoke of embarrassment out from her head. The sight where Naruto keep fidgeting but still dodging the spears makes Kuroka chuckled before giggling that then turned become laughs. A smile appeared in Naruto's face, satisfied to make the atmosphere around him changed. He looked at the two girls behind him before his eyes widened in shock as a flash of memory surfaced in his head. He saw himself running from a blonde-haired girl where a laughing black-haired girl and a smirking black-haired man that wears an eye patch standing not far from them. "Waa, she is gonna kill me," he shouted in mocking tone to the blonde girl. "Wait in there," yelled the blonde girl as she still chased him in anger. "Ahahaha. Look at that, it's so stupid. Right, Otu-sama," laughed the black-haired girl who pointing her finger at him while facing at her right. "I'm not surprised about that. The dope is always like that since long time ago," said the black-haired man. "Oh, shut up you team. Just help me from this bedwetter already," he shouted knowing adding the fuel to the blonde-haired girl. "You, Baka Naruto. Naruto." The shout snapped Naruto from the shock, make his vision blurred for a moment before found Middleton in front of him with worry on her face. Naruto blinked once. Twice before he scratched the back of his head. "Aha ha 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 sorry." He said it with sheepish grin. Middleton frowned at that before sighed knowing the man won't tell about what happened to him anyway. "Whatever. Let's go, I'm really tired right now," said Middleton before she leaving him. "What's wrong Naya?" asked Kuroka who come closer to Naruto. She was confused. The blonde male that seems happy teasing. Middleton suddenly stopped moving, almost makes the fallen angel stab his heart. He didn't move or say anything, just looking at them with blank gaze, as if saw something that they cannot see. "Ah, nothing to worry about," dismissed the blonde while gives waving motion. "Well, let's go back to the cabin. It seems I'm tired too," continued Naruto as he started moving. Kuroka looked at his back and frowned before she shook her head at something that not a problem. The three walking in silence makes Naruto let out a sigh, knowing it was his fault to make the awkward atmosphere. Several minutes later, Naruto stopped as he could sense something familiar. This holy presence. Middleton who heard him also stopped then tilting her head in confusion. "What's wrong? What do you mean by holy presence?" The frown appeared in Kuroka's face as she also felt the presence, angel and enemy Naya. Questioned the catgirl to Naruto who seems familiar with the angel. Naruto shook his head and say, "Nah, seems someone that I know coming for a visit," answered the blonde janitor before sighing in displeasure as he continues to walk. "Angel who?" Middleton chazzing Naruto asked it with curious face. The enigmatic blonde waiting the two to arrive at his side. "Ah, that," twisting the knob, he opened the door and showing the figure behind the door. "It's just him. There's a smiling handsome looking man standing in the living, he has long blonde hair and has green eyes in sad manner. He also wore a golden armor meanwhile on his back is 12 golden wing that spread out showing its glory." "Long time no see Aji-sama," said the man with kind voice. Me Michael-sama," said surprised Middle to the newly named Michael. Kuroka herself tensed as the appearance of an archangel in front of her. Again this one come from Naruto, well his face becomes slightly blue. "Even thought I know that he is not doing it on purpose," still muttered Naruto before he takes a deep breath for calming himself. "What's wrong with you Naya?" questioned Kuroka who looking the disturbed blonde devil meanwhile Middle just ignores it. "Nothing," dismissed Naruto before he facing at Michael. "Yo, Mickey. How are you?" said Naruto nonchalantly as he, Middle and Kuroka entered the cabin. "I'm very well, thank you for your concern. How about yourself, Aji-sama?" said Michael as he give a light bow. "As the usual," said Naruto as he waving his hand to dismiss the gesture. "Archangel Michael-sama the leader of the angels and seraph why such a person in here?" muttered Middle with wary looks. Also, the way he talks to Naruto with respect manner, she turned her head to the janitor. Not only Azazel-sama but Michael-sama too thought Middle to being more curious about the male. Moreover, calling him Aji-sama just how old he is. "You are I see, so you've become a fallen one," said Michael who. Looking at Middle with his sad gaze. "Ah, and you the wanted stray devil in underworld. Never thought to find you in here," continued the seraph who looks at Kuroka. "Naihaha," laughed the catgirl as she looked back at Michael. "I also never thought to meet the leader of angels in here," Naya continued the black cat before she give him a cunning smile. "I hope your visit is not to catch me Naya." "Wait, a wanted stray devil?" asked Middle too surprised about Kuroka's identity. "Well, you can ask that later. I'm more curious how you knew about Middle here, Mickey," said Naruto who already sit on the couch. "I do, Aji-sama. Gabriel told me about her," nodded Michael before he turned to Middle. The angel who always curious about humans. And their behavior. "Though, Gabriel would be saddened when heard the angel she knows well has became a fallen one," said the seraph honestly still with his sad-mannered eyes. I'm sorry, muttered Middle, loud enough to be heard. What can she say? As a former angel, the blonde girl felt she had betraying them. Meant so, what brought you here? Questioned Naruto to Michael. Ah, about that I think you already know it. The angel opened his palm as golden magic circle appeared before an object floating on top of it. I came for returning this to you, Aji-sama. And I really hope that this time you will take it along with the responsibilities. Middle and Kuroko look at the object. A spherical white energy with 3 golden circles that rotating to vertical, horizontal, and diagonally. They also could sense holy energy from it, lots of holy energy. Are you serious? Michael Naruto frowned after saw the object. Yes, Aji-sama. The blonde-haired devil grabs the object with crimson demonic energy wrapped on his right hand. As shadow covering half of his face, he says, I don't know why you came at this time, Michael. But you know that I'm a devil now, right? Michael gives a nod. Yes, I'm one of the few who witnessed it after all. And you also aware what will happen to the angels if they know about this, right? Continued Naruto. Yes. The blonde-haired devil face palmed with his other hand. Michael, I know you always pestering me about these things. And I always said no as the answer, didn't I? Hi. I don't know what happened to you on this past years, said Naruto tiredly, before he looked at Michael with serious face, but how come the thought for doing something so stupid like this crossed in your head? Shouted the man with rage that make Middletad Kuroka flinched. It was the first time they saw the blonde angered. We all need you to back to heaven. God is already gone, and I am just barely keeping the system running. If it's not you, who? And you decided me, a devil, to become the highest being in, but Aji-sama. We really? A loud gasp from Middle interrupts them as she looks something at Michael's wings. Kuroko also surprised when she saw something that never thought in her mind. Stop it, Michael. There's a taint in your wings, said Naruto with a motionless tone as he pointing his finger to Michael's right wings. Michael looked at his wings and surprised when found a single black feather appeared on the tip. He facing back Naruto before closing his eyes and take a deep breath. Instantly, the black feather turned back into a golden one. I'm sorry about that, Aji-sama. Yeah, you should. It's not funny if they found that the leader of the angels become a fallen one, said Naruto sternly. That makes Michael looking at the ground. The atmosphere becomes so tense. Middle two can't hold it anymore, deciding to break it. Why don't we take a sit first? The two men turned their head at her. Oh no, she can't be helped to be nervous when all the attention was focused on her. Chuckles out from Naruto's mouth makes the attention focused back to him. The devil facing at the seraph as he gives back the white spherical object. Mickey, I think this is the last time I will say this. I'm not going to take the offer, said Naruto with finality. Michael gives a try once more. Is there anything that we can do to make you taking it back? Naruto shook his head in denial. No, nothing. Besides, you know about my contract and last promise to Sona. For one of many people who know me well, you know what that mean, right? Yes, that you won't break it no matter what. Muttered Michael, knowing a certain special trait about Naruto. Attaboy, said Naruto as he give Michael a pat. Well, it's already night and I'm really tired now, so. I understand. Then, good night, Aji-sama, Fallen One, and Stray-san. Michael bowed before golden light wrapped around his body. Middleton Kuroka just nodded at the archangel. If you want, you can come here tomorrow. Ah, give Gaby and the others my regards, said Naruto as he saw Michael answered with a nod before finally disappeared in a flash of golden light. Now, time to sleep. Continued the blonde as he walked to his room. Kuroka want to ask many things about the situation, but she decided to be quiet, seeing there is someone who also wants to ask it. Naruto. It was Middled. What is it? Asked Naruto before yawning. That object from before, the white spherical thing. What is it? Oh, that. Naruto paused the answer and continued walking to his room. He opened the door and closing it, but before looking back at Middled with cunning smile and says. It's just the biblical god's core, eh? Not only Middled, but Kuroka also became speechless after heard that. The cat girl already knows that the biblical god is gone, but she never heard about the core or anything like that. Middled look at Kuroka. Did he just say? Yeah. Said the black cat answering the unfinished question. The two decided to go to their own room with one most question that in their mind. Just who the hell is this guy? Because what they know, it's not like everyday thing that you saw someone offer to God's core. Too lazy to make an. Ciao. Chapter 7. Okay, here another chapter. Oh, please spare your time to read the anon below. I guess that's all. Like in any normal situation, Naruto bombarded many questions and attempts to know about that core thing by Middleton Kuroka at the morning. And as usual, Naruto just dodged it with 1,000 lies to them. Well, of course is not exactly 1,000, but you know what I mean. Knowing the man doesn't want to answer it, Middleton Kuroka decided to stop it. Anyway. Few days later, Naruto been asked by Sona to accompany her on Ria's engagement party, which the blonde accepted later. Well, he actually has something to do in there, so ask or not, he will come eventually. And now, in a luxurious hallway where a man with brown hair and surrounded by aura that's screaming noble walking to some direction. Nothing special about this man, he is just a devil that attending the demon lord Surzich's Lucifer little sister's engagement party. He was quite late because some stupid low-class devil that can't do their job properly. Well, whatever, he could punish them later. For now. Thud. Before the man finished his thought, someone bumped into him. Ah, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there. The man turned and ready to lash out the fool, but he could only speechless when saw the one who bumped him. The beautiful young woman, who has sunny blonde hair tied in twin ponytail is dressed in light orange dress. Blue sapphire eyes and angelic smile adore her magnificent face. There's also 3 whiskers like mark on her face and make her looks cute and feral. But for the man, it's just a plus point because that D-cup breast is the only thing he could to stare. Are you okay? The girl's melodic voice brings him back. He coughed twice and gives the beautiful young woman a cool pose. Don't worry miss. Such a small things like that not a bother for a noble like me. Moreover what about you, are you okay? Said the man with regal tone. The woman looks surprised as she closes her mouth with her delicate right hand while the other is behind her dress. Such a kind man you are. But yes, I am fine. Thank you for your concern, said the blonde that makes the man lift his chest in pride. I'm so sorry to say this, but I still have to meet someone, continued the woman with apologetic face. The brunette frowned a moment before back to smiling, to think a noble like him would be brushed off like that is not an exception for him. Who is the person you want meet miss? Maybe I could help you. The wonderful smile showed to him, oh how lovely this girl is. He would make sure for not let this woman go. That would be Sona Citri-sama, and I have to meet her quickly. The mistress is the one who invited me after all. Now that makes the man think once more. Who would have though the woman in front him is a guest for the Citri's clan heiress. And if she knows he makes this woman late. Yes. If I'm not wrong, she was gone there before, said the man nervously pointing at random place. I'm also sorry to say this, but I have to go. Then, if you excuse me quick but steady, he went out from there hoping the woman not remember his face. The blonde woman just looks at the scared man. That was easy before she look at the wallet in her left hand. Now let's see how much he has said the woman who start counting the money in the wallet. Smack. Only for interrupted by someone who hit her head. What are you doing, Naruto? The woman who caressing her head now that actually Naruto was turning his head and found irritated Sona. On the Kuo Academy uniform that she usually wore, replaced by dark blue dress that increasing her charm as a young woman. Nothing. Smack. The bold lie was answered by another hit to his head. Tai. Sona-tan, it hurts. Whined cutely Naruto in his female form. Don't lie to me. Now why are you doing something like that in this place? Pickpocketing, moreover you mentioned my name. Still. Irritated, Sona looked at the, and why you disguised as a woman. This time she gave him a deadly cold gaze. Well it's fun. Smack, oh we. Sona sighed at the blonde in front of her. She already opened her mouth to say something before she saw Naruto's chest. Boing boing. Her eyebrow twitched. Smack. Ouch. Hey, what was that for? Sona ignores the disguised man and start walking to another direction. Damn, why he has to make it bigger than her. Whatever. Now let's go, Surzich's Sama said he want to meet you, said the young woman who dressed in dark blue dress. Naruto blinked twice at her dismissal before following the short black-haired woman. So, why Surzich's Sama want to meet you? Asked Sona trying to ignore the meat that bouncing beside her. Well, maybe he wants to gives me my payment, said Naruto, who purposely make the meat in his chest bouncing. What? It's fun to see the usual calm princess become irritated even though it makes his shoulders stiff. Payment? For what? Asked Sona still ignoring those bouncing meats. Well, forgive him a plan to break Ria's engagement of course, said Naruto nonchalantly leaving Sona who suddenly stopped walking. What? Sona was surprised for a moment before she chasing the blonde. What do you mean? What plan? How come I didn't know about this? Well Naruto thinking how to say it. One day, Sissy came to my place. He asked me how to crush the engagement between his Ria's Tan and the Phoenix guy. So far Sona following the explanation and doesn't ask why he emphasizing on the his part, already know Ria's older brother is a Siskin like her older sister. So as a good person, I gave him an advice how to do it with a price of course, continued Naruto a sly smile plastered in his face. Wow, that was generous of you. No need to say, that was a sarcasm. Then, what is this plan? Naruto brought his hand for counting. First, have someone who has authority higher than Ria's to monitor her. Knowing that Phoenix guy's personality, someone like Ria's who adored the romantic love story from Human's world eventually would do anything to break the engagement. The purposes for the second phase could be carried out. Sighing, Sona expressing her consolation. Now I feel sorry for Ria's. For her love lived to be monitored by Surzich's Sama. You're no better than her, though, pointed out Naruto. Wait, what do you mean by that? Anyway. Second, when the time has come, let the Phoenix guy meet Ria's. A fight will break, either caused by a member of her peerage or by her own self. If it doesn't happen, I'll make it happen. Sona gives Naruto a flat stare. You really love creating trouble, don't you? Putting her hand on her bosom, Naruto in his female form gives a beaming smile to Sona. Thank you, to hear you know what I love makes me happy. Can you not interrupt me now? Even the readers know this interruption just to make the explanation as a wall of text. Whatever. Now the third, send Graphia to that place and make the two bet their engagement in rating game, which it's clear that Ria's will lose because of her disadvantage. And? Next one is the last, be patient. Fine. After letting out a sigh, the gender-bended blonde continues. And finally, Sissy will came and declare that he is not satisfied with the rating game, then asked a random person from the party to fight the Phoenix guy with the reward of course. Finished Naruto with took a deep breath and release it. Is that all? Asked the Citri heiress. Yeah. Now why don't you think over it? While he walking in leisure pace as the Citri heiress beside him digest the information, Naruto waiting what kind of conclusion the Sona will get. Then few minutes later, she spoke, I see. After Surzich's Sama declared, you will volunteering yourself with a reason like you can see how forced Ria's is, so as a woman that didn't like forced things, you will challenge Riser with cancelling the engagement as the bet if you win, and giving yourself to him if you lose. Am I right so far? Asked Sona that makes a grin appeared in Naruto's face. Continue. Said Naruto who impressed by the Citri heiress's analytic skill. Seeing how Sona give hateful glare at Naruto's disguised body. Healthy your body is, of course that pervert will accept it. Then you fight, won it, receive some thank you and congrats from people before you disappeared from crowds as a mysterious woman, continued Sona as she heard Naruto chuck giggling now. That's right. But that's what we planned at first. Eh? Are you saying there would be something that changed? Asked Sona. Yep. The keyword is the unknown factor. Sona give a thought once more. Unknown factor, something that unpredicted happening in a plan. Something that will make your plan become smoother or crushed. What is it? That unknown factor is. Something that never thought by Surzich's and Naruto, something that appears without planned, something that happened recently. The Red Dragon Emperor muttered Sona as she found it. You mean Haidu-kun will change your plan, and how he gonna do that? The cunning smile from Naruto is the answer he gives. Sona's eyebrows twitched. You will make sure it happened. It's more like a statement than a question. Well, only the last part of the plan though is the simple answer that Naruto gave. Sona blinked twice. He will fight Riser. How a simple student like Issei could win against an immortal anyway. Naruto who see the unasked question answered it. Because he is an idiot. Huh? The Citri heiress suddenly stopped her track. She was confused about it, what is the relation between idiotism with strength? The blonde who disguised as a woman just keep walking. And only an idiot would challenge someone that's stronger than them. Senior, teacher, boss, parents, worlds, gods as long as they can save their precious one, they will face everything and keep challenge them, even if they lost again and again. Sona's eyes widened slowly. Sometimes, she was forgetting how wise Naruto could be. Even though the wisdom that he gives considered as ridiculous, odd, or even impossible to believe it. And as one of few that know who truly he is and his role in the past, Sona know well to not dismiss those things easily. She shook her head before continue to walk until right next to him and says, really? I thought only an idiot who painted the white house an orange. That remark makes the gender-bended blonde almost tripped. Hey, in my defense, orange is awesome. Besides, I already cleaned it up didn't I? Reasoned Naruto as he remember one of his masterpiece. Still, it doesn't make many US military departments in uproar. They thought it was a threat from terrorists. How you did it anyway. And don't give me that ninja things bullshit. Language, princess. And for your information, ninja things is not a bullshit, they are. Therefore, the two doing their usual bicker like an old couple. Ignoring several sweat-dropped people who watching the display. In a large room with 4 thrones that place circling on every corner of the room, there sit one person in of the throne and another one. Who's standing beside him. The one who's sitting on the throne has an appearance of a man in his early 20s with shoulder-length crimson-red hair and blue-green eyes. He is Surzich's Lucifer, the leader of the 4 great Satans. Who rule the underworld with the title of Lucifer. Next to him is a beautiful woman appearing to be in her early 20s, with silver hair and matching eyes. She is Graphia Lucifuge, Surzich's Lucifer's wife. In this situation, many people will curious about the current leader of Four Great Satan's background. But this time, let's leave the matter and focus on the silver-haired woman instead. In Underworld, the name of Graphia Lucifuge is quite famous among devils. The beautiful woman appearing to be in her early 20s. But silver hair and matching eyes known as the strongest queen and the silver-haired queen of annihilation because of her prowess. But for Graphia Lucifuge herself, she preferred to be known as the wife and queen of Surzich's Lucifer, Rhea's older sister-in-law, or the mother of Milika's Gremory. Despite being the wife of a great Satan, Graphia is neither act like a snobbish noble who look down low-class devils, nor dressed like one. She prefers to wear a blue and white French maid outfit with long sleeves and a white maid headband over her head. Overall, it's a uniform for a maid. No, it's not like she does not have a fetish to cosplay as a maid. In fact, she is a maid. Comes from the house of Lucifuge, a family of pure-blooded devils from the extra demons whose family served under the original Lucifer. Graphia was used to work as a maid and continues it even after married to the current Lucifer. Not forced, not because of an order, not also because of it was a tradition for someone who born in the house of Lucifuge. She just loves her job, that's all. Today, she with her husband has a meeting with someone. A certain special person who had great role in the past, someone named Namikaze Naruto. She still remembers her unforgettable first meeting and a certain event about him. Flashback. She was at the backyard that time, cleaning the table and plates that Rhea's used after have a lunch with the other heirs. That day, there was a meeting between the four great Satans at the Gremory Palace. The meeting looked so different with the usual fake meeting that they used to escaping from their paperworks. The atmosphere was tense and the meeting itself was just for all the great Satans only. She didn't know what was the subject they would discuss, but she had a guess that it was related with the unusual phenomenon that happened several days before. Anyway, the relatives of the great Satans also came that day and decided to play in the backyard until the meeting is over. She who got a task to watch over them was doing the job patiently. Thus lunchtime came then ended in several minutes, that was how she cleaning the table and plates on the backyard. Silently walking in the hall after carrying the used plates, she was in the way to go back watching Rhea's and the others that time. Before reaching the place, she heard something, a sound like a spray being used. Curiously, she followed the source of that sound and how surprised she was to find something that never crossed in her mind. The boy with blonde hair that looked no older than Rhea's. It's not the appearance, nor the butler's suit that he wore, but it was what he did that time. Now that's what I call a masterpiece. Nope. The graffiti that he made was no other than a stupid scribble. It says Mr. N was here. After wiped a sweat that she know it never there, the boy tried to make another graffiti. Just who the hell he thinks he is. Ahem. With audible cough, she tried to gain his attention. But the boy ignored her while continued spraying. Ahem. She tried again. Then ignored again. Ahem. Finally, she got his attention. Her gray eyes met with his blue ones, she was thinking that the boy would frighten knowing he was found out. Hey. Why did you continued spraying after saw me? That damn brat, how dare he? What? Don't what me? Who are you? And who are you? Don't you know it's rude to ask someone's name without introducing themselves? If she was any other maid, that brat should be dead that time. My name is Graphia Lucifuge, one of the maids who work in this palace. So? What do you mean by so what is this that you've done? Pointing at the graffiti, she ignoring that the boy still not give his name. Art. What are you saying? There is no art from this graffiti. Why did you do this? Because I'm bored. Oh ha. Before she exploded, she took several deep breaths to calm her down, forgot that in front of her was just a brat. You, whose child are you? Someone else's child. I know that. I don't have a kid like you, so whose child forget it, come with me. Why should I go with you, white-haired Baba?